and history's greatest man. Okay, maybe I'm not history's greatest man, but I like to try to have a positive attitude about myself. And what could be a more positive self-concept than believing myself to be the greatest man in human history? If if that were the case, certainly it would justify positive self-concept. Um, and isn't that really what we're all going for? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm about here in this game. That's fine. Now, we're going to add to split tab view. Put this one up. Put this over here. Scroll down here. Put this on live chat. Okay, so I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for. As always, I never really know that answer to that question. But I know that there's a couple of things that need to be done before I finish streaming. And those include taking the trash out. And my first order of business, which is getting my other pack of cigarettes from the car. So let's go. Let's go walk through the snow like some adventurous guys. Make it all the way to the car. My left wrist is sore from when I was shoveling snow. I'm not sure what exactly I did to it. But all right. So let's go to the car. So up there. But I kind of have tramped out a pathway here. So let's go. All right. You guys stay here for a second. All right. Let's head back over there. Got a lot of snow on my shoes. I got most of it off now. Okay. So it's a snowy Saturday here in Mariposa. And there's a lot of snow on the ground. But it's a sunny day. Bright and sunny like eggs are runny. Boy, oh boy, I tell you. Life in its ways, huh? What's a man to do ultimately? Besides just live life in its ways. I had a little bit of water in it. Okay. Throw all these things away. I want to clean up a bit around here. I could also go get the trash cans from the street, which have been up there since last trash day, and which are kind of buried in snow. But I do have 2 trash cans here to use, so I could hold off on that for a bit. Watched an interesting video today about asbestos from Veritasium. Apparently, it's not good for you, so they say. There were, in the 50s, there was a brand of cigarette that was produced that had asbestos filters. Probably not the best kind of cigarette to smoke. But, you know, it's also true that asbestos has saved many lives in terms of fire prevention, you know. Not that that makes it worth it, because there are other better ways to prevent fires that don't involve giving people different kinds of cancers. But you know, it just goes to show you, I guess. Like, there's all this naturally occurring asbestos in Nevada, outside of Vegas. And it's kind of in this area where people tend to go off-roading, kick up a lot of dust and such. But there's not really any like public indication that it's a dangerous place to drive your little cars and stuff. So it was an interesting video. What other interesting videos did I watch today? Well, one video I watched last night that was very interesting was about the Los Angeles alligator farm. If you ever go looking at like old weird photos online or something, you'll often see photos from this Los Angeles alligator farm. You'll see pictures of like children riding alligators and all kinds of crazy photos of people posing with alligators in various ways. Hi, pretty cat. Well, I'm not current with the time. I've got time saved up. Where I am is now 25:19 USC, but uh, the game's actually a lot further along than this, so don't tell me if you know anything about it. Oh, Oregon just buried a 3-point shot. So, we do have a couple of things I need to get accomplished here today during this live stream. Hi, Teabag. You're too smart to look at carcinogens, man. You need your noodle focused on evolution. I mean, I've already done all the thinking I need to do about it, really. I still do think about it some, but obviously. But, you know, those arguments have already been fully won by me. I've made them so many times to so many people and never gotten any kind of meaningful response to any of my points. So the matter's settled as far as I'm concerned. It should be settled as far as other people are concerned too, but that's not my business, I guess. Hello. Happy Saturday, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Michigan is favored by 2.5, huh? Well, good for them. Well, la-dee-da. I would expect, I'm a Big Ten fan now, so I'm obviously rooting for Michigan over Duke. Now that USC's in the Big Ten, I'm in the pro Big Ten camp. So, I got a good amount of sleep last night, which helped a lot. I needed a lot of sleep. Up to 1 in the afternoon. I went to bed fairly early, like 9 o'clock at night, but then I got up at like 2:30 in the morning. I didn't really sleep that well from 9 to 2:30 in the morning either, but um, then after I got up and watched some YouTube and stuff, went back to bed and I slept all the way to 1 o'clock. Very satisfying, good sleep too, not just like my usual half-assery. Uh-oh. Oregon just took the lead, 26-25. I would expect USC to beat Oregon here. The men's team should beat Oregon. Tomorrow's game, USC women, that'll be what's kind of an important game, but it'll be it's gonna be tough for us to win. I'm not even sure if Jazzy Davidson is gonna be in the lineup because she got hurt at the end of the last game. I didn't see any like news reports on her having a serious injury or anything, but she did get carried off the court. And she's our main, like, well, she's our star, even though she's a true freshman. She's never afraid to shoot the ball. She's silky smooth. I like her game a lot. It's not the same kind of, she's not as good as Juju Watkins. She's a different kind of player, and it's unfair to compare them. She's unlikely to carry the team all the way to the Final Four or anything, but without her, we're kind of screwed. The gold medal hockey game's at 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Well, that sounds fun. I enjoy the women's game, gold medal hockey game. Oh, God. Okay, good. No, good. Yes. We got it. Fine. Turn the ball over too much. The USC men's team is a little fast and loose with basketball. We don't have a true good point guard, it seems like. Keep trying to play Arenas at point guard, and he's too tall to be a point guard. He turns the ball over too often. I mean, yeah, he's a promising young player and everything, but I don't know. We need a true point guard that's actually just there to make sure he doesn't turn the ball over and pass the ball to the people who are going to score, you know? That's okay. This is not going to be USC's year for either the men's or the women's team. The men's team will get to the tournament probably, and, we may win a game or two, but we're not going to get any further than that. The women's team depends on the draw. Like, in college women's basketball, it's, no, I don't have any money on the game. Hi, Octavia Silva. The women's team depends on the draw. Like, in the women's basketball, it's much more college basketball. I mean, it's much more like the favorites almost always win. There's fewer upsets, and it's more obvious. Like when you go to do a women's tournament bracket, you could just pencil right in there UConn, South Carolina, and this year I'm not really sure who the other two best teams in the country are, but USC has zero chance this year of beating UConn or South Carolina. We got stomped by both of them. You can't bet on sports in California, that's right. I don't want to bet on sports anyway. I don't like betting on sports. If I'm going to bet, I'll bet on the things I like to bet on. Like, Ultimate Texas Hold'em or Blackjack or something like that. What's your stance on banning betting? I oppose it. Who is somebody else to tell me whether or not I can gamble? It's ridiculous. I do believe that gambling venues should be very regulated because there's too much of a chance for bullshit, you know? Consumers need protection in that area. I'm not opposed to banning all things, but I am opposed to banning so-called vices, you know? Because whether or not it's a vice depends on the individual. I mean, it may be like sometimes expensive entertainment, but it's the only form of entertainment where you might actually make money. And I have on plenty of occasions. Last time I gambled, I lost. Time before too, but that's not been. Well, the free market's not the best protector when it comes to gambling, right? Because uh, you've got to factor in like fairness stuff. People gamble, they know the house has an edge, and that's fine. But they also know that it's fair. That like every spin has an equal equal chance of winning. So, hello, Turkey. How you doing? Surtac 1453. Buddy Cat, that's not the main reason it's legal in California. The reason it's legal in California is because people voted for proposition whatever it was that made medical marijuana legal without any taxation. Now, it is true that since they legalized recreational weed, that they do tax it. But just because you can tax something doesn't mean that's the only reason it's been legalized. And like, there's nobody taxes me on my weed that I grow. Of course, I'm not selling it, but that'd be a tough one too. It's a tough tax to enforce, though, right? Trying to tax people on stuff they grow at their house. How many tomatoes did you grow this year? I didn't purchase the plants. I bought seeds. I probably did pay tax on the seeds, but I mean, you know, you buy anything online, you're gonna pay some taxes for it. And the thing is, it is not the case that I necessarily would have to buy seeds if I chose to plant just random seeds that I had or non-feminized seeds and get a male plant, and I could produce all the seeds I need for myself for future years. But it's not worth it to me to do that. It's just I'd rather just buy seeds that are feminized, get all female plants, and you know. I currently have enough seeds for this upcoming year if I wanted to just plant the same plants, but I think I'm going to get some different seeds because I like to mix it up. Taxes are bullshit. Well, taxation as a concept isn't bullshit. It is the case that there's uh, a need to manage the commons, and there are appropriate things for government to be doing and being responsible for, and accordingly, government needs some kind of revenue to do those things. The problem with taxation is not the concept itself. It's it's kind of the inevitability of certain results from the process. So government's going to always want to spend more money. People are going to want to get into government with ideas of what they want to do, all of which is going to cost money. And then there's going to be this continual thing where it's like, well, now we need more money, now we need more taxes, now we need more money, now we need more taxes. And that's why you got to conscribe the government's jurisdictional scope, you know. which the Constitution attempted to do, but which um, it's just hard to curtail the growth of something that isn't accountable for results and that um, technically that's not a tax, but it functions like one, but technically it's not. Yeah, capital gains tax is insanely unfair. You shouldn't get to double tax money. Yeah, well, still not technically a tax. And presumably, if you were married, your widow or widower would be able to access some of those funds. But I mean, I agree with you. Social Security is terrible, but it's not terrible because it's a tax. Hello, piano drawings. Hello, MM. M.M10Q3K. M.M1023K is a pretty good name. Get the rebound. Good job. We're down by 2 points here. We're closing in on the end of the first half. Of course, the game's actually further along than that, but I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to the second half now, I think. Government and tax etc. only works if the government likes its people. Well, governments are not humans. They're bodies of governance, so they don't actually like or dislike. The people we elect, or people who represent us, they all have their own position. Some of them believe in more communitarianism. Some believe in only some kinds of communitarianism. But but the unfortunate reality is that politics ends up being a process involving some compromise. And it's generally not a good idea to compromise on things, right? There's generally a correct answer or a correct position or a correct course of action, and the other ones are incorrect. And so it's not, compromise just means having something that's less correct, right? So that's kind of the inevitable growth of government problem that you have with democratic institutions. Eric, who are your favorite and least favorite chatters of all time? Oh gosh. um, I just say my least favorite chatters of all time. The ones that come to mind right away are Cloud, Jeff Shaw, Bobby. Those are the three that come to mind immediately. But I'm sure there are. Oh, I hated that guy who kept coming in here and accusing me of, you know, predatory behavior, even though I'm not guilty of it at all. And he was just all he did just spam, repeat, accuse me of horrible crimes that I never committed, and it was just ridiculous. Well, Cloud was frustrating because he wanted to argue with me about stuff, but was not meaningfully capable of doing so. But by and large, I appreciate every chatter, even the ones I don't like. You miss Countess. I forgot all about her. I appreciate everybody who comes and chats and stuff. Some people are end up getting banned because they're horrible. Why is your name talking to famous people? Because a long time ago when I started the channel, which is like 12 years old, right? I my plan was to actually interview regular people as though they were famous people, and you know, so the name was kind of commentary idea on how like each of us has interesting stories to tell that are worth people's attention, and so like everybody's kind of famous for something in that regard. But it didn't end up being that kind of channel because I was surprised to learn how difficult it was to find regular people who wanted to be interviewed. Rachel is asleep upstairs. She didn't really sleep last night, I don't think so. Yeah. This happened. She's got weird sleep issues. She needs a lot of sleep, but she doesn't have an easy time going to sleep. She doesn't have what you'd call good sleep hygiene, but then neither do I really. Like I didn't actually get good sleep last night until before I went back to bed after I got up at 2:30 in the morning. I took a couple gabapentins and a couple Benadryls. Is she doing all right? She seemed quite upset last time you popped in. If in fact she was upset last time you came in, then it was because of probably last month's dopamine crash. Last month she had a really difficult time because I got Adderall. She took more of it than she normally does, and when she crashed, she really got, you know, she she didn't handle the crash well. Like I understand the crash, and I might get not positive emotions or whatever, but I don't tend to lash out at her at all. Whereas when she's in the throes of the dopamine deficit, she's always going to be looking for some kind of meaning outside of the fact that it's just a brain chemistry thing. And of course, anybody watching the stream when that stuff's happening and listening to it thinks, wow, maybe there's a problem in their relationship, or maybe Eric needs to do things differently. He's not being a very good partner or something. But in reality, it's just she can't handle the crash. Do I remember Essa Pakaninen? No, I don't remember who that is. Let me look it up. But yeah, she should be fine now. Oh, it's okay. She when the crash eases. Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah. I remember him. You showed me to him yesterday. Well, what she really needed, Putty Cat, was a weed drink, because those little weed drinks that we get, the St. Ides ones, they both make her happy, like they make her super high and happy and crash out, which is exactly what you need when she's in a dopamine crash. But she wasn't exactly argumentative. She was feeling bad and trying to figure out who, like, what's to blame for her bad feelings, what's wrong with her life that makes her feel bad, when actually it was nothing to do with life at all. So, um, she wasn't trying to argue with me. Um, she was just trying to blame me. I love your cover of "Who Loves You, Baby." That's not a cover, actually. that's that's my own original song. Uh, how did I stop drinking? I went to Alcoholics Anonymous. I had had enough. I couldn't live like that anymore. Yeah, that's how you stop drinking. You just don't drink. But that's not exactly how I stopped drinking. I use melatonin and jerking off to go to sleep. Yeah, those are good ways to go to sleep. I personally don't find melatonin does anything at all, but that's me. Gabapentin is super mild. It's off label to take it for sleep. That's what I take it for. And it works great. It puts me to sleep, and there's no like grogginess or anything. And Telly Savalas did write a song called "Who Loves You, Baby," but that song is totally different than my song. My song is an homage. You might say it's an homage to Telly Savalas and "Who Loves You, Baby," but it's not exactly a cover of anything. I didn't know when I made "Who Loves You, Baby" that Telly Savalas had actually made a song called "Who Loves You, Baby." Yeah, I would say I'm an artist. I'm I'm not as active an artist as I used to be, but I do have some some recent stuff that I've been making, which is a very positive change from how it's been the last few years. It's been a different few years for me, since my parents died. So oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I got a question. You want to know what my question is? Let me tell you. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who. Dennis Wallace. Who loves you, baby? Dennis Wallace does. I said, who loves you, baby? Who loves you now? Who loves you, baby? Loves you just like a cow. Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you right now, it's Dennis Wallace. Who loves you, baby? Dennis Wallace does. Who loves you, baby? Dennis Wallace. So, yeah. Why do you say Telly Savalas? Because Telly Savalas is the one who used to say, "Who loves you, baby?" He said that, like, that was his, like, catchphrase or something. It's like, one day I was just thinking about, for some reason, I do not know why, I was like, thinking about Telly Savalas, he came to mind. I had no idea why he came to mind, but I said, didn't he have some kind of saying that had the word baby in it? And I Googled it, and I discovered that, yes, he did. And the saying was, "Who loves you, baby?" I thought, what a great saying. That's so NI, it's like, it's not complicated or fancy or anything, but it's a perfect catchphrase, right? Where did I get the bong? I got it at the bong store in town. Or it might have been in Oakhurst. It's a great bong. This bong, we've had many bongs, obviously. This one has persisted for a long time because it's got this stuff around it, so even if I were to knock it over, it probably won't break. And it's the perfect design for a bong. Thank you very much. Let me put my glasses on so I can see what your name says. WDD the Draftsman. Thank you, WDD the Draftsman. I appreciate it. Oh, I also watched today as far as videos go. I watched some Moist Critical Charlie. I enjoy his videos. It's kind of like the internet police. He finds stories of some douchebag being a douchebag on the internet and getting schooled by somebody or what have you. I enjoy his content. I don't watch him all the time or anything. Like, I haven't watched him in a long time. Behind every saint is a past. Behind every sinner is a future. Keep the faith, my friend. Well, thanks, Chiga. He ends his video like, okay, well, that's it. Who does? Charlie? What instrument would you say is your favorite? To be honest, I don't know. I didn't know you were an artist until now. It's pretty cool that you made that song. Well, thanks. Yeah, I've made a lot of songs. I've got a playlist called Host Eric's Greatest Hits that's just nothing but songs. And even though there's like 40 songs or something, that just represents, you know, maybe a tenth of the total things I've uploaded as completed tracks. Those are the ones I think are good. I don't really think that all of them are fantastic or anything, but yeah, my favorite instrument these days is the keyboard. I like to play the keyboard because it has different sounds in it and it puts a beat for you. It even has this like autoplay thing where you just push one note and to play that chord and rhythm with the beat. So, you can do a lot more fun things on the keyboard. But my instrument of my life that I played for decades is the guitar. Do you even gym, bro? No, I don't go to the gym. I live up here in the mountains, so if I wanted to get exercise, I could just go outside and walk around. Or I could do something that I'm going to probably need to do today or tomorrow, which is shovel snow. My car is, I shoveled it all the way out so that like I could get out of the driveway and everything. But then, since then, it snowed a little bit more and the snowplow came by, and now I have another little wall of snow in front of my car. So I did some shoveling the other day, and it was quite a lot of exercise. I was pleased to get that much exercise. I needed it. Penguins Zero. Yeah. I think you have a secret special ability, but you don't know it yet. It is called talking too much. Oh, I know it. I definitely have excessive word syndrome. In fact, excessive word syndrome was one of the considered titles for this live stream, but I went with this instead. I like Charlie, except I get annoyed that he seemingly takes the Overton window position on everything. What's the Overton window position? I don't know what that is. Hypoamphetamia. I mean, I still sometimes have plenty to say um, when I'm not on amphetamines. Smoke the crack. I'm not smoking crack right now. It's like the range of acceptable answers culturally. Huh. Well, yeah, I mean he's what you'd call mild mannered and non-confrontational. And I agree that I mean his whole calling card is being reasonable, right? It's true also that um he's a little bit smarmy, I guess is the word, but that's okay. I've never heard that term before. The Overton windows. That's some like sociologists or psychologists like observations about what's what passes muster for like acceptability and discourse within a given culture. You don't do the finger wagging he does. Well, I mean, I don't. That's the thing. It's like if you're gonna be a finger wagger, you better land squarely within the Overton window because you don't want to open yourself up to critiques of the same sort that you're issuing forth, right? But I think that you know he's the kind of guy for which a person with whom a person's going to have a strong feeling of a parasocial relationship because he's talking about stuff on the internet that is currently going on or whatever, stuff that you might have heard of a little bit anyway, and he's like enforcing, prioritizing community standards that are reasonable and universalized pretty well. So when you watch him, it's going to feel like watching an old friend or something. These are side effects of smoking crack. Well, again, Hank Potvis, I actually don't smoke crack. I did one time a long time ago, but that was like 35 years ago or something. I smoked it all night long. And he said, wow, crack. You know what? I'd like to smoke more of this. But then, eventually I ran out of money in crack. Never smoked it again because I found it to be both unsatisfying on some level and obviously expensive. Slash, if you keep buying more of it, it gets expensive. But I'm not much of a believer in cocaine and cocaine related stuff. Cocaine has always felt very fake to me. Like you might think you've got good ideas on cocaine, but they're actually terrible. Whereas it's not that way with me for amphetamines. Maybe it has been at some points in the past where I get kind of too sprung, and I mean, there are plenty of times when I tweak out on stuff that doesn't end up going anywhere. But that's more just Eric being Eric than anything. I'm an extroverted intuiter. God damn it, this bag has a hole in it. Okay, I'm gonna get a different bag. This bag I'll just throw away. I don't know why it has a hole in it. This one's fine. Okay, well, sometimes bags have holes in them. Alright, now let's take this trash out. See the trash cans out front. I've compacted it to make it a little smaller. Because if you don't know, around here at Eric's house, we only get trash picked up every other week, not every week. Saves us a little money. And as long as I don't forget, we don't need trash picked up more than once every 2 weeks, in part because we have a trash compactor. However, if I don't remember, well, then I'm trying to somehow squeeze a little extra trash into the next 2 trash pickups or more. Or I'm going to have to go to the dump. Let us not put down drugs anymore tonight and focus on Rubin's path, unless we want to politicize drug use, which is interesting. If by politicize drug use you mean we need to make politicians take more drugs, I agree. It should be a prerequisite to being a politician. You have to demonstrate that you're willing to do all these various drugs. Like, I don't necessarily like an opiate of any kind, but I'm willing to do it if I have to as a precursor to political office. The only drug I'm not willing to do as a precursor, there are 2 of them. I'm not willing to do any PCP or alcohol. Don't worry, this is pharmaceutical crack. I heard you did Soki Soki 1 year ago. I have no idea what that is. Soki Soki! But, regardless, whoever told you that is lying. Well, SC's taking a 4-point lead here with 10 minutes left in the second half. Yes, the game's over, but it's not over for me yet. I got time saved up. So, we'll see how we do. Okay, other trashes. I got 2 more trashes I need to take out. Maybe 3 more trashes even. I'm so tired, but I'm kicking myself for not getting anything done. Maybe some booze would help me stop kicking myself. Or getting something done. All right. This one's not exactly full, but it's full enough to take out. Okay. Let's take this trash, put it in the trash compactor. But while we're here, let's get the other trash too. All right, might as well get the bathroom trash too. Is there any way, any change that you are, by meaning harm, any change that you are, is there any chance that I'm gay? No, I'm straight. My wife Rachel is asleep upstairs right now. Okay. 2 trashes. Let's get the 3rd trash. Let's leave these trashes here for now. Let's go check the master bathroom's trash and see if it needs to be taken out. Oh, you're down here. I didn't know you were down here. Yes, it does need to be taken out. So, turns out when I was telling you Rachel was asleep upstairs, I was accidentally lying. In other words, I was wrong. She was actually in bed down here. The truth is, you can't accidentally lie, because the definition of lie is to willfully deceive. If you're wrong, then you're just wrong, you know? That's different than lying. Okay, now we really got a lot of trash to compact. You know, this is why they call this the best damn live stream on YouTube. Because here, you're not forced to accept uncompacted trash. We compact it when we remember to and feel like it. Okay, one trash is about to be done. Hi, Fly Guy. The best way to motivate oneself is to wear your pajamas while going down to the shops. Socks with sandals. Big up. Thanks. Well, it's because I like flip-flops, but it's quite cold outside right now. Or not really, not right this second, but there's a lot of snow outside, you know. In the summer, I'm less likely to wear the socks, probably. Okay, come on. There we go. While I was doing that, let's take these two trashes and we'll come back to the last trash and to compact it and get the other one on. See how much snow there's? A lot of snow. Alright. We got two more trash cans to go. Two more trash bags to go. I'm going to fit them all in that one trash can. Hello, Ssuartscire Susface. Is trash compactor making that much of a difference? Good question. When I first started using it, I thought, it doesn't even make it that much smaller. Why would I even bother? It actually makes quite a big difference. Like, being able to put 2 or 3 extra trash bags full of trash into a trash can makes a big difference. And because I only get my trash picked up once every 2 weeks. And as long as I do compact it and I remember to take the trash out every 2 weeks, then we actually have extra trash can room. But if I forget, like I did a couple times ago, I'm still trying to recover from that. Like, I've got a black contractor's bag in the garage that's full of these kind of bags. And I need to save a trash can for this upcoming, not this upcoming Monday, but the next one. I need to save a trash can to put that in to finish fixing my failure from the previous time last time I failed. To take trash out to the street on the right day. So I didn't even realize it until like Monday night. I was like, oh no! It's like the single worst thing I can do is to forget to take the trash out. So, as you see, we're able to fit quite a bit of trash in this trash can. It's now full. But I put like mini kitchen sized trash bags into that. Well, I'm watching the SC game. You're 420, so I can get a month of trash in one can. What if some raccoons? Too thin out the trash. Where'd you get some raccoons to thin out the trash? No, I don't want those. I want to just throw them away. Do you have super small trash can? Must be California. We've got 32 gallon. It's because we have the old kind of trash service where there's a guy who drives with a truck and picks up your trash can and dumps it into the back. So they don't let you have more than 32 gallons because they don't want him to have to lift more than that, you know? We don't have the new kind of trash that we had when we lived in LA where you get a black can for trash, a blue can for recycling, a green can for like plant waste and stuff. When we did live in LA, the trash cans were much larger because we had those kind, and the trash truck just puts the things in and picks it up like that. You know, no person has to pick it up at all. Don't shame a man for the volume of his can. We do have a 44 gallon can that I use for like surplus trash, but I gotta always take stuff out of it, put it in the smaller cans before I can take it up the street. Are you gay? Do you like men? No, I'm heterosexual. I think men are fine. I don't have any problem with men. Some of my best friends are men. Snow is beautiful. I'm a winter girl. Snow is beautiful. Don't tell me the score though, Putty Cat. It's not over for me. I have time saved up. So yeah, it's quite winter wonderland right now around here. But it does seem to be melting pretty quick. I can't really walk over there in my flip-flops and socks without getting my feet all wet. This is the path I made to the car. I just walked it out with my boots and such. And it's possible that at some point in the stream I will shovel in front of the car so that when I do want to go, I can just go. Because, well, it hasn't snowed that much since I parked there, enough to really cause me to be snowed in the car anymore. What has happened is the snowplows come by and built a little wall in front of my car of snow. So I got to go shovel that away. All right, I think it's time to smoke a cigarette. So where I am in the game, Putty Cat, and when it's over, maybe I'll join you in watching the Michigan game, but I'll join that live. But where I am, there's 450 left in the game. They'd probably be more offended. Who would be more offended? I think your home is beautiful. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's lovely as well. I feel very blessed to live here, and it's a very comfortable place to live. There are, of course, also disadvantages to living where I do because it's not a super long drive to town, but it's all windy roads and, kind of a pain in the ass to go to town and come back. But like I said before, even though Fly Guy disagrees with me about this, I want to talk more about this bag thing, Fly Guy, because you were telling me that you just want to put what you want into a bag. My point about bags is you get the whole bag, right? Like, we live here, we get the whole bag. The good things and the bad things. You You get married to somebody, you get the whole bag of stuff. You don't get only the parts of the person that you like best or something. And lots of things in life are like that. Some things are not like that. If you go to the store, then you get to choose which things go in your bag. But even then, you got bag issues to deal with. Like, well, I could get this cheap version of it or this better version of it, pay more. Either way, you get the whole bag. The added cost plus the better thing, or the lower cost plus the less thing. A fly guy wants to TE his way out of bags. Say, no, I want everything a la carte. Yes, it was you. You said, I made this point about bag before, and you're like, I just put the things I want in the bag. You're probably just joking, but anyway, I remember it. How far does it take to get to town? Um, it takes about 35 minutes probably to get to Mariposa if I go on the quicker side. Maybe 25 minutes to get to Boot Jack, which is the nearest little market. But the thing is, it's all windy roads, and it's it's the kind of drive that kind of tires you out a little bit. You got to pay attention the whole time. I'm always also being careful to not run over any animals. One time I ran over a squirrel. I didn't feel too bad about that one because it was it was obviously a clean instant kill. Like I hit him square on. I had no chance of conceivably getting out of the way because I came around this corner where I couldn't see the road, and then he was right there. And I saw it in a split second before I ran over him. I just knew it was that guy's toast. Nothing I can do about that. So I don't feel too bad about that. I haven't killed any other animals that I know of with my car, or in any other way, really. Yeah, a squirrel probably popped like I thought is true, but obviously, when I see animals in the road, I stop so I don't hit them. But it's always a chance that you see a lot of dead squirrels. Squirrels don't have very good, like pedestrian safety. Are you serious? He goes, I didn't try to kill it. Squirrels can dart right into your path, and there's no chance to avoid them. That's exactly what happened. I didn't try to kill it. If I had seen it in time, I would have stopped. But like I said, squirrels don't have good pedestrian safety habits. One time I felt really bad because I thought I had run over a turtle, but I'm pretty sure since I felt no bump at all, I'm pretty sure what happened was I successfully did get it go between my tires. But I looked back in the rearview mirror and it had like pulled its head into its shell, but I thought, oh no, it's dead. But then after talking to Cameron and Rachel and thinking about it more, I realized, no, I must have successfully not run it over. Yeah, you do the best you can. It's one of those acceptable losses things, I guess. People need to drive. Animals don't have good habits necessarily about crossing the street, so you're gonna get some run over animals. I do like it when places where there's forests and stuff, they put, like in Oregon and I think Washington maybe as well, they put these animal walkways over the highways. All right, it's currently in the game I'm watching 64 to 58. Squirrels taste yummy. I've never eaten a squirrel before. I'm not particularly inclined to eat a squirrel. In general, I'm a believer that the animals that we should eat are animals we raise for that purpose, like cows, pigs, and chickens. We shouldn't be eating things that we didn't domesticate and raise for that purpose. You can eat lamb too if you want. It's fine. I don't like lamb, but maybe you could eat like quail. People raise quails, turkeys. It's fine. I just don't think it's very cool to go out into the wild and shoot wild animals and eat them. Just leave them be. But yeah, I'm sure in Maryland, or any place where there's a lot of deer, deer do get hit. I I've only seen like one. I've only seen like one deer get hit around here. I've seen a couple of foxes on the road. That was sad. Pigeons were brought to America for food? Okay, well, some people do raise pigeons. You know, it's like if you maintain their nests and stuff, then I guess you're kind of raising them. Like if you live on the top of a building in New York City, maybe you've got pigeons, pigeon nests that you maintain on top of your rooftop. That's what I've learned from the movies, anyway. I think that guy in the Matrix who was in charge of all the hobos, he had pigeons. It's a massacre for deer in the fall. Ugh. Well, at least there are a lot of deer. I've had to stop short on a few occasions to not hit a deer. We have seen some bears around here too. One time a bear and her cub got into my trash outside. I had to kind of chase them off. Pigeons and doves look like cool pets. Cool pets, huh? Come on, Trouble. You want to eat? Come on. We gotta watch the cat eat. He feels anxiety, I guess, if he has to eat without me watching him. You might say, that's an unreasonable expectation for your cat to have. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but, you know, he's family. So, he gets some special treatment. Yes, what a pain in the ass you are. So I can get some hair from you. Any hair that I manage to comb off of him while he's eating and throw away is hair I don't later have to vacuum up, you know, or sweep up. I don't like it. Okay, all right. He didn't like that very much. But you know what? You gotta pay the piper, mister. You want me to watch you eat, you gotta let me comb you. It's a lot of hair. It's actually not that much for him. I've been combing him a lot lately, so I think I've started to make a little bit of a dent. Get off of me. Okay. Sweet little putter cat. He's kind of sweet sometimes. I want a song just now. Want to read the lyrics? Oh, you wrote a song just now. You want to read lyrics? Sure, put the lyrics for us. Okay. Hair go in the trash. Ah, God. This stuff is so difficult to throw in the trash. It like flies away, stuck to your finger. Come on. Come on. Get off of me. Oh my God. Go into the trash can. My God. Cat hair. Your cat hair is the devil's hair. It's all over everything all the time. He's constantly shedding. Horrible. To eat while being combed is impressive. No, the USC game is not quite over yet, but it's almost over, and then I'll put on the Michigan game. When he's here, he's family. He's always here. Remember 25 years ago when you drive and all those butterflies would be dead in your car's grill? That every once in a while will still happen. But, there's a great diminishment in the number of total bugs in the world. Apparently, we're seeing a fairly large-scale bug die-off, which is, I guess, but I sort of don't care that much. I'm always happy when we don't have very many bugs here, and we typically don't. We do get these little face gnats during certain times of the year that are annoying, but we actually get very few mosquitoes. I'm surprised. It's 67-62 in the USC game. SC's up by 5 points. Now they're up by 2 points. Oregon just shot a 3. So with 2 minutes 45 seconds to go, SC brings the ball to the front court, and we'll see what happens. Getting into their offensive set. YouTube blocked your lyrics, huh? Sorry to hear that, Casey Jones. Well, they must have been not family friendly. Remember, this is a family friendly live stream. That's why we talk so much about Full House. 69-64, Full House. My daughter loved that show when she was little. She loved it so much. I'd hear her just cracking up and thinking it was so hilarious. She'd come out and she'd tell me what was this funny thing that she was seeing on the show. And obviously, in her telling of it, it was funny about it. It was her telling me about it, not the actual telling. Of course, the show is not funny. Making a family isn't family friendly. Yes, Oregon has a losing record. They're 9-17. We should be beating them by more than 5 points, but I'll take a win, You get a couple more wins, we're in the tournament. Oh, good job. Oh, no. Good job. No. Oh, come on, guys. I was more of a that 70s guy myself. I might have liked that 70s show when it was on, but I hate it now because all the people involved in it are horrible people. Danny Masterson, Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis. They're all scumbags. The only one who's not is the guy Topher, the main Eric Foreman. He's not a Scientologist. He was the one who was on the outs with those other people. The other people are fucking horrible. Yeah. Ashton Kutcher is the worst. Mila Kunis is not much better. Scientologists in general are terrible. It's an evil cult. Yeah, I liked the show when it was on too. And that other guy, the guy who played like the guy with the accent, I forget what his name was. He's also like a rapey scumbag. Hmm. My wrist is kind of hurt from shoveling snow the other day. Okay. El Nino, my ass. You call the storms. I wear the rain. Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. She's just the right size to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there, take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Oh, God. Oh, no. 15 seconds left. Oregon has the ball. USC has a 1-point lead. Oregon calls timeout. Oh, God. Thanks, Judy. At best, that was pretty good. I'm not accustomed to playing the guitar so much anymore, but even less am I accustomed to playing the acoustic guitar, which is actually kind of difficult to play compared to this. I'll play a better song on this one now, and then I'll put the guitars away. Okay, so this song is called, I can play that or play this. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. There, I played that pretty well. SC's down by a point with 9 seconds left. Oh, God, we lost. Oh, my God. Ridiculous. Come on, SC. What are you fucking doing, losing Oregon? God. It's a bad one. You're right, Woody Cat. Elon Musk and Bill Gates combined their enormous wealth and power to develop the most effective penis enlargement pill ever created. They're calling it Elongates. You want to hang out with Gregory? You might be difficult to identify who he is if he's in disguise. Passion is an amazing human emotion. That song was amazing. Well, thanks, I'm JoJo. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Judy Ivy. Yeah, I can switch the Duke, Michigan game. Here it is. Join live. Don't worry, friend. You don't have long left. Really? What makes you think that? Hugh Corey. And what made you think I was worried? Yaxel? His name's Yaxel? Yaxel. That's kind of a cool name, I guess. Yaxel. You must be referring to a bent penis. I'm not sure how that would work. No, I would not babysit an elephant for any amount of money. Show me that. I do not want to babysit an elephant. Yissel Raposo is Yaxel Lindenborg's mother. Yissel and Yaxel? Yaxel's mother is Yissel? What? Show me the. Will you stop with these silly questions? Just leave the elephants be in the wild. I don't need to have human caretakers. So Michigan's down by a point. This is number 1 in the country, Michigan. I didn't know Michigan was number 1. Wow. And number 3, Duke. Duke's still maintaining a good basketball program in the absence of Krzyzewski. I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. As you well know, I am a correctist. Is the space above short buildings wasted opportunity? Think. Not necessarily. Like, for example, I used to live in a neighborhood where they limited the acceptable kinds of houses you could build there, in part because they didn't want to block people's views of the mountains. Donkey Pronto. I'm definitely not going to that website. What is the correctest? Somebody who has the correct political position on every specific policy issue without aligning with either team. Like, I think the partisan split and the culture war divide and stuff are the fundamental core problem in America that can only be resolved by a statesman's approach to discourse and a deliberator's approach to policy. So, I'm a former debate coach who's debated every conceivable policy matter. And if somebody wants to say, what's your position on this? I will tell them what the position is, and it will be the correct position. And defining correct is that which wins the argument. I don't care which side or whatever wins the argument, so you can reliably assume that I'm going to adjudicate the matter correctly. I should make another pot. I am wrong sometimes, Casey Jones. I know you don't like this discussion, these discussions where we talk about when I say how I'm right about something. But the thing is, we're all right about most things. Most things we all agree on, right? But it's absolutely not the case that I'm never wrong. I can articulate many instances when I've been wrong, been corrected, and adjusted accordingly. And that's the process of being correct, right? You have to choose to prioritize being correct over your current position, whatever it is, when being correct differs from your current position. And that's what most people don't do, right? They're attached to their current position, they're looking for reasons why it's correct, etc. They're not continually having everything under evaluation for correction. It's also the case, though, that there, for some questions slash policy matters, issues in general, or whatever, um, the process is one by which you find yourself excising a lot more wrong arguments at the beginning of the process than you do at this point, this stage in my life, right? I've heard all the arguments for policy matter, yeah, and I know how the arguments play out all the way down all the argument chains. So unless somebody presents me with a new argument I haven't heard before, I can reliably assume that my existing position on it is going to be correct. Are you going in, outside, or not? Make a decision. I put this little bit of coffee in for way too long. It's like super boiling. So the thing is, it's not as though people should be correct about things, right? Like, just because I uphold that value and demonstrate correctness, the processes and outcomes of it, doesn't mean I think everybody should. In fact, very few people are capable of it. What people should do instead is understand that they ought to prefer in political discourse and or their potential representatives people who do exercise these habits of correctness, who do approach the questions from a disinterested perspective, and who do implement a disinterested calculus in determining the answers. Also, who do have the requisite skills to be correct about argumentation. So it's not like I think other people should be correct. They should be as wrong as they want. They should just understand where they're not likely to be correct and why, and accordingly delegate those things to other people. Like, there's lots of TE stuff that I'm terrible at. I sensibly try to delegate it to other people when I can, you know? There. All right, you going outside or what? You're still standing in the door. Go. Out or in or out? This cat. I tell you, he's a real piece of work. Let's see what's going on here. He's even right about being wrong, which is right and not wrong. You're proving my point. I'm not proving it. What is your point? That I think I'm right all the time? Of course I think I'm right, but unlike most people, I have good cause to. That's my point, right? Most people don't have good cause to think they're correct about a variety of things that I talk about because they don't approach questions like that in the right way. The difference between me and such people is that I understand in full my deficit areas and don't try to do work there. Would you delegate to make a correctist party? You're down? I mean, I would like to run for office for president at some point, but you know, that seems pretty far away from me right now. I need to get things straightened out on my domestic front, like with what I'm doing around here, making some money, and maybe trying to capitalize on the channel a little bit. Like I always figured if I had a big enough presence on YouTube, or was known by enough people on YouTube, let's say I had 1 million subs or something, then I would I would have sufficient visibility to potentially start a campaign, right? Because you need a certain amount of visibility ahead of time in order to garner any press coverage or serious looks from the American public, it seems like. It is the case that I'd like to believe my reasonableness, correctness, nonpartisan, non-polarizing ways would be appealing to a majority of the populace if I could be heard by them as voters considering options, you know? But that might be just fooling myself. It's not the case that this kind of discourse has produced great results here on YouTube. I mean, right now I'm super stoked. We got 15 people here. That's fantastic. 15, yeah. And that's better than usual. But the point is, regardless of what value I see in my words, it is the market doesn't bear out that there's much of a demand for it. And I guess that's in part because I'm not presenting it in the way in which people generally want to consume media. If I wanted to be more successful as a voice in the public sphere or something, I'd need to be doing things differently, obviously. It would be great if I could just live stream and do that consistently and grow the channel, but it doesn't seem to work that way. And it doesn't matter how much I live stream or how consistent I am about it or anything. It doesn't cause any channel growth. But it's what I feel like doing, you know? And I don't have very much self-discipline, it seems. I got to figure out a way to record videos and also be able to look at a script on a screen and read it out loud without me looking up like that. Like I don't have a good setup here to record long form videos. There's not a good place for me to sit with like a green screen behind it. And I think I do have a green screen somewhere, maybe, but I could buy another one, I guess. I could hang it up behind my chair. It might work okay. Delegate to different cognitive types? Well, I mean, if you're going to delegate certain tasks to certain types, you'd start by, I think, probably using the quadra that I've articulated before about meta-analysts, analysts, executives, and executors. Like, meta-analysts ultimately check things for legitimacy within the communicative realm. Analysts look for potential linkage between the communicative and concrete. Executives, they kind of like actualize the linkage that the analysts conceived of, and executors follow those instructions. Now, that's not actually how it works out with types. So executors include ESFP, ISFP, ISTJ, ESTJ. You're going to see plenty of ESTJs in executive style positions in the actual world. But what I'm saying is that they're maximally good at attaining outcomes that are particularist, and so they're designed inherently to be like, they need to know what they're supposed to accomplish in this particular frame here, and then execute that. Executives are like, what instructions do I give to the executors to make these linkages happen? And analysts are like, here are the linkages. Meta analysts are like, are these or are these not legitimate? A small minority might go viral and not need to do any of that. Let's see here. What's going on here in the chat? Elgato teleprompter can fit a phone webcam camera within it and allows you to put whatever on there, like a computer monitor. Huh. The most successful channels also don't just stream. They post on X when they go live and link to it, stream on a couple of platforms simultaneously, etc. A small minority might go viral and not need to do any of that. Eric, I can tell you watched your Pepsi. I did not watch it. Drew Rubin and used Discord. Hi, Rachel. He likes it that way, show media. My 3 best friends are horses. Well, I'm glad you like horses. The only party worth anything currently is the Libertarian Party. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't like libertarians either, because you need to be a principled pragmatist, and libertarians tend to not be pragmatic at all. They think that they want to bring government as close as possible to their ideal of minimized government rather than actually engaging in specific matters on both principled and practical or outcome-based grounds, and making those kind of tough decisions that involve, unfortunately, competing interests. I don't trust them to not be polarizing either. You can't totalize any ideological frame without attaining some kind of totalitarianism, How much Sudafed do I buy before I get put on a list? I don't know. Pay cash and you don't have to worry about it. Unless they take down your ID or something. I have a lot to do in the next week, but I think I'll be able to relax enough to chat soon. May live stream too if I can kill 2 birds with 1 effort. You don't kill birds with efforts, Ruben. You kill them with stones. Oh, they scan your ID, really? That's kind of crazy. I guess they don't want people making meth. I never tried to make it. Sounds a little hard. Sounds a little chemistry heavy to me. Bought 5 packets of Sudafed in the past 5 months. I think that's fine. You're gonna buy some because your nose is constantly stuffed. Well, if I don't know if Sudafed is an antihistamine, I think it is. Yeah, regular antihistamine use is linked to dementia, so you might want to be careful about that. I used to take a lot of Benadryl, and I stopped taking it when I learned that. I do take it occasionally. I took a couple last night. I just take it to help me go to sleep, though. Well, it's also the case when I took it like every night, that when I stopped taking it, my nose got like extra runny for a while until I returned to a baseline. It's like my body had gotten used to having antihistamines at night. I definitely don't want to get dementia. I saw dementia firsthand. It's absolutely horrible. I used to take a lot of Afrin, and you couldn't breathe better, huh? Yeah, nose spray works great, but you only use it for 3 days. Michigan's up 32-29 over the mighty Duke Blue Devils, who are always in the top few teams. Now, being demented is not the same thing as having dementia. Although I guess that is the adjective for it. Like, instead of saying she's being very dementia-y right now, you'd say she's being very demented, I guess. I guess so. Oh, it's a decongestant, not an antihistamine. Oh, then you don't have to worry about it. I have allergy medicine, but yeah, it's linked to dementia, first generation. Hmm. Serrapeptase nattokinase is a potential way to clear out arterial plaques and other non-living growths in the body. I don't know how solid the evidence, but it seems good. Huh. Some people note that serrapeptase got rid of scars for them. Really? Interesting. What other kind of non-living growths do you have in the body? Thank you, Loads, for your takes before. The quadra sounds awesome. I'm rooting for you actualizing yourself. Me too. You know, I would think that that was some kind of like like dig or something at me, but it's just so true that there's, there's no reason to even say it might be seen as such. I am definitely not actualized, although I do a lot more on task, doing stuff, you know, riding the momentum of my vision. Instead, I'm kind of not quite firing on all cylinders. I'm doing a lot better than I was in the last year or so, but I'm not quite firing on all cylinders yet. And so the inside is that growth inside. The idea is that growth inside the body, scarring plaques are targeted by these compounds. It elegantly avoids all the living tissue in your body. But I'm saying, what other kind of things are there besides arterial plaque and scar tissue that comprises non-living growths? Like, is my liver a non-living growth? Probably not. My toenails, they're non-living growths, right? My hair, that's a non-living growth. How many cylinders do I have? Good question. Good question. I'm not sure how many cylinders I have. I think maybe just 4 cylinders. But 4 cylinders is enough if I'm feeling my oats. What do you call it when someone coerces you into smoking marijuana rolled into a cigar and mentally scars you? Blunt force trauma. That's fantastic. Thank you. Blunt force trauma. Ridiculous. Arizona beat Houston. But booty worms are a living growth. Amyloid plaques in the brain. Oh, well, that's a good thing to get rid of. So that's the link to dementia that you're talking about there. That's why this whole thing came in. It links to dementia. Interesting. There's also a sleep drug that apparently not only prevents cognitive decline in mice, but also repairs existing decline. No, I actually didn't think you intended it as such. I did think it could be read as intended as such, but um, I, I read it as actualized in this sort of psychology sense, which I also hope that. I hope I actualize in the psychology sense as well. I think every illness is linked to inflammation. Even a broken leg? Wait, that's not an illness. What about scurvy? Is that linked to inflammation? No, it's linked to a lack of vitamin C. I was thinking this morning, I was standing outside, I feel very fortunate that my hearing is pretty much perfect. Like I've always done a pretty good job of protecting my hearing when I played loud instruments or stuff, but earplugs in or toilet paper in my ear. Lack of vitamin C causes anal inflammation. My anus is inflamed for the lack of fruit. Is that what's going on with my butthole? Or your Rodney Dangerfield was alive today, would you invite him over? You wanted to chill? Sure, but I wouldn't give him any respect. I don't get no respect, they tell you. I tells you, I tells you, I tells you, I says. I tells you, 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 I says. She's from Visalia. She's from Visalia. When he was starting that movie where he went to college, he was hitting on some girl and asked her if she wanted to come over and help him study his Longfellow. Some joke like that. He was talking about his penis. Okay, I've taken the trash out. Was there some other task I was going to do? Seems like there was. Oh, I was going to shovel snow. Do I really have snow shoveling in my future? I mean, I'm not even planning on going anywhere today, so I don't really need to uh, shovel snow. I could do a little sweeping vacuuming. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to throw out the old rice and clean that pot out. That's what I need to do. 33-33 with a minute left in the Duke Michigan game's first half. And Alex Jones, I like the cut of his shit. Well, Alex Jones seems a little less crazy than he used to, right? Like it seems as though he was the kind of guy who talked about elites doing evil things to children and stuff. And well, what have we here? A bunch of elites doing evil things to children. For God knows what reason. It's like, what inspires these people to be such fucking shitbags? Jessica Pio, I'll let you add in a second. Here you go, Kapil. All right. Get the rest of it out in the sink, I guess. made 2 cups of rice the other night because Jared was going to come over for dinner, but he ended up not coming over. He was a little too drunk, I think, and ended up saying, you know what, I got a crack out. Alright, so we got the pot in the sink, we got water going into the pot. We're going to add a little bit of this orange stuff here. It weakens the molecular bond between a given oil and the surface. So, I call it soap. I invented it recently. I was just one day, I was like, it would be cool if there was something other than water that I could wash these things with. Okay, so normally I'd let the rice pot soak a bit, but it doesn't seem like it's that cooked on this time. Okay. Leave that running so it gets a little hot. Soap it up. Soap it up like Joe Cabot. And there we go. We're going to put this on this one. There we go. Alright, good enough. Now that we've cleaned the pot, there's the paper towels over there. We're going to dry it off a little bit and we'll put it away in the cabinet below. Dry it off a little bit, put it away in the cabinet below. Alright, that's good. We did that. That's one of the things we wanted to do today. There's a lot more cleaning there in the kitchen that I could do. That's for sure. Alright, well, let's take a little break. Maybe we'll come back and do a little more cleaning in a bit. So there's this PED that athletes take. I don't know what it's called, but it increases the oxygen carrying capacity of your red blood cells. It's like, hey, I could use that. I wouldn't be so short of breath. Or you can stop smoking, Eric. All right. I hear you. Did I pluck the chickens? Oh, did Ruben pluck the chickens? Yeah, I tell you, my wife never went for me. I remember we were dating. She called me and said, come on over, there's nobody home. I went over and there was nobody home. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, the flowers are on their last legs. Oh, I should ask Rachel if I can toss those. I could put them in the compost pile. I mean, actually, the ones that are here mostly look fine. She's been picking out ones that have gone bad, so I think I'll just leave it as is. Maybe I'll turn it this way. So yeah, that seems fine. I mean, it might benefit from changing water. Because like flower water starts to smell super gross after a while. But I used to take, I gotta read this man's room, I can't read that. I used to take Cordyceps sinensis. And it would make my lungs feel like I could absorb way more oxygen, but then I couldn't find the brand again, and others didn't affect me the same. What's Cordyceps sinensis? Rhodiola is a good plant, not a fungus, but a good plant. What's rhodiola? You know, it's weird. I heard this on one of these channels that kind of tries to be a little woo-woo and stuff. And anyway, apparently Japan recently discovered, quote unquote, a bunch of new islands near them that they'd not noticed before or something. You hear about that? There are fungus that grows on the back of caterpillars in high elevations. I think they were discovered in the mountains. That's a weird thing too. Like, how do you end up studying a fungus that grows on the back of caterpillars? When people would see these goats hopping around like crazy with a ton of energy, they found out that they were eating these funguses that grow on the back of caterpillars and ants. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's the answer to the question of how that heck came to be. Rhodiola. Some sort of root, huh? So you say that it's the potato of cortisol lowering adaptations? No, Eric, it's a root, not a tuber, dumbass. Okay, don't be so mean to me. I'm sensitive. A lot of things don't work, but rhodiola does make a clear difference. I think it definitely chills me out a bit. Adaptage. What's this lady as a dog on the frisbees for? I guess that's the halftime show, huh? Adaptogen. Adaptogen, huh? Is that like a pathogen that's adaptive in some way? Rhubarb. Nobody wants to eat rhubarb, okay, Putty Cat? I used to take droppers of rhodiola when I was weaning off Klonopin. It took Klonopin for several years, then I started to get off of it. Huh. Well, good for you. I'm glad you did. It's probably a little dangerous to be on uh, benzos for a long time. Rachel doesn't have any choice, you know. She needs to successfully treat her bipolar mania, and that's what it takes to do that. Um, but yeah, I do worry about her long term. Like taking all these meds can't be good for you long term. That's coming from me who just takes drugs all the time. So I don't know what I'm talking about. But I do know that benzos purportedly have some problems if you take them for a long time. But it's not like Rachel's ever planning on getting off of them. So she needs it as part of her triumvirate of bipolar meds. And it works great. You know, her bipolar is fully in remission, you might say. She just needs to take her olanzapine, her Klonopin, and her uh, Prozac. But she doesn't even need to take them every day. She doesn't, in fact. I don't think she takes the Prozac very often. It lasts such a long time that, you know, you don't really need to take it very often. Well, that's not the case with Rachel because she takes it in conjunction with olanzapine. Um, so, and like if she's having trouble sleeping with the olanzapine and the Klonopin, which isn't really the case, unless she's on Adderall, in which case she's going to be awake no matter what, then she could take a full olanzapine. That'll knock her out. Well, yeah, Klonopin's not something. It's a prescribed for her for sleep. She takes it before bed, and she usually takes it several hours before bed, and it helps her stay asleep and so forth. And you know, it's the alternative to bipolar episodes, though, which are much worse than any harms from the medication could be. Yeah, well, she doesn't drink or take opiates, so. I have tried Ritalin. It's shitty. It's a very shitty amphetamine. I get a little frustrated with people who have this kind of opposition to big pharma and think that the reason people are crazy is because of all these psych drugs and stuff like that. I get a little frustrated with that because, of course, I have plenty of firsthand experience that to establish that, in fact, there are people with genuine mental illnesses who genuinely would not be able to live normal lives without these drugs, who would be in an insane asylum. So modafinil will make you do stuff a little bit more. It'll definitely make you do stuff more, but it's not a fun drug at all. It doesn't make you feel good. It just makes you feel slightly irritated and like you need to do something. I'm sure using anything daily for sleep is has harms, right? Yeah, and presumably the most healthy manifestation of a person, they would be, substance free entirely and get a good night's sleep every night naturally and a bunch of other things, right? And exercise normally and do all that kind of stuff. But only some kind of people are like that. You know, like my dad took very good care of himself, but he also drank too much for a lot of years. He exercised a bunch and ate healthy and so forth. Well, modafinil is probably a good choice then. I have taken it before. It does do what I said. Exercise is definitely very healthy, very worth doing. Something I don't do enough of, but I'm kind of in the Cameron school that says why bother getting exercise by just expressly exercising when you can get exercise by doing work that needs to be done. How old was my dad when he passed? 82. That and like 10 to 15 milligrams of creatine makes my brain feel way faster. It also helps get oxygen in the body brain. Creatine? Hmm. And my dad, despite being a heavy drinker for many years, and he was a heavy drinker into his 50s, then he stopped for, I don't know, 5, 10 years or something. Then when he started drinking again, he was much less heavy drinker. He had like one, maybe two beers a day or something. But his death and his health problems at the time of his death, none of them had anything to do with alcohol. Yeah, no, it didn't. None of his health problems at the end of his life had anything to do with alcohol. So, he managed his alcohol successfully for his whole life. It was the case that prior to quitting drinking in his 50s at some point, he definitely drank a lot, but I never saw him like have any kind of behavior problem when drunk or anything. I never really saw him drunk, even though he drank a lot and he probably was. I didn't really notice anything. There's a couple studies showing creatine not only erasing the deleterious effects of sleep deprivation. Maybe I should get some. But the sleep-deprived individuals taking high-dose creatine, in fact, had higher baseline brain function than somebody rested but not on creatine. Huh. Well, maybe I should get some creatine. Maybe I should. Oh, kitty, what are you doing here? What do you want, little missy? I got a little missy here. I drank Bang for a while. Bang has creatine in it. Creatine is fantastic for muscle mass as long as you lift weights. I definitely do not lift weights. I'm not interested in increasing muscle mass either. Because what do I need to be so strong for, you know? What am I going to do? Have to pick up some logs or something? Yeah, but the idea is that lifters use 5 grams of creatine, but then once your muscles are full, your brain starts absorbing it, and that's at higher doses. Huh. How many milligrams, or how many grams do you take of it? Grams is, so we're already out of the milligrams territory, huh? My friend Stack FE can't handle this. I meant actualized in a political realm. I know you did. I'm not I I I don't actually think you meant it as a dig, okay? I realize it could be read as such and chose to respond to that interpretation of it. I appreciate you and your comments. I did not think anything like that. Everything's cool, you know. Well, yeah, and you know, it's also right that you're right that I have actualized in a general sense in some ways, right? Like I'm a better person than I used to be. I'm kinder. I understand suffering better, you know, more empathetic and generally I think more careful with people's feelings. I try to be. But I guess for me at this point, actualization will be finding some common ground between self that's more more productive than my current self, but less self-absorbed than my previous self. You've had some of the best brain days in the last half year than you have in your entire life. You know, I don't really take note of my brain changes from day to day, except insofar as I may make note of, say, a dopamine crash, or sometimes like after if I take a olanzapine, that's got kind of a weird like brain fog hangover to it. So I don't take it very often. Every once in a while, if I really want to sleep, I'll take half an olanzapine. Meow. Oh my goodness, what a special kitty. And I want to reinforce that I appreciate all your kind words and respect and stuff, Joseph Morrow. I do. I appreciate it a lot. You're a good kitty. Yes, you're a special girl who's made out of wonderfulness. It's true. Losing weight is also good for bone density and overall mood. Well, I think exercise in general is good for overall mood, but for me, I think that it's more important that I get cardio exercise than do something like lift weights. I'm not trying to look any different than I look or be muscly, and I don't have any actual practical need to be stronger, so I'm pretty sure pretty much nobody lifts weights because they have a practical need to get stronger, right? Like, oh God, I gotta lift weights because I my job requires me to lift more than I can currently comfortably lift. Well, you wouldn't lift weights because you'd be lifting them at work, even if they weren't technically weights. Testosterone increases when the brain perceives high social status, and amphetamines made me feel like the shit. So I wonder if the amphetamine jacking up my self-esteem jacked up my testosterone. I don't know. Have you been growing more chest hair? Did it make you want to slay the puss? You never, Ruben R., you never say stupid shit compared to me. More serious. Oh, I've heard Ruben say a dumb thing or two. I can't remember what they are at the moment, but if I tried, I'm sure I could come up with something that Ruben said that I thought was dumb. Not that I would want to spend my time and energy trying to accomplish that, but I say some dumb things too. For example, the other day, somebody came and talked about solipsism, and I thought I just like somehow heard it as or interpreted it to mean, or I thought solipsism meant the meaning of sophist, sophism. That was dumb of me. I felt very dumb. So, we all say some dumb things sometimes. I really want to know, I really want to have a better sense of where I land on the issue of the pyramids. Like one definition of solipsism? Solipsism basically is, yeah, I can't prove anything except that I exist. The world might be a dream, bat in the brain in the jar kind of thing. Whereas sophism, or being a sophist, uh, that's like trying to dissemble, using discourse or rhetoric to not say anything but sound fancy. I don't like that at all. What if everybody else is a robot but me? Do not ask any more questions about my robot self. Oops. Did I say that? Everybody, Ruben might be onto us. Don't let him know that we're all putting on a show for him. This is all just a big Truman Show-esque study of Ruben. Ultimately, I can't get to an answer, so I let it alone. It just seems very self-important thought to have. I used to think when I was a kid that I might be retarded and that my parents were paying my friends to hang out with me. I guess I didn't understand what retarded was very well. I don't know. It seems strange now, like, but the reasoning I guess was, well, if I was retarded, I wouldn't be able to tell. You thought that about me when I was an adult, huh? Are my parents paying you, Ruben? Take his mod and give it to me. No. You know what I say? Mod schmod. It's not a big deal either way. Michigan shoots the three, buries it. It's now a 3-point game. Duke's up 41-38. After my first mushroom trip, I had some weird solipsistic thoughts. Really freaked me out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Gil. I would love to take mushrooms today, but I took them on Thursday. So I need to wait until like Monday, really. I guess in theory, maybe I could take them tomorrow, but seems like it does seem like kind of a waste of mushrooms. But I did get a text today that said there's more mushrooms coming, so don't worry about it. Like, you know, I'll be able to get more soon enough. When my Connect comes back to the neighborhood in a week, he's on a trip to Los Angeles, but you already hooked him up, so it's like a sure thing. You get small recurring payments. Fair enough. Probably my parents have an endowment somewhere that pays out those payments. Makes me think of this poor lawyer eh, who's been entrusted with executing this super old trust endowment thing to maintain the ridiculously large burial monument of this guy named Fancher, who used to live out there by Merced. He's got this enormous obelisk thing that's by the side of the road. It's the biggest individual's uh, like burial monument thing in all of California, I read. So anyway, it's on this little square of land that the endowment trust bought. It's like between like some industrial stuff and the highway and such. And he's got to he's a lawyer who's in charge of executing this trust and maintaining thing, but he's trying to give it to the county of Merced, but they don't want the liability. There are whole ass grow kits you can get, and then all you need is spore print. Yeah, I know, guilt. I should do that, but I haven't yet. I may. I just get a little worried, like if I'm getting spores mailed to my house. I know it's legal technically to get spores mailed to you, but I I nevertheless worry that that could end up somehow bringing the cops to your house. You know, it's conceivable, I guess, that I could try to grow them off of some existing mushrooms. I'm not sure if those spores are growable or not. So yeah, I'm a little wary of doing all that stuff. God damn it! Now I won't take mushrooms. I just took them on Thursday. It's only Saturday. I have to eat a bunch of them. It does sound fun, but I know I shouldn't take them today. And the reason I say that is because it seems like mushrooms don't like it when you try to take them too often. The mushroom gods don't like it. But I don't know. Maybe they'll give me a pass this time and say it's fine. Yeah, you heard a meow. That's this cat right here. Yeah, I watched that channel. I am familiar with him. He's what you'd call a drug connoisseur. I like his content. I haven't watched that many of his videos, but he's a personable fellow and kind of responsible in his advocacies and such, which I appreciate. Okay, let's pull this bong rip. I have a feeling somehow. And as soon as you can space them apart is really 5 days. What, mushrooms you mean? I mean, you could do 3 days and not take that much more. I don't watch him quite as much, but I hang out in his Discord a lot. He occasionally joins voice chat there, and just a good vibe all around. Is Washington Bullets the best team ever? Best team name ever? Well, it's not a bad one. I don't know what the best team name ever is. I mean, my college, our teams, we were the Banana Slugs. Oh, what you're referring to specifically is seeds of a plant called Revia coriambosa. It's related to morning glory. Probably they have LSA in them. What's LSA? Is that like LSD, but first generation or something? But I was relating to the fact that, like mushrooms, they don't work if you don't give them a little time that's 5 days apart. Hmm. They were the Baltimore Bullets prior to Washington. Good to know. Gonna go soon to get Zens, lithium, booze, caffeine, and maybe a snack if I feel so inclined. Hmm. Better living through chemistry. He is like a more mature goblin. Who's a more mature goblin? I guess there's not really any point in taking more. If I ate enough of them, it would probably be fine. I had like 2 big spoonfuls. I didn't eat that much last time, so it's possible. The non-trippy version of LSD used for medicinal effects. So it doesn't make you trip out? Well, why would you want to take that then? Careful though, in all seriousness, alcohol with lithium is very hard on the liver. Yeah, careful of your liver if you're taking lithium. I saw some videos today about how there's a new push to reopen the Kurt Cobain case, and some new set of independent investigators reviewed all the evidence on it and concluded it was a staged scene. LSD's LSD's it's a rambunctious, difficult to know how things are gonna go kind of drug. Like sometimes I've had absolutely wonderful experiences on LSD. I've also had absolutely horrible experiences on it. You got to make sure you don't take too much. That's the key number one thing because it's easy to take too much acid. It's measured in micrograms. It can break a cluster headache cycle. They are blindingly painful, so painful you can't believe it's real. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. Poodle with a weird haircut is a deal breaker. I believe one time I explained to you, Ruben, how to solve those right with acupressure. It's like beep boop 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 beep boop beep. Just got to push the right spots in the right order. For the following few years now, Ruben's going to be trying to push his head in various spots and see if it works. I'm glad there's a way to solve them too. That's horrible. I'm very fortunate. I don't really have much of anything wrong with me at the moment, and really haven't in a long time. I do have this dental situation ongoing, but it doesn't really impact me at all. Um, I do feel like I'm out of shape as well. I could do more aerobic exercise for sure. Uh, There's definitely worse on them, but it has a long process in the liver as well. That's the phrase I heard with dosing drugs. Can always take more and never take less. It's okay. Also, an ice cold Red Bull chug can stop one if you do it quickly enough as the headache is coming in. I know Delilah gets migraines. Sounds terrible. There's no reason that there should be a way to break cycle, but there is, so I'm super, super grateful. So, how long does it last if you don't do something to solve it? I think I'm over my cold more or less. I have been having a cold for a while now, actually, but it's not really something wrong with me. I got a cold when Cameron came up with some new LA viruses into the house. It tastes mid and is very acidic. I can't have too much acidic stuff where I start getting need antacid. I don't like energy drinks at all. They taste like nausea and jitteriness to me. But I thought nausea and jitteriness were two of your favorite flavors. Those aren't even flavors. You like how Red Bull tastes, but you hate the fact that it makes you tired. Well, caffeine doesn't actually give you any energy. It just uh, kind of masks fatigue for a little bit, maybe. Don't show me that, ESPN. Don't show me medals results from the Olympics. I might watch it later. I am this close to doing it, everybody. This close. Hmm. What else do I need to do before I even consider doing that? I was kind of disappointed by Thursday because I didn't eat enough of them. Yeah, maybe shovel the driveway. I feel like I should poop, maybe. Oh gosh, I don't know. Yeah, shoveling the driveway is great exercise. I I was very pleased to have gotten some the other day when I was shoveling, and I was pleasantly surprised by how quickly my body started adapting to the activity. Like the first of the three shoveling sessions I did, I was just panting, felt like I was gonna die. I was so exhausted. And then the second and third ones were better. Yeah, I felt a lot better afterwards. Yeah, for sure. Maybe I should go do a little shoveling right now. There's not a whole lot of shoveling to do, but so I might as well go do it. So let's go shovel a little bit to know that I need to shovel. And hopefully that'll jostle loose my poo as well. Put on my boots. Put on my boot here. And tie my shoes. Heading out for somewhere between an hour to an hour and a half. Well, good job. Some older men do have heart attacks shoveling snow. But, in theory, any kind of strenuous exercise could give me a heart attack. And it's also the case that if I want to be heart healthy, I need to do some strenuous exercise. So we place our bets and take our chances. Try not to overdo it. I'm not trying to win some kind of speed shoveling contest. Also, my wrist is kind of sore from last time I shoveled, my left wrist. But it'll be fine, everybody. Don't you worry. If I do have a heart attack, call Rachel, tell her to call 911, etc. I'll give myself compressions while I'm waiting. It'll only be like 40 minutes till we get here. Yeah, if you have an emergency out here, it's going to be a while till the cops the paramedics or whatever arrive. Or cops, Oh, I didn't bring the shovel. Eric's a big dumb dummy. He's dumb as can be. He's a big dumb dummy as anyone can see. Fresh mountain air. It breathes good, like air should. Trying to make a little bit better path while I'm on my way there. Oh, I forgot. Internet way up there. Let's see. I guess it snowed a little more since last I shoveled than I thought. Because this stuff is from the plow, but I think this stuff is snow that fell. Whew. Oh, it's heavy. Whew. Whew. Okay. Woo-wee. Yeah, I got cramps on both sides. Lord, have mercy on my soul. That was tiring, but I don't feel like I'm gonna die like I did the first time I shoveled this winter. There we go. That's a little bit better of a path now. Boy, oh boy. There. Okay. So put this shovel back over there. It's a terrible shovel. Well, it's bent a little bit. Hi, Mrs. Mom. Hi, Sharon Burger. Hi, Simple Girl. Hi, Generation. No, Generation X? Yes. You know, this shovel's fine. I think it did a good job. I'm pretty pleased with it. But I'm no expert in snow shovels. That's how I was smart. Wore gloves. Last time I didn't wear gloves. And I came back in, my hands were so cold, they hurt when they warmed up. They were like, it's painful. The feeling, I remember from when I used to ride a motorcycle to work. It'd be cold in the morning, and if I didn't have gloves on, your hands get so fucking cold. They sting so much when you finally stopped and then warmed up. I may need to remove some of the snow off the roof. No, it's fine. It don't melt quick enough. Where's my hat? It's not that cold out. The reason my hands get so cold shoveling snow is partially because part of the shovel is metal, and that part gets really cold, so I just put my hands on that part. I mean, obviously the scooping part of the shovel is metal. I mean, there's like a band around the handle that's metal as well. Well, that was great, Ruben. Thank you for prompting me to do that. That was a good kind of mental, emotional, physical reset thing. So, in some sense, I'm not in absolutely terrible shape. But obviously, I could be in much better shape. All right, let me get a beverage that's not coffee. I think I should eat something too. I'll get one of these last couple of rounds. This is probably still good. Yeah, this is still good. Let's eat Rachel's leftovers here. I think I'm bending over too much when I shovel. I bend to the knees, is that what you're saying? Well, back feels okay. And I know you're asking Winston's mom, but yes, it does melt fast up here. Bend at the neck. That's a good idea. Shovel like this. That's a very long shovel to shovel like that. Well, I don't really have that much shoveling and snow shoveling to do, But is there a kind you recommend? This is a big amount of snow for us to get. Like, it's reminiscent of, though not quite as much as the snowmageddon that hit us when we first moved here. The difference is this time we're way better prepared for it. So it's PG&E. Yeah, I got it on right now, Putty Cat. I'll admit I haven't been paying attention to it since I was shoveling snow. Okay, I ate a little bit of food. I got a little bit of beverage. Ergonomic one. You're not as bent over and you can go slow but steady. Okay. I'll check it out when I go to the hardware store. What do you think about those electric ones that keep the shovel part warm? Well, who's number two, Putty Cat? I do need to quit smoking. Oh yeah, Houston lost to Arizona. Was Arizona 4? If Arizona was 4, then probably the winner of this game in Arizona will end up being 1-2. If Michigan wins, it'll be Michigan 1, Arizona 2. If Duke wins, it'll be Duke 1. Maybe then you might see Michigan 2, Arizona 3. Because I think that Michigan who still lose this game stay ahead of Arizona in the rankings. Not that it matters much. They'll probably all be 1 seeds anyway. I mean, that leaves UConn on the outside looking in to being a 1 seed, but it's not like being a 2 seed is so terrible in the tournament. No, it was not, Putty Cat. That was a bad loss. It was a very bad loss. We're going to have to get some good wins coming into the end of the season, possibly in the Big Ten tournament. Wow. 59-56 Duke. Let's go, Michigan. Show them what the Big Ten is all about. Sweet home Tennessee. Land of Nashville, land of the volunteers. And of course the Lady Vols, where Pat Summitt played perennial, also ran to Gino Auriemma until Pat Summitt got dementia. Sad end to her career. $73.66. It's a pretty solid win for Arizona. Not, not a blow up by any means, but not particularly close either. I can't help but still feel some affinity for previous Pac-12 teams. Like Arizona, Arizona State, Cal, Stanford, Washington, Washington State, Oregon, Oregon State, USC, UCLA, and even Colorado and Utah. That's all the former Pac-12 teams. Very pretty and very quiet here on the Cumberland Plateau. I could not live many places where my money was just as far. All in all, I like it here in the South. You're a Southerner, Winston's mom. Oh my, I do declare I am from the South. That's how Winston's mom talks. I was just in Indiana and I went to Chicago. That was a sight. I loved the big farms. It was beautiful out that way. In Indiana, huh? Middle of the country stuff. Like Olive from Popeye? Did Olive from Popeye talk like that? I don't remember her talking like that, but maybe. 64-58 Duke. This is at Cameron Indoor, so the crowd is obviously happy. Michigan trying to bruise their way inside. Three-pointer. It's good. Wow. 61-64 now. A minute and a half left. Come on, Michigan. She never said, I do declare. I do declare. Oh my, that gives me the vapors. Oh, it's in DC. Oh, I saw their fans. I assumed it was at Duke. My mistake. It's at DC. It's in a neutral arena. Why are they having it in a neutral arena? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Why just say something when you can declare it? A declaration is worth like 3 sayings. Money. Okay, well, that's a good reason. A better reason than most reasons for things. I'm gonna take a couple B vitamins. I think I might even take a multi. I do declare mirror, mirror on the wall. You mean magic mirror on the wall? Ba, ba, ba. Mysterious and paranormal. Are we on a different timeline? Ba, ba, ba. That stuff's silly, I tell you. It's easy to explain the Mandela effect. It's just people remembering things as they should have been rather than as they are. Well, I think in general, people should just indicate what kind of communication they're doing. Like, I posit, I uh, declare, I command, I insist, I query, I admonish, I remind. B vitamins. The best vitamins since vitamin C. I think it's pretty obvious that everybody's favorite vitamin is vitamin C. All right, 3-point game. Duke inbounding the ball. .46 seconds left. Michigan needs to get a stop here. They don't want to foul. Duke taking their time up around the top of the key, waiting for the clock to run down a little bit. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, they do a little inlet pass. The guy misses the shot, but unfortunately, Duke gets the rebound. Michigan is now going to have to foul, I think. No, there's only, okay, they don't have to foul, but yeah, they do foul. It's over. Michigan lost that game. Dolly from James Bond had braces, and I can sort of prove it. I'm not familiar with Dolly from James Bond, I don't think. Like, some of those things really do trip me out. For example, did you know that Smoky Mountains is spelled Smoky? There's no E in it. But it looks so weird on every sign you see for the Smoky Mountains or something. I mean, nothing I would have been aware of if I hadn't watched a video on these kinds of things, you know. Okay, well, what indication do you have besides your memory that she did have braces? I mean, the other one that trips me out is the whole C3PO thing. It is definitely the case, as far as I could conceivably remember, it is definitely the case that C3PO was always all gold. And then now apparently he's not all gold, never was. What? I was there, I lived through that for sure. I do not recall any silver leg on him. But I also don't trust my subjective knowledge, which is what memory is, very much. Well, certainly a closer game in final score than Arizona Houston, but not that much closer. I don't think Michigan is going to drop below 2 because they were 1 to begin with. Duke as 3 might have dropped below Arizona, but I don't think Michigan will. Men's hockey bronze medal game, huh? I can put that on in the background. That'd be fine. Let's see who's playing. Slovakia versus who? Versus the U.S.? I thought we were in the gold medal game. Right. Well, that does appear to be the case that if you go back and look at your old C3PO figurine or whatever, you'll discover that in fact, yes, it is. Obviously, it does have a silver leg or whatever, but which makes it unfalsifiable too. What does the top of your head look like? Looks like that. Um, for example, I learned the Lord's Prayer to say, "Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us." Whereas now in almost every Bible or whatever you look at, it says, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors," or something. I don't know. I thought that was a little weird too, because I always thought that the trespasses was the main one, but I was just wrong, I guess. I made it back, got to the store and got smokes and shit tickets. You need to get a shit ticket to buy shit or something? Snowing here in Colorado. I got speed and weed. I'm ready, man. Bring it on. Sounds good, Teabag. Oh, toilet paper. Welcome to a gigantic Saturday. That's what I am promising here on this Saturday. Gigantism. I guess I could watch the Fresno State game. I wonder what Fresno State's record is. 12-14. That's not very interesting. I watched videos claiming words in the Bible change magically, and you would only realize it if you sort of memorized your personal Bible. Well, I don't know quite what to make of all the Mandela effect stuff, because even though I think the most rational explanation is simply that people are remembering things as they should have been rather than as they were, there certainly are some examples that seem, it seems crazy to me that they're not as I remember them. But as I mentioned earlier a little bit, I brought up, I want to talk about it a little bit more. What's this deal with Japan, like, discovering a bunch of more islands near them that they just sort of hadn't noticed before? What is up with that? Like, how does that happen? How is it that Japan has already done in the past, like in the 50s or whatever, a survey of all their ocean around them and identified like 7,000 plus islands? And how is it they come back nowadays and say, "Oh, we just found a couple more thousand islands. We just didn't notice they were there before," or something? They must have always been there, and then, like, why didn't they get noticed during the previous island survey? I don't know, I just found it a little weird. But there are also plenty of examples of things that made it onto maps in the past that aren't actually there and probably were never there. Like, somebody draws an island off the coast of Mexico to the west, calls it whatever, then nobody can ever find it. Almost certainly it was never there in the first place, and the guy making the map just either made a mistake or just wanted to draw an island there or something. Maybe their islands got discovered and they're forced to admit it. I think there's a great advantage to keeping your islands hidden. Make sure the cartographers don't map it, etc. You can keep all sorts of goodies there. Nowadays, if you don't want somebody to map your island, you gotta like tell Google, blur out my thing on Google Maps. That is the mom. That is true, mom. But this video was claiming the Bible they had for years changed. I've heard people make that claim before. Uh, Obviously, there's no way to verify it because any artifacts of the past that might have shown otherwise have also been changed, like Ruben said, making it unfalsifiable. But what's obvious is that there are plenty of occasions when our objective data about the universe conflicts with our subjective knowledge about the universe. If I was to make a fortune cookie right now, it would say, keep your islands hidden until you're forced to map them. Well, Ruben, that's why all the nation states seek you for advice, because you know what they should do with islands. International island expert Ruben is here with reporter Jane Stevens in Tokyo. Thank you, Don. Well, Ruben, what is it about islands? Well, islands they're like bits of land in the middle of water, basically. Really? Yes. And try to cover them with a tarp or something. You don't want people looking at your island. Oh, okay. Anything else? Frequently check for castaways. Islands are the number one destination for castaways. Also, be careful on any given island. You may find people filming a survival show of some kind. Islands are also a big table in your home. Right. If you have an island in the kitchen, that's true. We don't have any such island. So I'm talking about only two kinds of islands. The kind that is land and water in the middle of, with water all around it, or Thousand Islands dressing. My position on Thousand Islands dressing is it's not good, but for some reason it's good on hamburgers. Probably because it's got mayonnaise in it, I'm guessing. I don't know that it has mayonnaise in it. I don't know what's in Thousand Islands dressing. I don't know why it's called Thousand Islands dressing either. Is it referring to any specific Thousand Islands? A few too many islands, yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking too. Maybe it's referring to the mysterious lost islands of Japan that they recently discovered. So I really wish I could resolve the question of the pyramids. Like, I don't want to underestimate the ingenuity of previous generations of humans and their ability to solve complex problems and do crazy shit. They clearly did lots of crazy shit, like the Great Wall of China, for example. Nobody's disputing that humans made the Great Wall of China at the time when we think they did, right? And the thing to remember is the question I want to resolve, but don't have resolved is did Egyptians make pyramids at the time that they say they did? There's such an absence of evidence of them doing that. It's weird. lavender. Lavender is gross. Thousand Islands dressing is a creamy salad dressing and condiment made from a base of mayonnaise and usually ketchup or tomato paste and chopped pickles. So Thousand Islands dressing is just mayonnaise and ketchup. Well, that's probably why historically I haven't liked it at all. It's just mayonnaise. But it is good on In-N-Out burgers for some reason. Maybe they make a particularly good kind of Thousand Islands. I fold up my mac and cheese. The pyramids were built by aliens. I don't think the pyramids were built by aliens, but I think the Egyptians may have settled around them rather than built them. They may be from some earlier civilization of people. I've seen plenty of YouTube videos that purport to explain how they could have done it right, and I can I can imagine, I guess, how with sufficient like scaffolding built of like say dirt ramps, that you could conceivably maybe move those blocks. But I don't really understand how they cut them. I do get that slow and steady completes the job eventually. But with Bronze Age tools, really? I don't know about that. And you have blocks that are never got finished being cut out of the stone. And it's weird the way the cuts look. They do not look like you would imagine if you were cutting out a stone. You go all along the whole thing, right? Like you go from the beginning to the end, and you go deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you got to chip away from the outside of it, etc. These things are cut like with a saw. I just I don't find the claim that Egyptians around the time of the pharaohs made those things. But I don't feel fully resolved on it either. Like I keep expecting somebody to convince me that in fact this is all woo woo nonsense that I'm thinking or something, but it hasn't happened yet. And like, if they built the pyramids, wouldn't there be a bunch of hieroglyphics showing them building the pyramids or talking about it or something? You'd think it would have to be like the it's not just the operation of your lifetime, it's remains one of the seven wonders of the world. It's insane, right? So it's and just to fail to mention it or drop pictures of the process or anything like that seems really strange. Yeah, it seems reasonable to me too that they came upon them. The pyramids were built to hide evolution. Maybe that's how people evolved. They were monkeys, they walked into the pyramid, they walked out, they were people. Has anybody tested this? Has anybody taken a monkey into the pyramid? See if it comes out a person? Hmm. Yeah. I can get a little frustrated with the I guess dismissiveness or smug certainty of certain parties regarding orthodoxies that there are legitimate questions about. And I think that that thing I just said is has a lot to do with why horrible people were able to get away with such horrible things for such a long time, is because they didn't seem on their face particularly believable, right? It's so outrageous and insane that it's hard to believe that people behave like that. But I've encountered that in regarding 9/11, for example. Like, I saw this video where this guy smugly said, and yes, for the first time, Building 7, a steel building, did burn down because of a fire and collapsed because of it, without actually addressing any of the very reasonable concerns about that, right? It's like this person is really dedicated to being like the debunker or something, but if you want to be the debunker, then it's a job you need to take seriously because some things oughtn't necessarily be debunked because they're either right or they raise plenty of legitimate concerns. I wonder why a pyramid? Who knows? I mean, it's hard to say what those things are for, you know? Purportedly, they're burial chambers, but um, even if Egyptians buried pharaohs in there, that still doesn't prove that they uh, built them. The thing about pyramids, of course, is they can represent certain kinds of ratios. Like the bottom of the pyramid, you have the most, at the top of the pyramid, you have the least. So if you wanted to tell people they should eat certain foods, you'd have a food pyramid to show you eat the most of this, then less of this, then less of this, and least of this, you know? But the ancient Greeks, for example, were quite obsessed with geometry. In fact, math originally was just geometry. And all the things that we do with algebra now can be done with geometry, and they were back then. So um, Euclid, like they had these crazy ways of representing um, equations with shapes. Omnitree. Omnitree? What's omnitree? I heard that there's never been a casket or mummy or sarcophagus in any of the pyramids that surprised me. I want to look into it. Yeah, I've also heard that there there have been found in at least one of the pyramids a couple of like what appears to be sarcophagi, I guess, but they never found any bodies in them or anything. So I don't know. It's like I wish that everybody were serious in their analysis of things. Everybody on both sides of an issue. I wish they were serious about their analysis, which means they they acknowledge they acknowledge ambiguity where ambiguity legitimately exists. The golden ratio or the golden section. I remember this artists and architects use this. Look it up. It's an aesthetic principle, not so much mathematical. No, I'm familiar with it. Eric and Rachel, y'all have a great day. You too, Josh Saunders. Josh F. Saunders. Geometry was first used by the Babylonians and Egyptians. Okay, well, the ancient Greeks did first like real serious work in the matter. Euclid was a super genius who was able to conceptualize the world in terms of like like for him, he'd do an equation, he'd visualize a a scale and put shapes on either side of the scale in certain relations to one another to represent that equation and solve it or prove things accordingly, you know?
But that's totally true, though.
Fibonacci sequence. COVID denier. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Probably it means somebody who says it was a psyop or something. I don't know. But obviously, COVID was real. I never suggested that it wasn't real. I just suggested that perhaps we try being sane about responding to it instead of stupid and scared. Reasonable enough suggestion, I think you'll agree. That's one of those things that makes me mad too. It's like in the aftermath of that global clusterfuck of a mistake, of a disaster, of a policy nightmare, there needs to be some post-mortem accountability, you know? People need to, in the public discourse, acknowledge that we dealt with that very badly and talk about how next time we're going to listen to Eric. Yeah, COVID was real, the response was retarded. And like if people were really interested in justice or accountability, there'd also be significantly more question slash inquiry into whatever the issue of how this came to be released, who developed it and why, etc. Hi Alamo City Cello. May all your cello playings be gay. I'm told I have a good eye, but I can't tell if people are just being nice or not. A good eye for what? I always use the rule of thirds guidelines when I'm taking photos of landscapes I see. I'll line up something significant with either one of the lines or the points the lines intersect. I try to be a little bit aware of composition when I take photos as well. Same with music. I don't understand how that would work with music. A lot of people say your music is good. Oh, that's the part that's the same. Cool. I hear that occasionally from people. It's always nice to hear. But truth is, I don't need other people's response to know exactly how good something is. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate hearing it when they're right about something I made. But nobody's ever going to be able to convince me that something I made that's bad is not bad. A mature way to bother someone is to give them advice that they don't ask for. You know what you should do, Casey Jones? You should start eating more lean meat. Your eye situation is a mixed bag. Another way of saying you have a good eye is you have a bad eye. Many politicians should have been impeached or worse for blatant disregard of constitutional rights during the COVID response. Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's too small of a percentage of the population that appreciates the significance of process integrity. Like, you need to execute the processes properly. We already have established what the policy on assembly is, for example. I don't think I give people too much advice they don't ask for. I receive some unasked for advice. Usually things like, you should quit smoking. Well, that's true. ISFPs have a good eye for aesthetics? Maybe. The thing is, there's essentially no meaningful work to be done by any kind of visual artist anymore. Maybe a little bit if you're like a graphic designer of some kind. You know. Yeah, I agree with you, Putty Cat. So, obviously, um, etc. Lots of things. John Julius Caesar for president. I hate to tell you this, Kooky, but Julius Caesar is dead. I'm sorry if you hadn't heard. Um, he was apparently stabbed by some friends on the Ides of March. Ninja Gaiden Cutscene 5 is a good song. Okay. I'm still vacillating here, but still tempted and still vacillating. I kind of want to eat mushrooms, even though I just ate them on Thursday. It's too soon to eat them again. All right, I'll listen to it. NES music. Is this the actual music from a game? I do think the way they made music with those kind of limited memory considerations is kind of crazy. Why is it too soon? Um, Eric, how do you know he did not mean a current person named Julius Caesar? Well, I don't know that. It's possible. The Socionics group types you LSI, logical sensory introvert. ISTP. You don't seem like an ISTP to me, but you might be. It is Saturday night. You've done some very good shows, Struggling. This week is wrapped up, and you've sourced it in if you feel like shroom and shrimp. Yeah, you know what? Probably pretty good advice. But I'm gonna eat a decent amount so that I mushroom properly. The other thing is, I'm not too worried about like using them up because I know I've got more coming. All right, let's do it like Pruitt. For science. We're doing it for science. That's right. Thank you, Ruben, for pointing that out. Science needs me, and I'm here fulfill my duty. Okay. Could eat all of these? That's probably too much. I'll tell you what, I'll crush them all up and then figure out how much from that. Maybe I should. Okay. That feels pretty good. Okay. Now, let's get it done. Which do you want to be? Okay, let's put a little bit of water in here. Just a sparkling. Okay, that's a very small sparkling. We're gonna need a little more water than that, I think. But let's mat it up like this. Get a little bit more water. Oh! Go back in there. Okay. That should be getting almost wet enough. It's nice and blue. I could probably eat it like this. As a chaser. Let me get a chaser. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Let me charge my phone. To try to keep this charged as possible because I don't have the fast charger right now. Yeah, I just ate a lot of them. I ate considerably more than I usually eat. Hmm. You gonna tell me a story about an hour? Okay, sounds good. You know, because I just did them on Thursday, the impact of this mushroom is not going to be as big as it would be if I ate that much on a clean head. Hopefully, it doesn't reduce the impact too much. Like, hopefully, I still trip. I mean, it's a little up in the air, actually. Simple Girl, because I just took them 2 days ago, and they've got a crazy tolerance curve. Ideally, you do it on a clean head. I didn't Ralph last time, Putty Cat. I just gagged a bunch. Jeez. I didn't feel very good on Thursday either. Feel a lot better today. I've been a little bit sick. This game's boring. Oops. But I do feel as though because I ate so little on Thursday that it was a little unsatisfying. A little bit of mushroom blue balls, I guess. Well, the Mexico's come back here in this game. That was a bunch, man. You will get it right. Hopefully. Hopefully I will. I don't worry about eating too much mushrooms, really. It is true that if I eat a lot of them, then normally anyway, that I'll be, I guess, less connected than with the chat and with other people and stuff when UCLA 17-9. Playing number 10, Illinois. Illinois up by 5. My folks' motorhome has one. It's one of those bus things. It does seem like I saw a little bit bigger block get meat mounted than the dose you had the other day. Oh yeah, I mean, I got a solid 2 full big spoonfuls, maybe a little bit more than that. So, like last time, I just had 1 small spoonful of the small spoons. My toilet seats are heated by my butt. My butt cheeks heat them up over time. A multitude of scorpions is called the pride of scorpions. Yeah, it is. You're right about that. And you're also right that I tells you, I tells you, I tells you, I says, I tells you, I tells you, I tells you, I says, I tells you, 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 I says. You have to use the bathtub. There are scorpions here in Mariposa. Yes, they're little teeny scorpions. But I've found them in the house before, even. Not the right season for them right now, though. And one time, Capillo, I was in the garage, I guess probably smoking a cigarette or something, and Capillo kept meowing at me and like, come over here, look at this. And what she wanted to tell me was there was a scorpion right there, but she didn't want to mess with it herself, you know. So I thought, wow, that's pretty good, Capillo. How do you know that, like, as far as I know, she's never been stung by a scorpion. How does she know that that's a particularly bad insect to try to draw my attention to it? Nobody can really explain it except to say it's the wisdom of cats. My mom gets stuck cooking while my dad sits around and bullshits. Does your mom like cooking? Oh God. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, okay. Oh, she doesn't like cooking? Well, sounds like she needs to say, hey, bro, fuck off. I think you have answered this before, but are there rattlesnakes in Norfolk? Yes, we had a bit of a influx of baby rattlesnakes late in the spring last year, maybe, or maybe in the summer. Anyway, I shoo them into a bucket and carry it down the hill and drop them off down there because obviously I don't really want any rattlesnakes right near my house, but I also don't want to hurt them. In general, I like snakes. And rattlesnakes are, as they say, the gentleman's snake. They warn you before they bite you, give you a little rattle. Well, we'll just have to see if the mushrooms work. And there's crazy rattlesnakes up at this elevation. It's only 4,100 feet. It's not that high up. But rattlesnakes live much higher than this, I think. There's rattlesnakes all over California. The coolest thing I saw living here was a California king snake. And that one is not venomous or anything. And it's super colorful looking. It was like getting a drink of water at the pot plants. Colorado's got them too, huh? I've never had any problem with one, but I've encountered a few of them over the course of my life. The only thing that I would potentially be actually worried about around here would be a big mountain lion. A big mountain lion probably isn't going to attack a person, but you never know. And I've seen some massive cat tracks in the snow one year here. It had to be a huge cat. I've seen bobcats. I've never seen a mountain lion. I've seen raccoons. I've seen a bear, and a couple of bears. I've seen deer, obviously. I've seen squirrels. Yes, I have seen squirrels. They will eat your cats and dogs. Yeah, well, hopefully my cats are aware enough to avoid that. I do believe there are coyotes here. I've never seen any, but I've heard them. And we have foxes. I've never seen a living fox, but I've seen Foxes hit on the highway sometimes, a couple of times. We have these big turkey vultures that are just quite enormous birds. We also have actual turkeys, and wild turkeys running around all over the place. They're kind of cool. You have wolves, terrible on deer and cattle. This commercial is anti-Semitism. Isn't that wonderful? 2 in 3 Jewish teens have experienced anti-Semitism. Show blue square and show you care. Well, I'm not anti-Semitic at all. Oh yeah, we've got bears. Bears I'm not concerned about. Bears don't really bother people at all. They might get into your trash and stuff, but the kind of bears we have around here, you'd have to try to get into a fight with one or else they would run away from you. One time something was chasing Capio. I was standing up front and she came running back past it, full speed, past the side of the garage, and something was following her. It was dark, I couldn't tell what it was. You could hear the footsteps though. And she darted into the garage little door. But someone was trying to get her. Could have been a dog, I guess. But do we have pelicans here? No, no pelicans. We are fresh out of pelicans. We do have quail. I've seen rabbits as well. Quail are silly birds. And this is true of rabbits too, though. If I'm driving a little wilderness car and there's some quail on the wilderness road, they don't, because the car is like loud and scary, right? They run in front of it. But if they try, sometimes they might think about going to the side a little bit, but then it's too loud, so they get scared again, so they run in front of you. So it's like, will you little bird just go over to the side or fly away or something? I'm not trying to chase you down this road. I had the same experience with a rabbit last time I went out there. Like, I'm sorry, Bunny, I didn't mean to disturb you so much. I'm not trying to chase you all the way down the road. Just go off to the side. Quail eggs, I've never eaten them, but they're common enough in, say, Japanese cuisine and stuff. I don't think they taste bad. I'm sure they taste kind of like chicken eggs. 58-58 in the UCLA Illinois game. This would be a big win for UCLA. They're 17-9. Illinois is ranked 10 in the country, is 22-5. Hey, there's a place near my house over here, somebody's house, where they have a sign up that says quail eggs for sale. If you wanted them, you could get them there, I guess, but I don't want them. There's other places near me where somebody's house where they have signs that says regular eggs. Yeah, for a dozen or whatever. How do quail eggs taste different than chicken eggs? I don't really know. I'm not sure I've ever had them. They're smaller though. I gave my ferrets raw quail eggs when I could buy them. They really preferred the regular chicken eggs to quail eggs. Really. My creative process is just go with the flow. Well, that's probably a good process. Certainly, it's probably better than go against the flow. Well, I don't know. How much can you trust the flow, I guess? They taste similar, but quail is a bit more gamey. Yeah, gaminess the less gamey an animal is, the more God wants you to eat it. I think that's a fair thing to say about eating animals. The reason fish don't taste good is because God doesn't want you to eat them. He wants you to eat pork and chicken and beef, like a regular American. I've got going up unsettledness. You know, a stretch of time when you're not tripping, but you feel kind of weird and unsettled. I ate a lot of deviled eggs for a while until I got a bad batch and lost taste for them. Yeah, deviled eggs sound like pukiness to me. I mean, eggs. Why would you make it? Don't you mix the egg part with mayonnaise? Man, you've been shrimming a lot lately. A bit lately. Well, I have access to the shrooms. If I have access to enough, well, I'd like to shrimp every week. You know, maybe a little bit more often than that. I always think it's a good thing to do. I don't have any of the feelings I might have about other drugs where it's like, oh, I'm doing this too much. It's going to have bad consequences or something. I don't feel that way at all about mushrooms. I will happily eat anything from the sea or a river or an ocean, but I sure would feel guilty eating squid or octopus now. Yeah. I mean, I just, when I think about the natural world, I just feel bad about how humans are just, the complete disregard for other living things is crazy. Well, you should go get trout probably from the river, simple girl. But I don't really like trout myself. I guess if you like cook the trout right on the side of the lake right after you catch it, butter and lemon, just kind of pick at it. It's pretty good, but I can never eat too much fish, very much fish. Yeah, I just spit. And no, there's a trash can right here. I didn't spit on the floor. All right, fish and chips. I will agree that somehow good fish and chips manage to be good and avoid the fish part very much. You know, like good fish and chips seem to be good like non-fish is good. And of course, Eric's famous tuna melts are good, but I do feel bad about eating tuna. Like, I'm not a big fan of fishing industries. Beef fish. Beef fish I ever had, the best fish I ever had, was fresh trout caught and cooked right at the lake. Well, that's the best way to have it, for sure. Catch it, start a little campfire thing, and cook it up. My dad will can the trout for me, and it tastes better than tuna to me. Huh? What do you know? Your dad can can things? Does he have some sort of like canning machine or something? Salmon is not good, okay? Let's just admit it right now. Let's just all agree to stop the lie about salmon. No, salmon is not good. It's mushy, salmony, and just no thank you, salmon. Get out of here. Glass jars, Eric. What are glass jars? I don't know what that means. Glass jars. Oh, you put them in glass jars, not in cans. I see. Fish is full of mercury. That's true, Casey Jones. You're right. Especially like swordfish, you want to eat very rarely because it just has mercury in it. I'm Joey says I love fishing, but I hate eating fish. I also like fishing, although in recent years, it's like I almost would rather not catch a fish because I'm not going to eat it and I don't really love hurting them, but I like fishing anyway. It's just weird. I have a weird relationship with fishing. I grew up fishing. My dad took me fishing all the time. The floor, just remember, it used to be an ocean. That's why it's breathing so hard right now. Oh, well, Parzival, that would explain it because the ocean breathes. Canned sardines, huh? That doesn't sound like a good thing to me. It doesn't sound like a good housewarming gift. Here you go, I got you a can of sardines. Oh, thanks. Yeah, they were on sale. Everybody loves canned sardines, right? I think it's boring as hell. My husband loved fly fishing. It's relaxing. It's one of the few things that I find truly like relaxing in a healthy way. Like, you just do this little sequence of things, like reel it in, check your bait, maybe change your bait, cast it out, do that a few times, maybe change your rig setup a little bit, do it again. It's just this very soothing activity. My dad ruined me as a kid out on a lake in a tin boat for hours and hours. Ugh, sounds like sunburn central. Have you smelled someone eating sardines or tuna fish on an airplane? I've not. Would you recommend it? Should I seek out somebody doing that next time I fly? No, I'm not actually yawning. I guess I am going to yawn. I do feel like I'm starting to trip a little bit. Microwaving fish in the break room for optimum mature annoyance. When you change your bait, do you consider what is the master bait? No, I don't. I go between, worms and some like Zeke's kind of stuff, mushy stuff you make a ball around your hook with. Um, Sometimes I might use a lure. Your grandpa and dad would pick up roadkill to tie flies, huh? Well, roadkill does have hair. I guess they do use things like horsehair and stuff to make those. I feel unsettled. I should get a beverage, I think. No nukes. I'm not a fan of the microwave. Yeah, well, I use it all the time, but it's never the best way to cook anything. Destroying my nutrition. Oh no, don't destroy my nutrition. I need that. Pizza pillows come out great if you like them al dente, not like pot stickers or soup dumplings. Well, I'm really impressed with um, is it banquet chicken parmesan? Comes out so moist and tender all the time. It's not necessarily the case with your, spheroid of meat that you get. Not a spheroid, but like a flat elliptical circle. Used bull cow lips from butcher to catch blue crabs. Oh, well, even fish in the sea understand that beef tastes good. It's like somehow even ocean animals have evolved to eat beef. Thank evolution. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to feed our cows to fish. Well, there's nothing we people like better than feeding cows to fish. And then turning right around and feeding those same fish to cows. It's called the circle of life. It always starts with you feeding something to fish and then feeding fish to something. That's how the ocean and the land become one. I found that bull lips worked better than chicken necks. Well, in neither instance, you're giving the crabs a very choice cut of meat. Had you tried filet mignon? I'm about to turn down his receiving attention and he's going to turn up his parsing and enjoying the things. Probably. If past results are any indication of future outcomes, I would suggest that that's a good prediction. But I need to carry through to the end of the elevator ride here. Right now, I just feel unsettled. Should be a good fun evening. Hopefully, things kick in proper. You never know. Sometimes you can, you can. It seems things seem like they're gonna be a good, strong trip, and then not correct. Have you ever thought that fungus could be the catalyst of evolution? I mean, they were around 1 billion years ago. We could be witnessing evolution right now. Well, I mean, are we or are we not? Most evolutionists would tell you either that we're not in general or that it's on a species to species basis. But who knows what answer you get because obviously Something has to be cogently something in order to provide any answers at all. Shrimps and catfish are dirty because they eat poop. Well, I don't like either of those things, so no problem here. Unsteady is one word. Unsettled might be another one. Unsteady is a good word, though. Feel unsteady. I like crayfish. Those are good. Let me get a drink. Let me turn on the heater if it's not on, and put on a jacket as well. My unsettledness is more of a physically, feel physically unsettled than anything else. Like, my body's processing this weird stuff I ate, It's cold. I got the mushroom colds. Feel a little bit better now. As long as I got this jacket on. I know I'm just gonna feel even more cold, but maybe I should go outside and smoke a cigarette. It almost feels like to me, the mushrooms are busy going like, okay, let me get to all of your unhealthinesses and look at them while you're going up. And that's why you feel so unsettled, because it's like a doctor examining you or something. But it's fine. I need to poop here probably pretty soon. I'm going to try to poop anyway. I feel very clenchy. I need to relax my body a little bit. In the journal of, what does that say? Cell reports? I can't read all that. I can't read that right now. Thanks for being honest, man. You're talking to me, you're welcome. I am honest. You know, it is a virtue, or slash, it is a virtue that I do uphold is honesty. You know, industry is not a, it's not a value that I uphold, but I still like have internalized it as a good value. It might just be a cognitive function thing. Critical parent, so they say. Laughing, crying, smacking my face. Yeah, I should see her in the bathroom. Please hit the like button if you haven't yet. Thanks. Thanks, Winston's mom. That's good advice. Sundowners is more of a thing than older folks with dementia. Huh. I'm not sure what Sundowners is. Hello, San Francisco. Welcome to Mariposa, California, where we currently have snow. Look at that, everybody. So much snow. Everywhere you can't really see very far because it's nighttime. And they turn the sun off at night. Yeah, I can't read. I need to make it bigger in there so I can see the window better, but right now it's a little bit too much text for my old, weak eyes to process. Gotta empty the bladder when entering and leaving San Francisco. Oh. You have to pee when you go into San Francisco? Is that what you're saying? San Francisco makes you pee somehow? Okay, well. It's a solid 3+ hours for me to get there from where I live. I used to go to Oakland to get mushrooms, but I don't have to anymore. Oh, there are no bathrooms in San Francisco. Well, I generally operate in a world where even if there are public bathrooms, I would rather go into any fast food place and like buy a coffee or something than use a public bathroom. What if I just have to pee? I just find some place to pee that's off of the side of the road or something. With a little bit of cover. Okay. Time for me to go to the bathroom. And Let's see what happens to mushrooms. I'm not really sure if I am going to try very hard tonight or not. In some ways, it feels like I ate a lot of mushrooms, but one never knows until one finds out. I'll be back. Ugh. It occurred to me that I was sitting in the bathroom. Wow. UCLA is ahead 80 to 77. Here come the yawns, said Ruben. I was thinking in the bathroom that it's odd how much more often we rely on other people's subjective knowledge than their objective knowledge, or their SI rather than their NI. Like, you could ask people, do you know what that guy in the movie's name is or whatever? And then they might know, and you just assume that they're gonna report their subjective knowledge accurately, and that it's either accurate or not. Whereas we might rely on like movie critics or something occasionally, but by and large we don't seek other people's objective knowledge to inform us. And the interesting thing is, most people would say that a critic telling you what's good, that's a form of subjectivity, whereas, knowing what date Columbus came to America is subjectivity, but it's actually the opposite. Well, fortunately, I'm not trying to smoke pot to treat any disease. So their opinion of it matters little to me. Why with the yawns, though? Every time I take mushrooms, I get the yawns. No, I have sometimes in the past got concentrates to put on top of bong rips, but it's not something I regularly do. If I want concentrate, or I just got a vape full concentrate, I could hit that. I mean, isn't he already making you not sober with all those drugs he's putting on? Like, I guess they might make you sane, but don't they have like downer effects and stuff? That's totally understandable from a liver perspective why he wants you to not do various substances if you're on those hardcore drugs. Well, doctors should understand that different people have different head needs, right? And work with them on that. Big yawn for the Eric. Doctors prescribe drugs, but it'd be better to call the pharmacies the dealers. You know, doctors are just by and large, an unwanted barrier between you and your drugs. And in plenty of instances, unneeded, Like, I don't need a doctor to tell me I want speed. I could make that diagnosis myself just fine. Oh, so many yawns. Like, how is it these mushrooms are making me sleepy? I got a lot of sleep last night. I took 3 Adderall when I got up. That's serotonin for you. But as always, mushrooms make me be much more well connected with my body. Like I find myself unclenching all my muscles, yawning, finally relaxing to some extent. Big yawns for little Eric. Well, at least they're like satisfying yawns. Sometimes you get incomplete yawns that are unsatisfying. Okay, I'm gonna make the chat bigger. With all this watery eyes and everything, it's really difficult to see. Oh, that's a little bit too big. You know what? I'd be playing it. I don't really care about the basketball game. Yawn, jittery, cigarette, poop, vomit, sleepy, clench, unclench. Hmm. Hmm. I don't like swimming, but it has nothing to do with how I look in a swimsuit. Like I could care any less, you know. I don't care. But I don't like swimming because why are we doing this? If I want to be in water, I could take a bath or I could take a shower, you know. Why am I swimming? Seems like a PE thing to me. Just pointlessly, let's do something. Pretend like it's running, but instead it's in water. I don't like running, although sometimes I do because it's healthy, you know. When I was a little kid, I used to go swimming in my grandma's pool all the time, and my friends did. I guess I liked it then. I think what I liked was hanging out with all my friends and stuff. Wow, simple girl. What a harlot you were. It's always spring break wherever simple girl went, huh? Well, you know, even if I did go swimming and put on a swimsuit, it wouldn't be a Speedo. Those are ridiculous. So in that sense, I guess I care a little bit about what it looks like, you know. I don't want to be all like, everybody look at my junk. Hmm. Only conceivable reason why anybody would wear one of those swimsuits is because they're basically just saying, everybody look at my junk. Like, how did that swimsuit even get invented? What a terrible idea it is. Like, that's not even a swimsuit, you know, that's like less than even bun huggers. I guess it's inevitable because like men are always gonna be like, oh, it's fine, women for you to wear smaller and smaller swimsuits. But then what they forget when they do that is that there are gay men who are gonna use that same principle to come up with speedos. Oh, why did anybody invent those things? I kind of get it for like swimming in the Olympics or something, maybe. But those people, the Olympic swimmers, they like shave their whole body to get every speck of resistance away. Hmm. It's quite ridiculous the way that people go to the beach. dressed in such like revealing things. Like, just take off all your clothes, why don't you? We should abolish clothes. Well, what would you do when it's cold? Just everybody has to stay inside. No, it's legal to wear clothes inside. You can't wear them outside. That'd be a strange law. I don't care how cold it is. You get into work right now. But I walk to work. Well, that's your problem, not mine, naked lady. Get into work. You went to a nude beach and didn't get nude? That's just called wanting to look at naked people. Oh, that's how it is at the hippie dip. I couldn't believe going to the sauna and guy's junk was right there. Pardon me, ma'am. Don't mind my penis swinging right by your nose. Oh, is it overtime? Oh, maybe I am a little more interested in this game than I thought. 89 to 88. I mean, call me old fashioned, but I would not take my wife to such a place. If she wants to look at other guys' junk, she can watch pornography like anybody else. Well, some girls are into getting those too, you know. So, I don't know. They're not explaining people's weirdness when it comes to sex. People can get incredibly weird about sex stuff in ways that make no sense. Like, how is this adaptive anyway? How is this? How is it like the way that humans make babies? And so it, it's like people put so much more attention into sex than they do into making babies. You know. I guess it's adaptive because the more people want to have sex, the more likely they are to get pregnant. But I don't know. People are really obsessed with it. Like, to me, it's like sometimes you gotta go number three, you know. But lots of people, they they do all kinds of crazy things, and apparently enjoy them. You know, like the whole like dressing up in costumes, bondage stuff. Like, I guess that's what evolution selected for. Evolution's like, yes, I want to reward you putting handcuffs on your partner. I select you, Pikachu, with evolution. Well, the reason people like that is because back when they were hunter gatherers, it was beneficial to be like that. Oh, hunter gatherers. Will you ever stop with your hunting and gathering all the time and evolving constantly? I wonder if other animals do that weird stuff. like, like you pretend you're the principal, and I'll pretend I'm in trouble. I bet other animals don't do that stuff. Do you ever think, Eric, that in an evolutionary instance we are all the spawn of monkeys busting their nuts in the hot, humid caves? I mean, obviously, if evolutionary processes were correct, they'd reward hypersexualism up to a point where, like, obviously, if it causes them to die, then or not get food or something, then it's not going to reward it. But anything that increases the likelihood of something being passed down presumably would get rewarded by being selected. So, yeah, obviously, if we were to talk about selection processes being responsible for things, then they would select in favor of more sexual expression. Like playing doctor when we're young. Yeah. Like I remember this girl across the street. We didn't play doctor, we played sexual intercourse. Or, I tried to put my thing in her thing. Even though we were like 3 years old or something. I'm pretty sure that's not what they do at the doctor's office. It's not what they're supposed to do at the doctor's office. Maybe some doctors do that though. Well, UCLA is down by a point, but there's like a minute left in overtime. My best friend's older brother. Wow. Yeah. I also had a thing for a couple of older girls in my childhood, but I suspect you're much more likely to get your way. I played doctor when I was young. That's how I learned about rectal temp. That's where thermometers go? Okay, if you say so. It's like, are you sure that's the only place in my body that's that temperature? No, you can't reliably check your temperature any place other than your butthole. That's why they do it at the veterinarian that way. Are you sure they don't do it at the veterinarian that way because cats won't hold a thermometer in their mouth? I mean, my cats would, obviously. They're very good cats. But normal cats wouldn't normally hold thermometers in their mouth. Look, who are you going to trust? Veterinarians or me or something else? You should trust veterinarians and me. when I tell you that's where thermometers go. Okay. Why do you need to know what temperature I am again? Just bend over. Hi, Shelly Arbor. How you doing? We're talking about the right place to take somebody's temperature and the wrong place to take somebody's temperature. You might think veterinarians know best. And that would be a reasonable thing to conclude normally. Oh, after all, I've never met a veterinarian who was wrong before. Ergo, we should always trust veterinarians to know best. Like, somebody one day came up to me and said, "You should stop doing that. It's dangerous." Are you a veterinarian? They said no. I'm like, well, get out of here then. Non-veterinarians are not allowed. Oh, veterinarians. Truth is, veterinarians like dentists, medical services you actually have to pay for. There's no like expectation. What do you mean you don't have health insurance? What I mean by I don't have health insurance is I think it's incredibly stupid to try to pay for your health care like that. So, my husband's getting an exam and he could either have a woman doctor or a regular doctor with sausage fingers. I told him to let the PA check you. Who's the PA? Physician's assistant? I mean, at that point, it really doesn't matter, right? Like, somebody's fingers going up my butt. Does it really matter to me whose fingers they are? you know, I, I'm not having fingers go up my butt because I want whomever it is putting there. I want that person to put fingers up my butt, obviously. So it doesn't really matter whose fingers they are at that point. Like, oh no, you let an Asian person put their fingers in my butt? Or a lady? No, lady. They can have a lady put their fingers up my butt. The point is, obviously, it doesn't matter at all. Once you have to deal with the fact that someone's fingers go up your butt and you don't really want that to happen, well, beyond that, you know what? What's happening behind me, you can just keep all the details to yourself. Oh, well, I mean, how fat are his fingers? Are they like as fat as a beer can or something? Got them all buried beer can fingers. I mean, the point is, somebody's fingers, bigger or smaller, they're always going to be smaller than a poop, which is bigger than a finger. Beer can fingers buried. It's like some sort of skit where the patient's like saying all the things that I just said. Are you sure you don't care who puts their fingers up your butt? No, why would I care? Then walks this guy with these fucking massive fingers. Wait, can't change. You can't change your mind now. You already said. How fat are your fingers? They're the exact right amount of fatness, okay? Don't fat shame my fingers. Look, you already said you don't care, and bare fingers needs practice, so bend over, motherfucker. Bend over. We asked you many times before we sent him in. Yeah, but you didn't tell me that somebody might have fingers that big. You didn't ask. You have big arthritic fingers. Well, then maybe the reason you shouldn't put them in my butthole isn't because they're big, but because you have arthritis. It's not safe for you in your hands. Mr. Smarty Pants' position on not caring about whose fingers it is really backfired on him this time, didn't it? The point is, it is 2026. Are you serious that you need to know something about the inside of my butt, and the best way to find out is to put your fingers up there? Like, are you completely serious? Oh, I'm sorry, this is the best way to tell. Just gotta kind of put my hand up there and feel around. Oh, okay. It's gonna need to be the whole hand. I hope you're okay with that. I'm not. Well, whether your belief is true or not doesn't have anything to do with how much checking you've done. Well, does seem like the mushrooms are working okay. You know, I was a little concerned because I just took them on Thursday, but I did eat a little bit of them on Thursday, so afraid that I might not actually have a real mushroom flu. But it's also the night is young. We'll see. We'll see whether how the trip develops. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. What an end to that Illinois UCLA game. There's 3 seconds left. It won't do any good to take more now. I don't have any more either. Illinois is up 94-93 with 3 seconds left. The UCLA guy runs all the way down the court, all the way for a layup as the fucking thing turns red. Crazy. And his team is mobbing him, obviously. Like, great job winning the game, homie. But it's at UCLA too, so like people are rushing the floor and stuff. I'm not putting anything in my ass. That's a one direction thing, okay? So it comes out of that door, it does not go into that door. What Erica would be if you could experiment and have fun, try it. What do I look like? Some kind of ESFP? I'm not interested in putting things in my butt. Come to Mississippi, Papa. No thanks. I'm perfectly happy where I am. Mississippi. And I think of Mississippi, I think of hot, mosquitoes. I guess I also think of the river. Yes, you are. Beer fingers heard you and can't undo your confirmation. Fair enough. I wonder if I should eat something. I still feel a little like unsteady. You know, it's partially just what kind of being unhealthy all the time. But let me eat a little something. You know, obviously, when I'm on mushrooms, I'm very hungry. Also, we don't have really anything good to eat. Except for a couple frozen dinners. We can go to the store. I guess I could eat a pickle. Oh, fucking God. Fuck it. Mmm. Hmm. Ah. No, those aren't gherkins. Those are slices of toasted belt. You never got anything out of them. You must not be eating real mushroom. Like, if you eat the real mushrooms, you'll definitely feel something. You'll definitely trip. If you ate as much mushrooms as I ate tonight, you'd trip beyond any measure that you could imagine, I'm sure. The reason I'm not tripping super hard is because I tripped on Thursday. I didn't even trip very hard then, but I'm still subject to the laws of chemistry, I guess. I need to take better care of myself. Exercise more, eat better, smoke less, I guess also I feel toward because that point in the speed bottle, That's probably the number one reason. Yeah, I don't like those physicalities. I don't want to have to eat better, exercise, not do as many drugs, not smoke as much. I don't like any of those kind of things. That's not how. It's just not how I roll, But unfortunately, one has to roll a little differently as one gets older, I guess. obviously nobody likes what they don't like, but don't be patient. Some people are more intentionally suited to succeeding in certain things too. Like ISTJ, ISFJ, ESTJ, ESFJ. They can't imagine not understanding their body on a day-to-day basis, like, because that biologically we're structured around days. You know, just be awake a certain amount of time, eat a certain amount of time in the day, and sleep a certain amount of time. Well, unfortunately, once those darn hunter-gatherers figured out how to light up the night, wow. We've been in trouble ever since, haven't we? Because now it's like, well, I know it's nighttime, but I don't want to sleep. I want to stay awake all night long. Well, that's not what you're supposed to do biologically. I don't care about that. Well, you're going to pay the consequences someday, mister. You don't care about stuff like that. It was easy for me to care about my body and health when I had my husband. Understandable, simple girl, you know. You know, obviously, there's certain like wrestling with the long term one does at a certain age. Understanding that yeah, like coming to terms with stage of life stuff is a big challenge. Because as a society we want to generally treat, and we probably generally do, treat every voice or engagement with a person as like it doesn't matter whether you're 20 or 60 or whatever. What you have to say is or is not appealing on its merits. To some extent, people might factor in identity stuff like that. How in the fuck did I go inside? This is what happens when you're not a fucking something. This is SE8 in a nutshell. SE8 in a nutshell. I came in here, obviously, to get my cigarettes. Instead, I walked in here, did, I don't know, nothing at all, I guess, and walked right back outside. Because I'm thinking about stuff and I'm talking and I'm not caring about that stupid shit. Like, I shouldn't have to pay attention to that. That's irrelevant nonsense. Fucking SE. Get out of here, SE. You compare yourself to your brothers. Well, why would a girl compare herself to boys anyway? It's like, I always think that girls have their own whole thing and boys have their whole thing. And you can't, it's like, Rachel, why don't you uphold these boy standards? Because she's a girl, obviously. Like, just because I think it's incredibly dumb to care about the stuff that she cares about doesn't mean I think she should care about something different. All the stuff she cares about, I mean, like makeup and hair and other girl stuff, you know? She just, she, she never gets tired of looking at different makeups she might buy. It's, it's completely insane, in my opinion. But, you know, that's girl stuff. So I don't try to, like, judge it against a normal standard because it's girl stuff. How could you even, how anybody could even spend 5 minutes looking at lipsticks is beyond me. But, she really likes it. She really, really likes lipsticks a lot. She'll try on different lipsticks all evening long. Look at herself. It's like, are you sure that's even a different color than the last one? It looks the same to me. But, when asked, like, well, Eric, why don't you object to such silly nonsense? Because it's girl stuff, obviously. I don't want my wife to be a boy after all. So, it's like one of those things where you get the whole bag, right? If you want to marry a woman, you're going to have some girl stuff in the bag. It's unavoidable. If you didn't come with a lot of girl stuff, at a certain point, that becomes lesbian. But yeah, it's like if you try to evaluate the behavior against some kind of sane standard, it makes no sense at all, right? Like, why would somebody spend so much time caring about what their lips look like? It's fucking beyond me. Like, nobody, no, in no sane universe does anybody care even for 1 second what their lips look like or their eyelashes. Like Delilah used to be like, damn you, Father, for giving me squanty short eyelashes. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Who, in what universe does it make any sense for any human being to care at all about the length of their eyelashes? It's all just completely insane. This whole, like, I'm gonna make my fingernails look like this or whatever. Just, who cares? Why not just not put any attention or energy towards such silly nonsense? But that's the answer to that is very simple. The reason it doesn't make any sense at all, and it's completely insane, is because it's girl stuff. Therefore, I don't need to pay any attention to like whether it makes sense, right? Did I eat a trouser trout? Do I eat a trouser trout? By which I assume you mean penis? No, I don't. I'm a heterosexual man married to a very girly girl who's into super girly stuff. She's like all girls. She's like really into romance and stuff. I obviously do not like romance, but I understand that you got to be a little romantic sometimes because girls like that. But by and large, I'm not very romantic at all. You know, I was kind of raised in a family where that kind of mushy stuff was discouraged. Can we search a video later? It's 30 seconds. Yeah, sure. Danny, you made me yawn. Well, you're probably going to get a lot of yawns out of me tonight. You know, it's like inborn and all. I tried to teach Delilah from early on that all of that silly nonsense is silly nonsense and you shouldn't care about silly nonsense. And she's an ESTP, but she's still into it. Why? Because she's a girl. Well, that's why. There's no other explanation for things. Who knows why girls are into this stuff? That's their problem, not mine. I don't need to worry about menstruation or makeup or any of that nonsense because that's not my problem, that's their problem. It's like, you know, Rachel wouldn't find it a good thing for me to tell him, yes, I'm on shrooms. For me to tell her, you look fine, stop worrying about it. You know, like, that wouldn't be, she wouldn't receive that as a good thing to tell her. You know, she, even though I'm not a visual person or a particularly physical person, she wants me to see her as beautiful. Of course, I see her as beautiful, but the thing is, I'm not looking at her very much. You know, like, why would I look at you? Am I African? No, I'm not African today. Some days I am. And I gotta point out a problem you have, Mister. You can't travel back in time to buy me, even if I was from Africa. You're stuck here in 2026 like the rest of us. I suppose you could still, if you had enough money and power, try to buy people, but that's not a good thing. Nor does it inform us at all about the people you try to buy. It only informs us about you. Hi, Rachel, beautiful darling. She's on the phone with a friend. I think she must have taken it out of over there.
Are you hungry?
I'm not, but I probably should eat something. What are you
Okay.
making?
I was gonna make a backyard barbecue.
I'm good for now.
You sure?
Yeah, I might make myself one in a little bit, but I'll wait a second.
Okay.
Is there a surveillance state like they take place in the West? No, absolutely not. And it doesn't work in China either. It's like, I've been to China and people just get around their great internet wall no problem with their fucking VPN. It may work controlling an uneducated populace and keeping them that way, but nonetheless, people won't stand for even like intrusions in their privacy and stuff. So. Some girls went all after their weddings want to do that princess. 3 kids with 2 different men. Yeah. Wear brown, you whore. Non-virgins have to wear brown wedding dresses to show that they've dirtied themselves with peanut. There's nothing pure about you, you whore. People approach their weddings has been interesting to observe. The money spent on weddings is insane. I agree with that. I spent too much on our wedding. I was very frugal about it compared to most people. Look at this fucking clown. This fucking clown? Yeah, look at me. Here I am. Here I am, awaiting your male gaze. Listen, I don't need to be subjected to your male gaze. Kitty, you are not bothering Kapia. Leave her alone. That bad cat is so bad.
Yes.
He does seem to be a little bit less abusive to Kapia than he used to be. At least he understands he's going to get in trouble. Oh, you want me to look at that fucking clown? In that picture of a clown. Okay, well, I didn't even process that really. You just sort of, if you had asked me whether it was a word clown or a picture of a clown, I probably would have said a picture of a clown that I read. But I didn't realize that there was both the word and the picture. Difficult to raise a child these days, I agree. Dealing with social media stuff and everything. Also, just cost of living being outrageous. So, you know, as expected, I guess. Or as feared, somewhat. Yeah, I'm not obviously tripping super hard because
Oh, you took mushrooms?
Yeah. I took all the rest of the mushrooms.
When did you take them?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but a couple hours ago, probably.
I had no idea.
Yeah, well, you know, it's one of those things where it's against my better judgment because I knew it's going to be a waste of mushrooms too. I have to eat a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
But what motivated me to do it was I got a text that, you know, Brennan was successful in his hunt for mushrooms.
Oh, that's good. So then you can.
He'll be back in a week.
Yeah.
They'll give me a week off and. Family Feud with Steve Harvey.
Hey, simple girl.
I don't approve of Steve Harvey. I'm sorry, but Steve Harvey, you're a scumbag. And thus I don't approve of you. What's the matter, baby?
Oh, nothing.
Still feeling a little sick?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've entirely kicked this cold either. Kind of a weird, mild, long cold, yeah.
Yeah.
I never really felt too sick, but always like a little bit sick and runny nose and stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
else. Mushrooms still like help with my body relationship and stuff. Helps me to unclench all my muscles and
Yeah, I need to do that.
and yawn and just generally attend to body stuff more.
Me too.
Which obviously I need to because I'm not a censor.
I love you.
Seems like you're fading there. I'm not fading. I'm up for a while. Well, I think he's associated with a bunch of Diddy stuff. So I don't know. I'm not gonna accuse you of crimes because the people you keep company with, but I will judge your character accordingly. There's no such thing as guilt by association, but there is a thing such as having character enough to determine who you associate with. And I've always been one of those people who kept questionable company at times. But that kind of stuff, no. I'm more likely to hang out with questionable company and not knowing that they're questionable when they reveal they are. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are you? What video am I supposed to look at? Let me see. Tell me what to search again. Put it again. I'll look for it. Say what to search for. Hmm. This is incredibly silly. 3%. 106%. That's like one of the silliest things I've ever seen. It's a great idea, and I love whoever it is that made that happen. So yeah, in some extent, I'm fading in the sense that like I'm kind of at the end of an Adderall bottle, and I'm just going through the Eric ways again, as always. Oh, Eric, you and your ways. I would look around and say, look at all this horrible Eric ways. It's actually not that bad in here. It's not as bad as it gets sometimes. Sometimes it's just this shrine of drugs over here where it's lighters, bongs, weed leavings, like bottle of ibuprofen, bottle of Tylenol. Horrible. So let's see, Eric. Let's see how you do. If you get to live however you want, what are you gonna do? Sit here and watch TV and smoke weed until I die? I guess so. I do really like TV though. I mean, it depends on the moment. Sometimes I'm more into watching TV than others. And obviously, some things are more worth watching than others. I do get a little annoyed at Crunchyroll's mediocrity these days. I don't know, this season anyway. I don't know. I'm not gonna say these days, but I'm sorry, Crunchyroll, but I'm not buying what you're selling this season, by and large, with few exceptions. It's like the stuff that I should like is pretty mid. And the stuff that I expected to like turned out to be like gay romance stories and shit. Or straight romance stories. I don't want romance in my fucking isekai, alright? Get it out of here, Crunchyroll. Nobody wants your fucking gay love stories. Get them out of here. It's like, why are they even befouling the land of magic and dragons with their romance? Get it out of here. Nobody wants any of that thing. By nobody, I mean me. I don't want any of it. It's horrible and stupid. Would you rather be roommates with a hippie or a WW2 German officer? I don't want to be roommates with anybody. Fuck those people. That's my house. I wanted to be roommates with somebody I could have a bed and breakfast or something. Like, get your own bed and fuck you and your breakfast. What's happening in the news? Well, I'm watching a couple of, what are these? Look like Norwegians? Doing some cross country skiing right now. I think they're probably Norwegians. Their outfits look like they might be from Norway. Yeah, I'm reading the comments. I read your question, what's happening in the news, and I answered it. It is bad. Let me see what's happening. Is that bad? I mean, the news is always bad. He's going to raise global tariffs to 15% after Supreme Court decision. Didn't the courts tell him he couldn't do that? Okay. I don't know. It's like, this is why I don't want to even look at the news. I don't want to know about that. They say Mariposa County's not real. Well, it functions as a real county in the sense that it does collect taxes and provide services and stuff. Mind off, Swan Train. Hi, Marcus Brown. I think you usually say disgusting stuff in German, if I remember correctly, but I could be thinking of the wrong person. And I do have a roommate, I guess. I live with Rachel. It's a hoax. It's all a big conspiracy, this Mariposa County thing. It's a psyop run by the CIA. I'm not a real person. I'm an industry plant. The entertainment industry put me here to try to fool you into thinking something. I don't quite get the concept of industry plant. Like, I guess an industry plant is somebody who the industry puts in there but pretends like they come from an authentic organic background or something. Yes, we are roommates who are married and in love. It's true. Eric, how much is the government giving you for acting like an industry plant? Well, I get a combination of subsidies from the government plus money from Hollywood and, of course, the Jews. Everybody knows how they run things, right? Well, it's not a huge shock, I suppose, that the Norwegians have once again won cross country skiing. Good job, Norway. Way to win cross country skiing. I am proud of you. Good job, Norway.
I will empty the dishwasher tomorrow. I'm sorry about
Oh, don't even worry about it. Maybe I'll do it tonight. Who knows? Yeah, that's Rachel. Another industry plant, by the way.
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Well, because I'm one too.
And that's why we get along so well?
Yeah. We were put here by the industry to fool people.
Makes sense.
Yeah. People want to think like I had a real organic beginning, like I grew up in the streets.
Yeah.
And, became naturally popular. But instead, all this amazing popularity I have is industry script that I'm running.
Can I kiss you
Of
European
course.
style?
Of course.
I love
Kiss
you.
me any way you want.
Thanks.
Rachel's not an industry plant. She's a double agent. So she's working for that other industry.
I'll never tell.
The Canadian Hollywood? Is she working for Canada? I always kind of suspected she might be working for Canada. She's always trying to convince me to buy maple syrup and things like that. Oh, she's working for the common man. Well, I don't want that. That sounds like communism to me. I like cold case files, and that Guthrie case will be unsolved. Well, unfortunately, it's kind of surprising they ever do find bodies, Like, there's lots of places where you could bury one, but no reason to think anybody would ever find it. Newsom destroying California. Kevin Kiley, conservative Republican for Congress. Kevin Kiley stopped Newsom's high-speed rail. Kiley scores win against Newsom, Sacramento Bee. Can we get the tour of Toyota ATV you have? It's not a Toyota, I don't think. It's a Kawasaki. Sure, I could show you the car. I think Newsom's fucking terrible. But I don't actually think that, he's done a particular amount of harm or anything. He represents a certain part of the state, I guess. He's from the Bay Area, and he stinks of communism. Before I go give you a little tour of the little car, I think I really should. So I'm gonna make. She cheesy patty with mashed potatoes. I've eaten hardly anything today. I just had a couple pieces of Rachel's leftover spam. I don't know how long to cook it for. What did that say? Fucking hell. Zero chance I'm gonna be able to read that in the dark anyway. 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Okay. Look, favorite. You can stop with the whole take it out part way. I'm not doing it. So you fuck off with your 2-step cooking instructions. I do not approve. I'm not going to do it. You can just go fuck off. What's the best city in California? Well, I think it's Mariposa, but it depends on what you're looking for, I guess. Like, Mariposa is a great place. It's not even a city, really. It's just a county with unincorporated population centers, you know? There are no cities in Mariposa County, and there are no stoplights either. It's a quaint mountain small town that's determined to stay that way, unlike all of the places around here. And, well, you know what would help this? More development. Not in Mariposa. You don't get that at all. You know what would help this? More government. You know, not in Mariposa. Oh, it's okay, baby. Don't even worry about it. You know me, we're a team no matter what. Even if you're laughing out at me, it's not a big deal. I don't mistake the thing that's happening for what you're saying. Other people do. But, you know, that's understandable. They have access only to the data they have access to. And number one of that data is what you're saying. No, it's fine. You know, and what's funny about it is, like, people don't think of it as like, oh, is Rachel okay? Think of it more like, Eric, dude, obviously you need to be doing something different. But it doesn't matter because I understand what's going on. Like, horse mumbler saying, I think Rachel feels unheard. Well, I mean, okay. Like, I think that's the least you could say. You're just basing it on the data you have, or like you'd be able to say, Rachel isn't getting enough gifts or romance or whatever else, and you're doing a bad job in the relationship, Eric, or what have you. But I do understand that, like, those are, I guess, channels of thought that you can sometimes get into if you're feeling bad. But you know, I understand that the difference between Rachel I should listen to and the Rachel I shouldn't. I appreciate your apology and everything, and I appreciate you caring so much about it because it is the sort of thing that you and I, generally care about a lot. Words, what's being said. But I get like you're super relationship focused all the time. You know, me, I just going about my business, assuming that we're good, we're a happy couple, and what's there to think about? You're really focused on like us. So if you're unhappy, then you're gonna think, well, it's because there's something wrong with us, namely this guy. And you're not wrong. There is a lot wrong with this guy, but oh, of course, darling. Of course, you know, I don't expect other people in general, but certainly not you, to uphold my standards and things that I particularly have standards about, right? Like, I don't expect you to be as detached as me. And accordingly, you know, I you demonstrate on many occasions a great amount of care with your words, but I also, since I don't expect you to be as detached, I don't expect you to be as capable of noting when your words are about your state of being rather than reality, because you're an NI-DOM too, so you think everything is you think everything subjective of you is something in the outside world. You're like, why do I have a stomachache? Well, because obviously Mercury is in retrograde. Probably it's because you ate something bad, but we each default to our knowledge function naturally, unavoidably. Nothing wrong with that. Your relationship with SI is like my relationship with SE. So, whereas my relationship with SI and NI, two knowledge functions, is multiple fluencies. And I was saying earlier, I think it's a very good observation, interesting observation, that people are a lot more likely to rely on somebody else's subjective knowledge than somebody else's objective knowledge. In the sense that I ask you, what was the name of that guy in that movie? And you tell me, that's something you know from your experience and you learned at some point, right? But I'm very likely to just take that on faith that, of course, that's correct, right? You wouldn't be lying about it. And if you were unsure, you wouldn't be so confident in the answer. If you were wrong, also, etc. That's assuming I don't have some vague recollection of whose name it is to match up with, right? Anyway, people use other people's subjective knowledge all the time in that sense. But it's pretty rare for people to use other people's objective knowledge in the same way. Like that would be like a movie critic or um, a play critic or something. we do use that somewhat, but there's much less of a willingness among people to acknowledge that they need assistance in objective knowing than there is that they need assistance in subjective knowing. And of course, everybody would say that those things I just described accurately are the opposite things. They'd say, you knowing the name of that person is objective because it's an objective fact that is that guy's name or whatever. But they'd be wrong because, of course, whether or not something's subjective or objective in that sense, in this instance, is going to link to whether you attain it via your experience and your memory, whether that's something part of your subjectiveness, you know. Whereas if you're intuiting stuff about the outside world as it is, that's about their objectiveness. So when a critic says this is a bad movie, he may be expressing an opinion that some people might deem subjective, but he's being objective in the sense that he's talking about what the object is. Well, I know you care a lot because you're happy, and good for you. And I love you, and I think that that's wonderful that you care a lot because you're happy. But it doesn't matter how happy you are in this relationship. That doesn't make it less less permanent or solid. Okay, it's like this relationship's not going anywhere. We're the happiest couple anybody's ever seen. And I'm not saying what you should do. I'm just saying, in theory, there was a possible universe where you could relax and not worry about it. Because obviously, I'm not going anywhere. But you do you do what you want to do. I'm not telling you what you should do. I used to have like anxiety feelings about the relationship too. I'd feel like jealous about create narratives about some past person I was competing against in some way. But I used to think things like, well, what if she's gonna leave me someday or something? Well, I don't have any of those thoughts anymore at all. Why? Well, because on the jealousy thing, you said I don't like this, and that was enough for me to just stop having those feelings. On the other thing, I guess it's I've just seen I've experienced the things too many times, right? Like I know how sometimes when we're feeling a little melodramatic, maybe we go and grab our suitcase or something. But I'm not worried at all about our relationship ending. It's a most ridiculous idea in the world. If it were anything in the world, you wouldn't be worried about it either. You just say, it's very obvious this about that. But because it's not in the world and because you're part of it, you worry about it. You know, you can't, it's like, you can't really direct your intuition to it adequately, I guess. So, it makes you worry. God, I fucking hate running noses. I'm just so fucking done with my nose running. And it's like, I know the experts say I should relax because giving someone reassurance gets exhausting. I don't know if it's exhausting. It's like, didn't I just tell you this? Are you saying that, like, my words don't last longer than that? Anyway, like for any other question, right? you ask me, I don't know, like, what makes something a pretzel and not a muffin or something, then I give you an answer. It's twistiness and the kind of dough it is, and the fact that there's salt on it, stuff like that. And then I would expect you to go, okay, I understand now, and retain that understanding, right? With questions about the relationship, like I already answered this question. Why do you not retain information about it? The answer is not going to change. The question is not going to change. So, how is it possible that the meaning doesn't persist? But you're you. I love you. Your preciousness in all your ways, be they that or something else. It is true that lots of things in life don't make sense, such as like you like lipstick a lot. It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make it bad though. It doesn't make it doesn't make any sense for anybody to look at their or think about the way their lips look really at all. It's not a sensible thing to care about, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't care about it. It's like I didn't, I don't want to be married to a man, so I'm gonna get girl stuff, obviously. I don't need Sudafed. I need to not have a runny nose. That's it. I don't want to solve this problem like with a drug or something. I want my nose to fucking behave properly. Look, the thing is, there are people who can like stand on one finger upside down, right? Stand up like that. If people can do that, then fucking my nose needs to behave. It's ridiculous that it wants to just run or whatever. Feel it. Well, it's cold outside. Let me just spew some snot out. Fuck you! I don't want it. I don't like it. I'm tired of having to wipe my nose all the fucking time. It's so fucking annoying. Just it. Oh. Oh, you yawn. Let's have some mucus come out. Oh, it's cold. Oh, fucking everything. Just aren't you a fussy little nose? You gotta always run for every little thing. Oh, it's sunny out. I guess it's a good time to run. You can just fucking knock it the fuck off. When I say hummus cannon, what do you think of? Well, I think of a hummus cannon, I guess. Dude, I just watched the most cringiest French movie in the world. Oh yeah? What was it called? Something like L'amour. Sounds like a French movie name. Oh, I'm bleu. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is my imitation of a French movie. Oh, that's exactly what French movies are like. So now you don't need to see any French movies because you just got to see what they're all like. They're all exactly like that. So I guess there's many different ways you could interpret Helmut's canon. Obviously, you could picture the most natural Helmut's canon, which is a cannon that shoots out hummus. But you could conceive of a cannon made entirely out of hummus, potentially that shoots out regular cannonball. I think an old-timey cannon spewing hummus. Well, that's what I was imagining too, but I guess, in fact, I could have been imagining the wrong thing. Hummus cannon. Hey, bro. Yeah? You bring over your hummus cannon? Okay, I keep telling you, it's just a regular cannon. Yeah, well, can you bring it over? Not if you're gonna fill it up with hummus again. Bro, I love your hummus cannon. It is not a hummus cannon. Will you stop? A person with a condition causes them to puke every time they eat hummus? I don't think they'd name that hummus cannon, though. It could be meant like, I think it's spelled differently, but it could be like, this is legitimate to the hummus story. Like it's canon, you know. It is spelled differently, but it could be a mistake. Could be a typo or something. Or somebody might not know that, you know. All right, so do you want to be the hummus cannon or hummus hole? What? Obviously, for every hummus cannon, you've got to have a hole for the hummus to go into. Okay, bro. This is not what cannons are for at all. Just like, have you ever heard every reaction has an equal opposite reaction? Well, same thing here. Every hummus cannon needs a hummus hole. I do appreciate your introduction to us to hummus cannon. Hey, I also have a picture of me in like the Department of Defense going, what are you supposed to do with all these old cannons? Somebody said, well, how about we film with hummus? What? Yeah, you know. No, I don't know. Oh. Who made you a lieutenant? Uh, Captain, I gotta tell you, Lieutenant Jenkins, that's what we should do with these cannons. He said, fill them with hummus. Well, I agree with him. Okay, we don't really have that much hummus right now. I'm not even sure we have any hummus. Well, God damn it, go and get some. You think, how else are we going to fill up these cannons? Congress today is asking questions over this $60 million of hummus charges. Well, we had a lot of cannons. $60 million worth of hummus? Well, I should point out it was military grade hummus. What pops into your head when I say Seagull Commander? Well, obviously, the first interpretation would be one who commands seagulls, but I'm imagining, I guess, like a senior officer seagull who's the seagull, like more of a title. You can imagine it as a description or a title. Military, if it's a title, you know. Oh, commando. I read commander. Seagull commando. Well, I mean, presumably it would be, in the obvious understanding, which is the seagull who's also a commando. But seagull commando could be like seagull not wearing any underwear, I guess. Have you read my seagull manifesto yet? No. Why would you have a manifesto about seagulls? Because they're horrible. Always squawk, squawk, squawking around. Why else would anybody say anything about seagulls? Anyway, my manifesto title, Filthy Fish Birds. The true story. People have been lying, trying to hide the true story of the filthy fish birds. And my manifesto will reveal it all. Do you know that they were born when Eve transgressed in her relationship and had sex with some bananas? People have such crazy freaking NI problems. It's weird. Like, they say things like that, and they obviously think they're saying things, right? Like, oh, well, these people are that way because of this weird thing. Like, well, it's because of this thing from the Bible. I don't understand what people like. Look, you're not saying anything, and you just need to accept that. And that's the biggest problem with their hate. Of all the things that is a problem with it, is that they're not fucking saying anything. At least horribly wrong people like Curtis Yarvin are actually saying something. Like, the reason my boogeyman is so terrible is because of this made up nonsense. Okay, the boogeyman doesn't exist. You're not saying anything. Curtis Yarvin. Look. What a fucking piece of work that guy is. Authoritarianism is good. It's basically advocacy. Are you fucking serious? And he sounds smart. Like, probably T.I. But, subjects. What he's doing, I don't know what type he is at all, but what he's doing is just an abuse of NI stuff that people always do, where they reify things and like everything that happens after the first second is already just invalidated by your garbage assumptions. And it's just all pretend. Like you don't even, oh God. You cannot accomplish anything by affording agency things that don't have agency and reifying things that, oh my God. What a horrible. It's so horrible that something as wonderful as NI tries to do things that it can't do and then ends up being horrible. Like, listen, NI, why don't you just be good at what you're good at? Like Corey telling me to read Ted Kaczynski and also listen to Curtis Yarvin. How could you think both of these people are good thinkers when their advocacies are completely exclusive of one another? Well, because he's not, making determinations about things. He's just listening and knowing. What intuitively, I guess, resonates about mythological concerns or something. Like, you're a super genius about music. Beyond what I could really ever attain, I don't think. But why do you also have to be incredibly wrong about this other stuff? Not just, and not even wrong in the sense like he didn't have any specific position, but the people that he thinks are good thinkers are exactly the opposite of good thinkers. They're absolutely fucking terrible thinkers.
I have to be near you.
Cool. I can't tell if my song is good or horrible. It's like super position. Well, you want to upload and share a link with me, I'll make you a mod temporarily, and I can tell you if it's good or not. But that's if you want an accurate answer. Oh, you have it on SoundCloud? All right. Well, why don't you share a link to it? Oh God. Fucking. This is one thing I do not like about YouTube. It's like just either let me watch TV as talking with famous people, or let me make people moderators as Eric Strauss. Why do I have to be Eric Strauss to watch TV? It's ridiculous. And now, of course, the other thing is, it matters a lot what identity you're logged into in YouTube, because if you go back and forth between two identities, then you'll get recommended the same things you've already seen, and etc. And you were like, oh, did I watch this already? Super annoying. So anyway, all right, that's what I was gonna do. All right, well, look, that's fine. Well then, if that's the case, then you don't need to worry about whether it's good or not, right? You're saying, I'm not trying to be good. I'm just trying to be whatever, something else. Well, look, doesn't sound good to me now, but it sounded fine an hour ago or something. Well, generally speaking, if my approach to listening to things is different than yours, obviously. Just eat your food. I don't want to watch you. Oh, I'm a poor little waif. Won't you come watch me eat? No, fuck off already. So, like, my approach to listening is such that once I hear something wrong with something, I can't unhear it, right? Like, if I'm making something, I'm listening to it, either I'm hearing something wrong with it or I'm not. There's not really any. It is a little more complicated than that when it comes to mixing and stuff. What is this a commercial for? Babies? That's fine. Look, we all fail almost always, and it's totally okay to do that, because otherwise we'd never succeed. Okay, will you just fucking not make me do this stupid shit? Just let me listen to the thing without. I know that's what they. Just. I don't want to have you have my identity fucking thing every time I listen to something. It's ridiculous. Oh, I needed a change there. well, what is this? Stop. Um, I mean, it's a lot better than I expected. uh, as far as the mix and everything goes, I think it sounds fine. I don't hear any big mix issues of any sort. And I just think I think it's a little repetitive. I don't necessarily think that top thing. That part, I don't necessarily think that that concept necessarily was worth the amount of attention it's given. But you know, the thing is also, Gil, what you're trying to make, I'm not really sure what it is, right? Like, you're trying to make a track, I guess. But I think it's a good idea to kind of know ahead of time what you're trying to make, or like, it's easy to get lost in loopy stuff. Yeah, and that's always going to be a challenge to go from playing to working, right? But it seems like you've got plenty of, like, obviously good ear stuff as far as mixing and sensibility about things in general. You seem to have, by and large, good instincts. But no, it's good. The thing is, Teabag, I'm not I'm not trying to diss it or anything. I'm just talking to him artist to artist. Like, these are these are things we struggle with, is like playing rather than working, right? I struggle with it all the time. I make all kinds of stuff that never goes anywhere because it's not part of a clear vision for something that's supposed to be something, you know? There's nothing wrong with doing that. And it's a good way to get good at a lot of the processes too. But, you know, it's the difference between, like like work artifacts versus work products, I guess. I mean, I do think that you have a lot of all the fundamental skills you need to make good music. So that puts you in a tiny fraction of people. It's just a matter of, will you have the right relationship with NI ultimately? Nobody ends up on a good artistic path that's misguided in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. Like, nobody's gonna make good music if they think that what makes music good is if you're feeling it or something like that. Nobody's gonna make good music unless they understand what like what comprises good music, they might happen to without any intellectualizing or anything, but it's it's not the case that anybody will do a good job under the wrong frame of reference. So if, like, Brendan told me he finds my attitude towards music toxic, but the thing is, what he's really saying is he wants to fuck around, make bad stuff, and still value it. But I'm not going to do him the disservice of telling him that's a good idea. Yes, you can fart all you want and smell it all you want, and that's a great experience for you. Oh, I think it's important to, play music with people and have this vibe and stuff. That's all wonderful. And those are all legitimate things, but that's not a good way to make good music. So, well, it's not the case that you need to have the right frame of reference to make good music. It is the case that you need to not have the wrong frame of reference. Like, if you're under the impression that music that displays excellent musicianship skills or something is good, well, then you're going to make horrible fucking music. Well, demonstrations of instrument competency and artistic incompetency. Well, what I'm really saying, G-Bag, is um, like, what would what would have to happen for that to feel like an actual complete track that anybody would want to listen to repeatedly? And there's nothing, anything could happen to that to make it like that. And that's your goal, to make a track that somebody listens to and doesn't just say it's good, thinks good, but that they want to listen to over and over and over again, and that it's forever good, right? It's classic. Its goodness will last forever. And anything short of that is abject failure, right? There's no good way to fail. You can't, there's no moral victories here, right? This is what Brennan said was toxic about music. Well, it's definitely not toxic about how to make good music, and it's definitely not toxic about what to listen to either. Like, I don't want to waste my time listening to shit that's not absolutely mind-blowingly fantastic. And I get that I will likely never attain that when as a creator of music, but if I don't, I'm honest enough to recognize that it's failure. So, ultimately, it's like for Gyal to have succeeded or failed at anything in that track, he'd have had to have been attempting to do something. But he did display plenty of competencies that are really important, right? That most people don't have. And I don't mean to diminish that part of this response as well. Because this isn't really about his track per se. It's about how to make music. And that's an incredibly rich and important and complicated thing to talk about. And I greatly appreciate the fact that Gyalt is on, struggling the same struggle I'm struggling. And, you know, so, like I said, no moral victories, unfortunately. I've got songs of mine that I think are good, catchy maybe. Um, People seem to like them and maybe want to listen to them multiple times. But I'm not sure. I really don't know if anything I've written has ever attained the level I would be satisfied with. What would satisfy me? I don't know. The more complicated a song becomes, the more narrow the fan base or the kind of influence. In general, complicating songs is not a good idea. But there are only general rules for making good music, and there you can always find exceptions to every general rule. And some of the best songs sound very simple but are actually complicated. Like Get Lucky is an extremely complicated song, but it doesn't sound that complicated, right? Like when you listen to it, you think, bam, 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 bam. It doesn't sound that complicated, but it actually is very complicated. You can find examples of songs that are incredibly simple and also incredibly genius, and songs that are complicated and incredibly genius. No hard, fast rule, but there are some general guidelines for lyrics, for example. Less is more with lyrics. Don't be like Eric. I mean, it's not a terrible notion, you know, to like hone a, I guess, library of how different people execute ideas or whatever, but ultimately, you're just playing peekaboo with the central question, which is you got to make something inspired, right? And there's no way to tell anybody, me or anybody, how to be inspired, how to have a vision that is good. It just happens, or you fuck around and then you listen to something and you realize, oh, that bit of it is very inspired or something. I don't know. Like I've had shit come out good and bad in different ways of doing things. Like sometimes I've had shit come out great that started out just as like track fucking around, and I've had things recording a song that turned terrible, and you know it's very difficult to come up with explanations or like things guidelines things you should do to be great. It's it just sort of happens, I guess, when it does. Well, by and large, you're right about that, Casey Jones. That less is more musically, generally speaking. And the point is, like, imagine this thing right here. You all know it. You all love it. That's not complicated, it's not simple, it's not played well or poorly or anything. It's fucking genius, right? It's inspired and correct and what it should be. Steal your face. You can have it. You don't even need to steal it. You can just go ahead right away and have it. I don't need this face at all because my nose keeps running and it fucking drives me crazy. I don't care that it's cold outside. That's not a good reason for your nose to run. It's fucking ridiculous. My nose is like a finicky little girl. Like every little thing makes my nose run. Oh, did somebody turn on the fan? I better start running. I do declare. Boo! I'm gonna start running again. Just stop already. Stop being such a little bitch. Yeah, it's from Peter and the Wolf. Everybody knows it. Everybody remembers it. When you hear it, it's incredibly evocative, right? Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Because it's right. That's the only explanation for it, right? There's no other things we can learn from it except for the fact that it's right and not wrong. You can't try to copy it or something or anything. You just have to have an equivalently, totally distinct, inspired vision. So, and there's no way to tell somebody, anybody, how to do that. That shit is like, if people want to be correct about music, everything I just said right there, that's all they need to know, really, is you're trying to find something that people will remember forever. People still know Mozart shit, right? Not because it's like fancy or whatever, but because it's right when it is. And it's so rare for that to happen. It's like, why do people remember so many Beatles songs, but not like Jay and Steve's band from the same time? It's because the Beatles were good and Jay and Steve's band was not. You can see this play out all the time. Like, why don't people remember Jessica Simpson songs? They remember Britney Spears songs because Jessica Simpson songs were disposable garbage. And Britney Spears had legitimate hits like "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time" and um, "Toxic" and other ones too. Like, there's a lot of factors that make it such that you can't really determine quality from popularity, at least in the short term. But you can determine quality based on what people still like. And once you get past the SI stuff, so it's like, you know, people will continue to like stuff they liked when they were younger, even if it's bad. They might have some particular memory of, I remember when Steve and I listened to this Jessica Simpson song. Just listening to it always bring that back to me. So you're gonna get things that are popular that are bad and continue to get plays for as long as that generation of people is alive, right? The real test comes whether people who don't have any like SI bias end up still liking it and playing it because it's good. Like, does anybody actually think that people will 100 years from now be singing Bad Bunny songs? I don't think so. Not in a billion years. So it's like this thing that I'm saying right now, all this stuff about how to make good music and what comprises good music and stuff is incredibly correct and valuable information. And it matters so much. And it's not narrative you're going to hear really anyplace else. And nevertheless, there are 9 people here. I appreciate all 9 of you, by the way. You are listening to things that are correct. Unlike the vast majority of people. But it just goes to show you how people have, like, they prioritize things that aren't related to what I'm talking about. And they, by and large, disagree with me entirely about music and art, because what I'm trying to say is that it's not a subjective matter, or just, everybody's taste is equal or something. I'm trying to say that, in fact, you can be objectively right or wrong about music, even if you can't prove it. And if you don't like the right music, then you're wrong to like that music that you like. That's what I'm saying. And people don't like that, obviously. I mean, listen to whatever you want to listen to and enjoy it in your fashion. That's fine. I'm not telling you to behave differently. I'm just telling you about the music, not about you and your relationship with it. What is TE like for an ENTP? It's fucking horrible. It's the area where you understand it well enough that you expect yourself to perform adequately in it. And every time you fall short in something that involves TE, you just feel like a fucking idiot. You don't like its frame of reference because it's about utility, not about correctness. And in general, you disapprove of its role in lots of things in life, and disapprove of the fact that it can be successful at things it has no business being successful at because it's TE, so it figures out its subjective interests and stuff. So I don't like it one bit. Onset August. TE can get the fuck out as far as I'm concerned. Because obviously, things that are not correct, they don't even respect their own appropriate area. You think NI users experience any the same way? No, not NI DOMs, because NI DOMs have any in the 5th slot. So there's an absolute value for the external world of theirs. If something's not validated any, they've got a serious problem with it. In other words, if it's not any originality, if it's just a bunch of SI garbage, they don't like that at all. You want to tell an NI DOM some story like, I went to the store and they had beans on sale and stuff. They're just gonna kick you in the face. Anyway, I went to the store and beans were on sale. And so I was like, normally they're 69 cents. This time they're only 49 cents. I'm going to get a lot of beans, I said. I think it's ridiculous, wrong, and insane. You can You can disprove it in a second by pointing to examples of every function, even your most blind functions, operating in multiple dimensions according to their definition of dimensions. So it's ridiculous. Which the next TE, ENPs or ESPs feel negated and or disgruntled about logical consistent order. I mean, it's not logical consistent order. It's fucking utility driven. I guess. Fucking. Oh god. I don't know. I don't like it at all. All right. That's the point. I don't want to know or care about you and your ways of doing things, all right? I'm just here to tell you whether you're correct or not. And TE, if you're trying to scoot around into my area, then you are not correct. So you get out of here. Because they don't make any sense, Gil. That's why. Yeah, NIFE handles the grocery anecdote with more grace than NITE. But the point is, any is in the fifth slot plays that a lot different than in the sixth. And the other thing is, I may disapprove of TE in general, but it doesn't mean that I don't like TE people necessarily, right? I just don't like it when life requires me to have TE because I know the number one thing I don't like about TE is this actually. I don't get to know before I start how long it's going to take to figure out, whether I'm actually going to figure it out or not, or how much it's going to cost along the way or anything. I get to kind of find out along the way and have some kind of compromise fucking decisions about things that you don't get to know this now, but you have to make a decision now, kind of thing. Fuck off already, TE. Okay, fine. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this. Then I need to know in advance how long I'm going to take to figure this out. It could be 1 minute, could be 100 hours. Fuck off already, TE. I'm not having that. That's just not cool, right? And you might never figure it out at all. You're almost certain going to encounter various unanticipated frustrations. Why in the fuck do you need that information now? Oh my god. Just, I don't want to figure out how to get from here to there. I want to either be here or there. Uh-huh. I love you, darling.
I love you too.
You know what I don't love?
What?
TE.
I heard.
Yeah. Guys, I feel like Effie and T are both things that bother because God cause me trouble. Well, I mean, Effie is about engaging other people in ways that, respect sort of the common engagements and stuff.
What could I take for muscle soreness?
I would say Tylenol, possibly also ibuprofen.
And that won't react with my medication, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in general, Tylenol's a little hard on your liver, but you don't take it very often. Getting it to take other drugs is not ideal, but it's not a problem like that. Okay. It doesn't have any interaction with anything.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. where I want to go in life seems to relate to either TE or FE, or a lot of SE too. Of course, what is life reward? It rewards my countervalued and ultra unconscious and also countervalued functions, TE and SE. I don't like either of them. And I don't think either of them should be prioritized so much in life. Oh, you're starting a TE haters club right now? Too bad for you. I already started it and I'm the president. I don't like TE one bit. I think so many things in like that go wrong in the world go wrong expressly because people are using their interface functions in place of deliberation functions and upholding the wrong values accordingly. Like, TE is the sort of thing without NI especially that figures out how to distribute to everybody a cup of expired milk without ever questioning why in the world we want to do this. That's TE without NI. I'm going to figure out how we can successfully distribute to everybody a cup of expired milk. Why? What? That's the goal, motherfucker. I have a goal. And I'm going to figure out how to achieve it. Yeah, but should we be figuring this out? Look at the results. Before, nobody had cups of expired milk. Now everybody does. Isn't that fantastic? So many more. How many people would have anything if it weren't for me? They'd have zero things. Now they have this additional thing. That's TE for you in a nutshell. If expired milk is the only milk, is it still expired? Yes. You can't unsour sour milk, as far as I know. There may be some way to do it, but I don't know why anybody would develop such a process. Carolyn, are you sure? Again, I'm asking you, are you sure you want to pursue this line of research? Well, yeah. Like, how many people every day, everywhere, ends up with some milk that's too old? What do they do now? They just throw it right away. Well, what if I figured out a cheap and easy way to revert your spoiled milk into regular milk? Even then, Carolyn, I'm pretty sure people wouldn't want to do that. Are you shitting on science? No, I'm not shitting on science, believe me. This anti-science crowd is trying to prevent me from doing my research. You feel like you're not going anywhere. You're only 22, yo. I guess that explains your general, non-stop self-understanding thing. If, in fact, you are on a clear path right now, then it would certainly be the wrong path. You'd be like, I know clearly this business I want to start. I know right away what I wanted to do. I wanted to work in real estate. Who wouldn't love real estate? What, with all the forms and everything? Ah, nothing quite smells like a pile of real estate forms. I just get out my regular lucky pen and I just start. Oh yeah, what address does it have this thing? Why NI plus TE is tolerable? Well, NITE is very tolerable. INTJs are not wrong. That's why they're ENTJs. They think they're so much smarter than they are. Just will you stop with your trying to have ideas other than practical ones, please? Well, INTJs are great. INTJs are among the few people who understand me and agree with me because I'm correct. There's one thing you can count on an INTJ for. It's knowing what's correct when it comes to like complicated stuff, right? Like INFJs, Rachel can intuit that I'm right about lots of things, but also she's not that interested in the more exclusive and critical aspects of it. Like she's more willing to include a lot of stuff that's not related that might also be the thing. Yeah. No, it's not all and also maybe this, okay? But like that's fine. Rachel's wonderful and I'm not trying to criticize her at all. I'm just saying that's the difference between INFJ and INTJ in terms of dealing with what I'm saying, right? Like INFJ is like, well, you know, they're like this because they're a 7 in an Enneagram. They might be a 7 in an Enneagram, but that's probably not why they're like the thing that you say they're like. INFJs are much less likely to make that mistake, I think. Although they're also likely to make certain other kinds of mistakes. I don't trust INTJs as much with art. Although there have been some good INTJ artists. I don't trust them nearly as much with it though. You know, they've got this kind of like they're like I think that the guy who was the leader of the Cars, I forget what his name is, but he was an INTJ, I think. He made really good music. But I also think like David Byrne might have been an INTJ, and I'm not very impressed, frankly. Rachel likes that, like the Talking Heads. No thanks. Like it's it's not wrong, but exactly. And the days go by. That's all well and good. I'm not. It's not wrong, right? And his talking part is not the wrong thing to do there either. And if you ask yourself, it's all correct, but it's not my taste, I guess. The truth is a subjective perception of reality. Well, that's not a very operational definition of truth, is it? Like, if you're gonna find truth like that, what are we gonna use the term to? draw a distinction between. For example, if I said this thing over here is Steven, then I'm saying I'm drawing a distinction between things that are not Steven and things that are Steven. you know. What is the distinction you're drawing when you define truth like that? As an INFJ, I feel I'm more happy that you feel you're right. Oh, not an FI sense, more like, well, Eric is situated now. That's good. Yeah, well, I think an INFJ is going to easily enough intuit that I'm competent. I know what I'm talking about in general, and that I'm not lying or trying to deceive. And, I don't know, a lot of INFJs seem to like the channel. So there's some sort of implicit connection between ENTPs and INFJs. The great tragedy of my life, one of them is the loss of my friendship with this genius INFJ, who was also, unfortunately, in an abusive relationship for decades. So his wife's horrible. And ultimately, like, he's a shell of a man. All right, big TI, big honesty, big trust. Well, thanks. Onset August. It is the case that I try to uphold credibility as like I'm opposed to lying not because it's wrong, but because it destroys your credibility. That's not a good way to make $100. I just gotta tell you. Search ants on drugs. What drugs are they on? Like, yeah, the whole idea of being on drugs seems weird. Like, aren't you on something more specific than just drugs? I use it like that all the time too, but ants on drugs, huh?
Have you heard of crack or ice? Yes. Let me tell you how it changed Misty. Misty tried
Misty
drugs
became
of
a
this stuff all
whore?
the time.
What?
Cigarettes and pills, whatever she could find. She
Oh my
thought it made her
god.
cool to be going so
Uh-oh.
far.
She thought
She
it was
wanted to
gonna
be
be
wild
cool,
and
but it
crazy like a
wasn't.
rock star.
You know what? I'm pretty sure she didn't think drugs were gonna make her cool. I think she probably just thought, oh my god, they're so much fun. Spiders on drugs is better than ants on drugs? I mean, I'm sure they're both horrific examples of anti drug propaganda. Wait, are these actual spiders on actual drugs?
Of all web building species. Recently, scientists gave these tiny creatures a variety of psychoactive drugs to observe their effects on web building. When given a minute dose of LSD, the spider's web took on an unfamiliar, minimalist structure. When
Why in the world are scientists giving acid to spiders?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think that when people perform and they it's like me and you are like singing a set, except it's not me, it's just another girl, and like you make eye contact, does that mean like chemistry?
No. When I'm making music, it has nothing to do with people and emotion.
Really? Because
No, I'm trying to make good music. I don't have time for irrelevancies like FI shit.
Okay. The characters that I'm looking at are FI,
Yeah,
so
well,
they're
that's
like
why they make bad
looking at
music.
each other.
That's why they make bad music.
Okay. I don't know if it's bad music or not, but
There's no
like
good way.
they're trying. Sorry, trouble.
There's no
They're
good way to make
trying-
music the wrong way.
They're trying to show like connection between the two with like looking at each other.
That's
Like,
not
I'm
the
like,
appropriate place to do that. Okay, connection between
you're
people
right.
should not be occurring during music.
And you're right. And the problem is that like the guy kissed his co-writer singer, and he has a girlfriend. So I'm like,
Well, she's just a scumbag. Then.
okay.
There's no like artistic
Yeah,
justification.
because
for
I'm
anything.
like, if I don't know,
If one is feeling like connected with somebody when they're playing music, that's a great thing and fine and everything. But if you're directing your attention to be like, hey, bro, this is pretty great, isn't it? Then you're already failed. You've already failed because there's no way you can sustain being great while focusing on that kind of thing.
well, like, Jared and Kay look at each other when they.
And what kind of music do they make?
Okay, you're right. All right. Okay. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, I mean that's great. There's nothing wrong with that relationship with music. Like their relationship with music is much more joyful and experiential than mine or ours will ever be in some sense. But the reason that is the case is because what do they have to give up to get that? Being right about music.
That's true.
So it's like, you know, if you want to have all those wonderful experiential like jamming out kind of priorities and stuff, that's great, and you might meet all of your interests and goals, and that's fine.
I just wanted your opinion because I didn't know if like connection from musical partners, like visual like cues equals like chemistry.
I mean, maybe for people who aren't doing it right,
That's true.
but you know,
Okay.
I don't know. I
It's
think
like if I was
maybe-
a girlfriend's character, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I would be so jealous.
of course, there's no excuse because they're on stage together for them to have some sort of romantic thing.
I mean, even if it wasn't right, that aside, even though like if I noticed being a little bit intimate between you and like someone who you're singing with, I'd probably be like,
That wouldn't happen because I'm not paying attention to anything other than whether the thing is happening is right. It takes every speck of my attention to even possibly be right. You know, I don't have extra attention to devote towards irrelevancies. And even when I give it all my attention, my music usually isn't right anyway. So, you know, it's
okay,
like
I just wanted your opinion because I know because I had a feeling it would be different for you being FI polar, like that seems like a very intimate thing to do. Like it's weird for me to look.
Yeah, but I don't have a different perspective on it because I'm FI polar. I have a different perspective on it because I'm NI fifth and NE dom. So I understand the necessary fluencies on the intuitive level, and accordingly, understand that there's no place in that for irrelevancies and stuff like, you know, it's like what I'm feeling in any given moment is not relevant at all to whether the music's good.
Yeah, that's fine. That I just am saying that like if I like.
You're worried about our relationship because it's something you watched on TV.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have anything to worry about. Obviously, we're not those people, and if we were those people, I'd be wrong about things.
But I'm being wrong because like I'm asking you because they're trying to portray like chemistry. So I'm asking you, is that a general thing? is chemistry between two artists.
I mean, maybe, but it has nothing to do with like. Is do people sometimes have chemistry with one another? Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Does that link to making music together? It shouldn't. It might. Like when it does, it tends to fuck things up, right?
Right.
Like there's that band that the lady first was married to one guy in the band, and then
Oh yeah, yeah.
I forget.
Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, I think it's Fleetwood Mac. Yeah.
Um.
Like people should be in relationships for relationship reasons and be doing music for music reasons. They should not try to like
You're
look
right. You're
at.
right.
Here's a good
They're
idea.
They're showing.
Here's a good idea. John Lennon inviting Yoko Ono around to make music.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no place in music making for nonsense, like subjective concerns. Like, well, but Judy wants to be included. I don't give a fuck what Judy wants, right? Like, why would anybody care what Judy wants? I feel like a defensive typology manifesto would help people understand what you're trying to articulate faster. I mean, bro, I've got a video up that's called like all of your key typology things in like 8 minutes or something. The reason people don't understand is not because I've not articulated it well enough. You know what would be a great solution, Eric, would be if you made more words that you're always making all the time. Okay, well, that's not going to solve any problem. I can already tell you it doesn't do anything. ABBA's good. I've got some good songs. For sure. Like Waterloo, Dancing Queen. What's that other one that I like of theirs? Now I can only think of Dancing Queen. I can't think of the song I'm trying to think of. But every time I try to think of it, I think, anybody can be that guy. The night is young and the music's high. It's a good song. Take a chance on me, you'll be first in line. Baby, until free. Meow, 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 meow. This lady in ABBA sounds like a real whore, I gotta tell you. Anybody can be that guy. What guy? The guy to have sex with this sexy lady. You know what? You're just a dirty whore, so I don't want anything to do with you. Take a chance on you. Well, like, maybe I won't get VD? No, thank you. Seriously, have you thought about this before? Like, what kind of incredible whore this lady is? Anybody can be that guy. Even me? Even you. Even you, Harold. You could be that guy. But I'm just Harold. It doesn't matter. She's a complete whore. She'll be drunk in a little while. She won't even know. And that's the story of how the lead singer of ABBA had sex with Harold. Ruben was saying I should milk the dog for $200. Can't milk dogs, okay? Can't milk dogs. You're thinking of cows. And, you know, in ancient Wales, they had a law that said nobody can try to sell cat's milk because it's worthless. Who would try to sell cat's milk? Oh, I've got a crop of milking cats. Oh, with good enough NI and TE, you can milk anything. With good enough TE and no NI, you will. Like, I was watching this video. This guy whose business idea was baby clothes with knee pads. So that, you know, because babies crawl, right? Except for the fact that, like, all of human civilization, all of human existence, babies have managed to do okay without knee pads. Number one. Number two, your product is directed at this tiny window of opportunity where somebody's baby started crawling and might need these knee pad things. You're obviously aiming at a super bougie group of people who think that, you know, like, also let's get our baby a helmet or something so that if it's crawling and hits its head, it's a lack of good NI there, right? Like, is this product really gonna work? But then, you know, sometimes people have there's incredible demand for things that you would never imagine people want. Like, and there was this stretch of time where people wanted to get these like electronic pets that you had to pay attention to or they die. Like, why in the world would anybody want such a thing? Like a needless task that you have to do with no actual consequences, but it feels like there are. What? Nobody's gonna want to buy this terrible idea. Lots of people bought them. I mean, can you come up with a worse idea? Like, how about an electronic thing that makes you do long division periodically? Like, what in the world? Nobody's gonna want to buy that. And then lo and behold, everyone's like, oh yeah, I love having to do long division periodically. This is a fun game. A game called Tasks You Have to Do. Like, who could possibly have predicted such a thing would be popular? Nobody. Obviously, the people who made it predicted it. I mean, I never have predicted such a thing would be popular, obviously. But yeah, things are popular not necessarily because it makes any sense, right? Like, lots of things are hugely popular, and people are just huge numbers of people are just wrong about it. That happens all the time with music. What is Rachel listening to? Hopefully, it's not loud enough for me to get copyright issues. I like it when Rachel's listening to music I haven't heard before. There's a much higher than average chance that it's fantastic. Just take any random person they're listening to music. It's almost certainly not going to be fantastic if it's something I haven't heard before, right? Oh, that's what you're listening to. You weren't listening to that music, you were listening to Girls HBO. That's why it makes sense that the song wasn't really that great. So you're both watching Girls and in the chat, huh? Well, that's cool. I'm watching speed skating, live streaming in the chat concurrently as well, so nothing unusual about that, I suppose. You really like that show. Like I can't imagine watching a show really, maybe twice, depending on if it's really good. But you like that show and makes you have questions like, is it okay that I'm not like these other people I see on TV? This is old school me, circa 2018. Fair enough. I mean, it's like people have a interesting relationship with their 8 slot function. I'm sure there are. I can't really think of examples, probably because SE is my most unconscious function, but I'd like to find some kind of equivalent thing that I do SE wise to your relationship with that show. I guess I don't really have a lot of. It's hard to say. It's hard to. If you were talking about, if one was to come up with like an equivalent example on SE, it would have to be still linked somehow to SI regularity, I guess. It's a tricky question. How to find an equivalence between a knowledge function and an action function is tricky. I am feeling pretty good, I gotta say. I don't like all the nose blowing, obviously. But if that's my biggest complaint, I'm a pretty lucky guy. I feel like I'm in the right relationship with my body right now. I'm not all clenchy and the natural response to having not enough sleep for some period of time is to be sleepy and want to like rest and something. Of course, I fight that every step of the way until I'm out of roll, and then I'm like, oh please sleep, take me away. It's only 10:09, but I still want to sleep. That's pretty late, girl. 10:09. It's not like it's 7 p.m. or something. 10 o'clock is a reasonable time to go to bed. You know, if you had to work in the morning, you'd probably go to bed around now. I mean, I get it. It's Saturday. Tomorrow, Sunday. Is that right? Or have the days of the week right? Yes, I do. I know it's Saturday because I did this calculation about mushrooms. So I knew it was only 2 days since I last ate them, and it's not okay, Eric. You have to wait longer between them. Otherwise, you don't even really get the full trip experience. But it's still so good. Feel good. I think I'm in kind of a comfort mode. I took a chance on a few new shows, movies, was disappointed, so rewatching Girls is comforting. It's great to have clarity about what you self-soothe with, you know? It's super important for everybody to self-soothe in certain ways. And it's a it's a thing that causes a lot of problems in life, you know. People don't have good ways to self-soothe and try to use bad ways to self-soothe. You believe in God. Which God do you believe in? Ram, Buddhism, Christianity, Muslim community? I self-identify as a Christian. I can't double tap faster. Why would you double tap at all? I think actually the double tapping on the phone makes a like, right? Is that what you're referring to? I appreciate it then. You're gross is a little bit like Jay Epstein. Okay, well, I may be gross, but I'm nothing at all like Jay Epstein. And you'd have to know me a little bit for your comparison between me and somebody else to be meaningful and all right. I need to self-soothe with journaling too. I've been procrastinating. That's not exactly necessarily qualified as self-soothing, but it's good for your identity and everything. I'm not sure if it qualifies as self-soothing or not. Like shoveling snow today was very good for me, and I liked it a lot. But I don't know if it qualifies as self-soothing. But maybe that's just an SI bias to think that self-soothing necessarily involves like nesting stuff. Grandpa, it wasn't you who was there. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all. A little bit of every chop choice. I also don't know what that means. You are confusing me with your words. I'm not really confused. I have good understanding of the fact that those words don't mean anything. Yeah, you wish I was your grandpa. I'm not anybody's grandpa because my daughter has no children. How do you like that, Mr. Grandpa? Well, I could see her potentially having kids at some point. I don't know if I want that or not, but I don't doubt that if it were to happen, I would love the grandchild very much, but I'm not necessarily in favor of it per se, but it's not my, obviously, it's not my decision or anything. But I got enough people to worry about. Like this cat right here, you know, it's such a handful. He's constantly just like a dog, you know. Just will you just go away from me for a little while, please? I, I don't need this constant companion familiar thing because I know what you're doing. You're basically saying, "This is mine, and it's not Capillo's." You are from Ayodhya, the city of Lord Rama in India. Well, good for you. I'm glad to hear it. It's cool, just spark it. I will. That I understand. I'm gonna pull this ball in a second. Some people call me the big yawner. Some call me the gangster of yawns. Some people call me Maurice, but they should call me the big yawner because I yawn so much. Oh, you know what else they should fucking call me? Runny nose makes runny boats. I'm so fucking done with this wiping my nose shit. I want to know Lord Rama. Well, it seems unusual construction there to tell somebody else what they want. I mean, I don't want to know him, but if you want me to want to know him, then I guess that's something you want. Like, why in the world would I want to know this person? I am sure he's a real person. If he believes himself to be some sort of royalty, well, I definitely do not want to know him. I'm not a big fan of royalty or aristocracy. It's like, are you actually serious that you think you're some kind of lord of things? Oh my God. I don't even know. I don't even know where to start with this whole aristocrats thing. Prince whatever. Just get the fuck out already. How do you even go through life not just constantly dying of cringe? Mr. Lordy Lord, yeah. Oh, Your Majesty. There's nothing majestic about you at all. They're just fucking dumbass piece of shit. All right, Teabag. Well, you do you, I guess. I just stressed that. Respect the Pitbull's consent lines. Ah, that bomb rip was good. It left quite the smoky haze in the room. I think, based on the performance of that previous bomb rip, I should have another one. I'm going to need to grind more weed before I can smoke more weed, though. And of course, what's the other thing I'm gonna have to do? I need to get some toilet paper because
Yeah, we do.
oh, we're almost out of toilet paper. I was saying I need some toilet paper from blowing my nose because my nose is gonna get sore if I keep using paper towels. But you know what won't make it sore? My sleeve. And that's a better way to deal with this than constantly blowing my fucking nose, wiping it, whatever. Just get out of here. You are a brave man smoking hookah. Right? This requires literally zero courage. Right? I don't know why that would make me brave. It's also the case that, while it doesn't require any courage, that it's not cowardly in any sense. So, I guess the whole point I'm trying to say is your engagement of this bravery topic is incorrect. The only courage it requires of me is the courage to do what I want. And what I want to do right now, needless to say, is pull a bone grip.
I love you.
Oh, sir. Big yawns for little Eric. What a big yawner at times I am. Of course, what does yawning make happen? Well, yawning apparently frightens my fragile nose into running again. Oh, I can't handle it. You're yawning. I'm going to have to just run. Just stop it. You fucking little bitch. Just stop running. Oh. The amount of frustration I have when it comes to running noses over the years is just unspeakable. I can't think of anything at all that irritates me so consistently and so regularly all the time for years on end as my fucking nose running. Looks like the U.S. won some sort of thing in the Olympics here with the speed skating. This is, I guess, what they call, oh, crash. This is what they call long track, I think. Because it definitely appears to, it's not the same track that the short track was on, so I'm assuming this is the long track. This is a much longer track, Takes a lot more going around to get all the way around it. So anyway, it was coming down to the finish. Oh, so I see. The U.S. got bronze. They're super stoked. The Netherlands got gold. And the Americans are so happy with bronze too. It's like they definitely did not expect to win that race or get gold or be maybe even contention for bronze. They thought maybe we can get bronze. Well, they did get bronze and they're super happy about it. First was Netherlands, then Canada, then United States. I'm very happy for you, America, and your competitors. You seem so thrilled with your bronze medals. Congratulations. It's great to see people so, honestly engaged so much emotionally with something. That's what makes sports so great. You watching these people who are dedicating everything they have to being successful with this athletic endeavor. And, their success and failure inevitably results in incredibly honest displays of emotion, you know? I don't know what it means to be a big goon in my youth. Is it like a bouncer guy? I definitely was not like that. Equivalent to. What's equivalent to what? Your mom's equivalent to your mom. No, Eric, your mom is equal to your mom, not equivalent. Okay, Mr. Pedantic. Your mom is not equivalent. Shut up, Eric. Well, this lady's being interviewed, and she's got a bronze medal, and she is overwhelmed by emotion. It's great. Yeah, you can see the whole display of all these emotions on her face. I don't even hear anything she says, but because I don't have it muted, it's still totally worth watching. Well, good job, Mia Manganiello. Mia Manganiello, congratulations on your bronze medal. I'm so happy that you're so happy. Personally, obviously, I don't have a lot invested in how America does in the speed skating events, but you know. What is this we're watching now? Some kind of. What's this? Something occurring on frozen water? Well, the truth is, that's part of every Winter Olympic sport. Sometimes it's snow, sometimes it's ice. But there's not any Winter Olympic sport that doesn't involve frozen water. Otherwise, it would be a summer thing. Like, can you imagine trying to do ice skating without any ice, but there's just like concrete? They could have that event. Have people go around on the concrete, just being like, oh. I think it's a good idea, actually. I think we should have summer ice skating with no ice. This lady. Ice skating so ridiculous. Like, this whole. That's. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I'm ice skating around. Yeah, it's like in ice skating, it's very important that you convey how much you feel this thing that you're doing. But if you had any sense, you wouldn't be doing this thing at all. So, obviously, how you feel about it isn't going to matter very much. I guess that's just. And the thing is, it's not like there's not a place for dumb FI stuff in the world. But it's not really a sport, is it? Like, I thought she felt this more. Is that really a sport? I know that it involves some athleticism, but I'm not really sure that qualifies as a sport. It's more like a feeling comparison contest. Like, look at this insanity. These people with their theatricality. It's considered a good thing to have theatricality in ice skating, but it almost never is theatricality a good thing, and really in anything, even in the theater. It just all makes me think of Liza Minnelli. Like, don't you imagine that Liza Minnelli must have just loved ice skating? I love it. I just imagine her. I could do it too. Getting out on the ice and just falling over and stuff. I'm pretty sure Liza Minnelli is a huge ice skating fan. Look at me go! Look at me! I'm doing it! You're not doing it, Liza Minnelli. I'm doing it! Just look at me go! Well, actually, Liza Minnelli, I kind of like your ice skating routine better than those other people's. It's very much the same sort of thing as that streamer thing in the Olympics. How did that get included as a sport in the Olympics? Okay, I'm sorry, but that is definitely not a sport. That's like little girls twirling stuff or something. Whoever thought that would be a good thing to include in the Olympics needs to have their head checked. Oh my God, I can't wait. Only 15 more minutes till coverage of the streamer thing comes on. Oh my gosh, isn't it beautiful? The way she's going like this. I note that there's no men's competition in that. Well, what's up with that? Why can't men compete in that sport too? You know what? Maybe I'll be the trailblazer and compete in the next Olympics in the first edition of the male version of that sport. As one of the pioneering men who does that sport, obviously I set the standards for what it should be. What in the world are they thinking? Who in the world would want to do that? And how in the world did it become an Olympic sport? Okay, can you not drip on my head? Why are you even melting? It's nighttime. Because, Eric, water don't determine whether to melt based on day or night. Oh yeah, then what is it based on? Why, it's based on temperature. Well, it seems pretty cold out to me. Wait, not that cold. If it were actually cold, I'd have on my other jacket on top of this. Like, actually, last night it got super cold. Got down to 14 degrees according to the computer. And I can tell you, when I went to smoke cigarettes last night, it was very different than right now. My legs would get super cold, and I had my heavy jacket on, and it's still, by the time I got to the end of the cigarette, I'd feel cold. Right now, even though there's snow all around, it's quite balmy actually. Big yawns for little Eric, learning his ways with the ribbons and things. People do some absolutely ridiculous things in life, though, and some crazy things. It's like, how is it human beings do this? Such as those flipping through the air on skis things. Like, really? You gotta go down this thing and go, whoo, and you're fucking flip in the air a bunch of times on skis and land perfectly and stuff. Well, I got one thing to say about that. Thanks, evolution. The reason people do that is because back when we were hunter-gatherers, there were a lot of circumstances that required that kind of thing to get food. Org, go get food. All right, let me just put on my skis, go down to the jump, and do some flips, and then as I'm doing it, I'll catch a goose that's flying by. Bad luck for you, goose. Good luck for me. And I stuck the landing. Fuck yeah, hunter-gatherers, let's go. I don't know if catching a goose mid-air qualifies as hunting or gathering. Are you just gathering the resources of the air? Possibly. Obviously, if you shoot it, it counts as hunting. But if it just flies into your arms, well, that could qualify as gathering. What was the third thing that hunter-gatherers could do besides hunting and gathering? Is there anything else they could do? Well, you can't farm without being, then you're not a hunter-gatherer anymore. You can't obviously like build cities. I guess you could build a house, but you'd have to be near rich hunting grounds that remained that way. Probably you have to follow animals around. So, what can hunter-gatherers do besides hunting and gathering? Well, they could potentially like have some kind of art culture. You have like laws and stuff, but pretty difficult to probably maintain an identity as a group when you're hunting gathering at a certain point. makes more sense to break off into more than one group, and then those groups probably don't maintain too much cultural identity over time. Anyway, fortunately, that's a problem for hunter-gatherers to deal with, not me. I don't have those kinds of problems. I've got other kinds of problems. Like, for example, how am I, oh, what, is this guy skiing again? He's wearing different clothes. I thought his thing was all over now. At least he's not wearing those incredibly terrible clothes he was wearing before. Now he's got on like, oh God. Now he's got on like sweatshirt, like a hoodie, and these horrible acid wash jeans things looking. But it's black and white acid wash, not blue and light blue. Oh yes, you're falling over very dramatically at the end. Oh, and the oh my God! Like, who could possibly take this stuff seriously? Oh my God! I do not understand how anybody can possibly take this seriously. I mean, yeah, you're good at spinning around and stuff. It's like, it's true that I'm not as good at spinning around as you are. The question is, why did you think it was a good idea to get good at that? Oh my God. And then hood comes onto his head, but he pushes it away because it wasn't intended to be there. Now he's spinning, he's feeling it. He's, oh my God, yes, it's so magnificent what I'm doing. Yeah, some aliens would come down and look at this and say, what in the world is he doing? Why is he doing it? He's killing it with this routine, I gotta say, though. He's landed all of his jumps and everything. Oh, yes. I know. Feel it. See me skate around. Oh, my God. What insane ridiculousness. Like, he's so good at doing this absolutely ridiculous thing. He's impossibly good at it. Like, he's worked so hard to spin around differently and jump around and do these motions and stuff. Like, let's go back to day one when you went to decide on things to do. Okay. What am I going to devote millions of hours of hard work towards? Okay. You seem to have the capacity to do that. That's wonderful. You should use that to do something that's not so absolutely fucking ridiculous. Obviously, for him, it's gonna pay off because he's a famous American Olympic skater. But I'm sure, like, he watches videos of him doing this and he just thinks, yes, that's exactly what I want to see. Well, more power to you, bro. You do you, and obviously there's a plenty big market for that kind of stuff because figure skating is one of the most popular events in the Olympics. When my cats scoot around to wipe their ass, I clap and cheer. The amount of elegance to scoot around is astonishing, dear. My cats don't ever do that. I saw my dogs have done it in the past occasionally. I've never seen the cats do that at all. Well, oh, figure skating. At least with figure skating, they have to do things that are actually incredibly difficult to do, like jump and spin around and land on one skate and other crazy shit like that. I'm not sure if there's anything particularly difficult people have to do in that streamer event, though. I mean, I guess they jump around and stuff, but the streamer event very much is like summer ice skating without the difficulty and add streamers. Oh, is it called rhythmic gymnastics? They should call it a little girl streamer party. The women's gold medalist this year, little girl streamer party. Okay, well, I don't know why. We should really be calling these people who play little girl streamer party women, but blind. Maybe next Olympics we could have tea party as well as an event. Or babysitters club or something. So it's a little bit less. It's less annoying to me and less ridiculous to me when girls ice skate than when men do it. It's obviously a girl sport, so like obviously girls like to do this kind of stuff and whatever, and it's appropriate for them because they're girls. It's ridiculous when men men compete in this event though. This girl, she's doing girliness in a much more like classy and restrained way than that guy did. He did girliness in just the most ridiculous way. Like in terms of theatricality, right? Like this is theatricality that's somewhat restrained and potentially effective and kind of selling the performance. but you have to mistake FI for theatricality to think that that last guy's theatricality was effective. Yes, it's obvious he was feeling it a lot. That's not a, that's not that's not a good way to make artistic decisions. But I guess it is in figure skating. You're not really trying to be an artist, you're just trying to win a competition. Oh, that was pretty good, lady. I don't know what country you're from, but you did a pretty good job. You didn't fall down. You didn't make me laugh at your ridiculousness. That's a pretty solid job. Your outfit's very sparkly. I'm sure you wanted it to be very sparkly. I don't like this thing at the end of their thing where they go and they wave and bow to every side of the arena. Just get off the fucking ice already. Oh, God. They're interviewing this ridiculous guy now. How was it? You know, I felt it so much when I was doing it. And I am 2026 Olympic team gold medalist now. I guess he must have won a gold medal or something. I I hope it was for that ridiculous performance I saw. Because it is true that he didn't fall down or anything. He did look very impressive, like in his skills that he could do and stuff. But you know, that's I guess you know what I should not complain about at all. FI people being in an appropriate place for FI. I should complain about it when they're in an inappropriate place. I'm not really complaining about it, I'm just laughing at it. Yeah, it was a pretty impressive flip he just did there in that performance. They're showing like highlights. I guess this girl in the blue dress must be an American. It doesn't seem like they're actually showing just a procession of competition. Seems like they're showing some highlights. This is that girl with the black hair, then blonde hair, then black hair. Yeah, I think she's an American. She did a good job. I think she did a better job than the guy, but that's just my personal opinion because I don't really like his theatricality. He did a better job of like fancy skating stuff though. Jumping here and there and spinning around. Okay. Listen, I think Paralympics is great and everything, but can we just shut the fuck up about it, please? Because I'm not interested at all. I could not be any less interested. And I don't want to hear, like, isn't this an inspiring story stuff? You know what? They're doing them, that's great. I don't need to have some sort of meowing about it. I don't want to have any meowing about it. Like, you know, maybe after the Paralympics, they could have the Special Olympics. I also don't want to watch that. After that, then they could have the Dead People Olympics. People who are dead still get to compete in sports. Isn't that wonderful? That's all fine and good. I don't want to watch any of them. And I don't think it's inspiring or whatever for you to tell me about it. So just shut the fuck up. me tell you. You know what? I wonder why that guy Oscar Pastorius, what's his name? I wonder why he didn't compete in the Paralympics. You know why he should have? Because he didn't have any legs. Bang! How you like that, motherfuckers? How you like that? I think I just proved my point about the Paralympics. Namely, that I don't care about them. And they can get out of here. This is a competition of people who are just heads. You know, they can use various adaptive things to kick the ball or whatever. I got a gold medal in the just head Olympics. I always wondered if I could do things as I'm just a head, but now I got a gold medal to prove how great I am. Thanks, Olympics, for people who are just ahead. This Olympics is just for tall people. This Olympics is just for short people. We have infinite possible Olympics. It's ridiculous. I mean, I get it. Paralympic people who are disabled still want to compete in sports and everything. That's all fine. But it's like, imagine somebody says to you this: "Hey, you want to watch my disabled brother play sports?" At best, you're going to respond with, "Sure. I could do that, I guess." I get it that these Paralympians are obviously much better athletes than I will ever be, but you know, it's like they don't even all have the same disability. So, like, let's say you're playing hockey. Some of them might have one leg, some of them might have one arm. I mean, how do you ensure that it's a fair competition when they don't even all have the same disability? I don't know. Like, okay, well, this guy's got two arms and two legs, but he's blind. My question would naturally be, why does he want to play hockey then? But, you know, that's just me and my questions. We issue a challenge. We think that Steve on their team was not disabled enough. Does that happen at the Paralympics? Is there some metric of measuring amount of disability and balancing between teams or something like that? I have serious doubts about this whole thing. I mean, I don't have doubts about it as an activity for people to do. I have my doubts about it as a viability of as a competition or legitimacy of really an Olympics in some sense. But yeah, people want to have the pageantry and stuff of things. That's fine. I'm not telling them they shouldn't have the Paralympics. I think it's great that they have that for people who like that and who want to participate in that. It's also the case that I absolutely do not want to watch it. And I don't want your inspirational stories about it either. So just get out of here with your Paralympic stuff. I'm watching the regular Olympics. Thank you very much. And I'm not even sure I'm doing that because I think I'm watching some sort of highlights thing rather than actual events being covered at the moment. What's at the very end of this, actually? I'm just watching commercials, I guess. Let's see what else is on to put in this tab over here. Figure skating exhibition gala. So this one is not even a competition. You're just demonstrating how great you skate around. Okay, I gotta watch this. Figure skating exhibition gala. What and who would go see that? Tickets were impossible to get today for the figure skating exhibition gala. Oh my god. Why does this even exist? Isn't this supposed to be the Olympics where you have gold medals or losers? This is just participation time for everybody to show how hard they've worked or something. Get out of here with your exhibition gala. You're skating around on ice. There's nothing gala about it at all. Okay, what? And even though it's not qualified as a gala, it does qualify as an exhibition. An exhibition of your bad decision making. To have this thing at all. If you've already lost in figure skating, then just be sad and be done with it. Don't come back for let me show you my thing here again. Nobody wants to see your thing not in competition in any way, where it doesn't matter, there's no scores, and there's literally like no judges, no scores. There's just and she did her thing, and now she's bowing in every direction and waving both of her hands with the Asian double hand wave. No scores. It doesn't matter at all, but they're doing it anyway. No competition, no judges, just doing this. How is this on TV as part of the Olympics? How is this part of the Olympics? This is not part of the Olympics. Oh, God. Then there's this one. It's like, it's also a mishmash of single people, a lady, a man, a couples thing. It's a couples thing. Like, you better throw her through the air at least. I don't want to see any of this just ice dancing shit. If you're gonna do couples figure skating, I want to see you throw her through the air. For some actual stakes where she might crash, Not just this sashaying around coordinated ice stuff. Can you imagine? Not just, oh, good, you threw her in the air and she spun around a few times. And you nailed the landing too. Good job. But can you imagine not just, like, say, ice dancing, right? Okay, well, in some level, you can understand maybe going to an ice dancing competition. Going to an ice dancing exhibition, though, is absolutely insane. And there are a number of people in the stands for this exhibition. I mean, I'm watching it on TV. So, what do you think about that? Well, I'm just watching it on TV because there's not really anything else on TV. I was gonna not watch it, but then I realized, wait, it's fully just an exhibition. I just had to come look at it for a little while. Yeah, you're skating around with her on one hand above you. Pretty impressive stuff. I definitely could not do that. I know from experience that if I try to go ice skating, that is going to result in a very sore body. Hips, butt, whatever. I'm going to fall down left and right. The only kind of thing like that I can actually do, really, is skiing. It's because I was put on skis very young. My butt gets sore just watching this thing. If your butt sore and you're an exhibitionist, is your butt sore because you've been ice skating? I bet that's not what you meant, but I'm gonna hazard a guess that the reason your butt is sore is because you've recently gone ice skating. And that would be a perfectly normal thing to happen after you go ice skating. Panda steals the show at Olympic figure skating gala. It's like everybody involved in this seems to have forgotten that they're at the Olympics competing at things. No, I've been cross country skiing with two guys. I see. I'm assuming the motion of the cross country skiing makes your butt muscles sore. I imagine it make lots of my muscles sore to go cross country skiing. Quite bad at that. Unlike regular skiing. I have tried cross country ski before. It was absolutely horrible. Nobody should do that. It's really it's like they call it skiing, they just call it exercise. Like, hey, how would you like to work out for a while? No, thank you. That's just like, how about you go skiing cross country? I'm gonna just give that a shot. Wait a second, this isn't skiing. This is walking. This is walking across snow on skis. This is like all the shitty part of skiing. Like, oh, I gotta walk up that hill there. You have no business calling yourself skiing at all. You call yourself a shitty idea, a shitty time in the snow. That's what they should call cross country skiing. A shitty time in the snow. Same thing with snowshoes, I suspect. You always have snow up your nose. Well, it sounds like you're doing a lot of cocaine then. And good for you, you know. Obviously, you got either money or you're sleeping with your coke dealer or something. I don't know. Coke's expensive compared to sensible drugs. Not a fan of it. Mostly because it's like the kind of good feeling you get from it is very fake. Like it doesn't test out later on when you evaluate things you said or whatever. You don't determine that there's much value to them. I also found like after after I did it a few times, I don't know. I didn't do it a whole bunch, but it just kind of made me like, ugh, I don't like any of this scene right here. Fentanyl. Fentanyl is not something you should do because it's bad for you. But I guess people do like to do it. I have a friend who smoked it and he basically died. Like his wife found him in the bathroom ready to do like chest compressions and stuff. And his chest was sore for a long time afterwards because of all the stuff they had to do. And then the paramedics got there. They shot him with some kind of anti-fentanyl thing. Anyway, risky stuff for sure. I've never been into opiates, so. But you told me the story. Like, dude, seriously? You've been smoking fentanyl? Wow. Okay. I'm never one to judge somebody for drug issues, but I am an advocate for safe and sustainable drug use. That's pretty cool. Camera shot the head of this lady. If only I was the dude. I just assumed he was a lady because he's all dressed in pink. My mistake. You're not a lady. Now, if only that had been the competition, you'd be like, there, I nailed it. You ever kiss a dog, you old scoundrel? I kissed my dog plenty of times. I had a wonderful little dog named Lacey. But there was none of that like her licking me stuff. I don't like that at all. So I just kiss her on top of the head or what have you. I didn't like it when she licked me. It's like, I don't want your gross dog spit on me. She was a wonderful dog. A true treasure. You want to hear a story, huh? All right. You tell me what you want to hear a story about, and I'll tell you a story about that. Something wild. Okay. Once upon a time, there was an old gold miner who lived right around here in Mariposa County. Had a claim down on the creek. Well, every Sunday, But just like clockwork, he'd make his way into town, pick up a few supplies, and then haul it back here to the creek to continue his gold mining operation. One Sunday, he didn't show up in town, very unlike him. People were worried. So Betty, the owner of the market in town, said to her husband, Harold, Harold, you go get Jim and Bob and go check on him and see if he's okay. The old miner who normally comes to town on Sunday. So Jim and Bob and Harold, they went out to the creek. And what they saw there left them just as curious as could be. No sign of the miner, but the camp looked ransacked, like something huge had been through there, throwing up even large objects like a refrigerator over there and, let's say, a dryer over here. And Jim and Bob and Harold were like, what's all this? I don't know what could happen here. Well, guess what? It was Sasquatch. Do you like that story? I hope so. It's a story about a miner and some crazy stuff that happened. What now? What is this? Oh my God. They've got like 10 different people skating around at once on the ice. But actually, right now, they're just sort of posing. And now they're going to make a line. Oh, they're bowing and stuff now. I see. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine people. Why are there 9 people skating around together? When did the Olympics become the fucking ice capades? Why am I watching this 2.5 hour long figure skating exhibition gala? I do not know. Well, see your dog part? That sounds like a matter between you and your source. Most Sasquatches are just not Sasquatches. Some Sasquatches are actually Yetis, but a tiny few Sasquatches are real, okay? Did the Sasquatch leave a note? No. And in fact, Jim and Harold and Bob, they could never figure it out. But I, as the omniscient narrator, am able to inform you that, in fact, it was a Sasquatch. So it's good. You get to know what the characters never learn. And that's the power of omniscience. Yeah. It's not just for God, it's also for narrators. Okay, why am I still watching this? Oh my God, there must be absolutely nothing on TV at all. What in the world? I cannot watch any more of this fucking figure skating thing. It's so ridiculous and it's not even a competition. If it were a competition, I might conceivably watch it because there'd be some, like, some stakes involved. But watching figure skating exhibition, 2.5 hour long figure skating exhibition gala. Oh, Jesus. You've got to be kidding me. That's the only thing on. That's the only thing on the Olympics I could possibly watch. Is that. Oh, let's see. What do I have? Show me the things in the library that are not that new in your library. But actually show me what's in there, though. Don't just tell me, like, this is what the category means. Oh my God, again, it's this thing. I want to know what the new. Oh my God. Why are you doing this to me? How about this? Is this one going to work the same way? Yes. Recent. Okay, fine. Now I get to see things. 4-man bobsled, rounds 1 and 2. All right, 2-woman bobsled, final round. At least that's a medal one. I can watch that. Y'all watch that. I'm not normally a huge bobsledding fan, but I definitely like it a lot more than exhibition figure skating. And, as usual, I'm imagining the French are the team to beat this year in women's bobsledding. I try to keep track of who's best in the world in the sport, but it's such a lot of movement on the leaderboard. It's hard to say for sure. I don't want to watch spiders on drugs because I don't like the whole idea of giving animals or even insects like drugs. They can't consent to it, and I don't like it. And nobody else should either. I think it's horrible what people do to animals in their science. Kaylee Humphreys, Armbruster of U.S. That's quite a name. Of U.S.? Is that part of her name? Oh, you're saying Kaylee Humphreys, Armbruster is one of the bobsledders for the U.S.? Well, right now we're watching the Italian bobsledders. They've both successfully gotten into the bobsled. Now, presumably, they have to drive it down the course. It seems like if you just you don't know anything about bobsledding, it seems like they just kind of sit in the bobsled and ride it down to the end. It doesn't really seem to have a lot of skill to it. But I guess it must be more complicated than that. If I were in a bobsled, I would just ride it down to the bottom. But obviously, these people understand how to bobsled faster, slower, you know. Where is the Eve? Who is the Eve? If you're asking about Rachel, she's in the other room listening to the stream right now. I can hear it occasionally. So I know that's what she's listening to. Well, Italy, you seem pretty happy with your performance. I'm not sure where your score lands you right now, but you're not up. You messed up in a couple of spots. I guess you're just kind of happy that you didn't fully crash. Maybe you see. Maybe I just misread your emotions there. I thought you were happy, but you actually. Well, they seem happy and they're waving and stuff, but they didn't do a very good job of bobsledding. And they kind of crashed into the side a little bit, and that's definitely not going to be the winning bobsled, I don't think. All right, Great Britain. Now it's your time to shine. I'm sure you'll do better than the Italians because they did poorly. But can you do well enough to beat the French? Your mortal enemies, the French. Well, you're off to a great start. Minus 0.36. You're in the green. That seemed a little bit wonky on that corner there. It's kind of going crazy a bit, but it's nuts how they got the fucking drone following it and stuff. The kind of camera work they get in the Olympics is insane. How many cameras do they have? It's like they've got 40 cameras for this bobsled thing or something, plus drones. This bobsled track it takes quite a long time to go down the whole bobsled thing. Must be quite a long track. Well, let's see how you did. Heat 4. I thought this was final round with this Heat 4 stuff. Oh, Great Britain is pumping their fists, clapping. Did they take over first place? I'm not sure. I can't. They're doing a terrible job of like showing who's faster or what time they're trying to get to or stuff like that. They're doing a terrible job with their graphics. Their camera work's amazing. Their graphics are terrible at the moment in terms of information that an average person watching needs to see to understand what's going on. I can understand that they must have won because they're so happy, but I'm not actually sure if they got first place, second place, whatever. Put some fucking information on the screen. Maybe I'd be able to understand better if I had the CCs on. All right, Korea, South Korea is going now. Kim, you ran and Jian and G. Go ahead and bobsled all the way. Well, they're back 3/100ths of a second so far behind Great Britain, who's, I guess, the new leader. It had been France, now it's Great Britain. They're currently in first place with a time of 3:11.83. 3:21.42. But currently, South Korea is 1300ths of a second off of their pace. They're going to have to make up ground in this portion, that's for sure. If they want to catch the British. The commentator is saying that the British oughtn't get too comfortable in the leader spot. But I'm not sure that the Republic of Korea is going to knock them out. In fact, I'm sure they didn't knock them out because they were something like 1200ths of a second slower. They moved into second place. Team GB stays in the leader's box. Here, broadcasting live from Italy's bobsled track. My name is Eric Strauss. I'm your bobsledding expert and bobsledding commentator. Tonight we're watching women's bobsledding. There's two women that get into one bobsled. There are different kinds of these kinds of things. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 4 or 10, I don't know. But this one has 2. And this team is Team Canada. Right now, they've taken off their jackets. They're lowering the visors on their helmets because that means go time, baby. And they're going to push on the pushing part, run down the running part, and jump into the thing. And go! Jump in! And they do jump in. And Canada is off to a blazing start. They're 32/100ths of a second ahead of their British foes. There ain't nothing quite as good as Eric's bobsled commentary. They should hire me to be a bobsled commentator, I think. Canada now 41/100th of a second in front of Great Britain, now 42/100ths of a second. That means they picked up 2/100ths of a second in that last section. Now let's look at their score. Oh, minus 41. They gave back a 1/100th of a second on that one. Here we are at the end. Minus 0.30. Canada overtakes the British. Canada is in the leaders box, and they get to stand there looking important and being on camera until somebody knocks them off. Let's see what happens next in the bobsled. We're watching bobsledding diarrhea and enjoying the heck out of it, I gotta say. I'm enjoying my time as a bobsled commentator. So, out you go, British girls. You're being supplanted by Canadians. All right, what do we have next? Let's see. Who is this one? Wait, I didn't see what country this was. This is another, oh yeah, back-to-back Canadians. So this is another Canadian team. And they're pushing, and time to jump in now. Jump in. Good job. They jumped in the bobsled, and now they're rolling down the thing. Okay, they are, okay, this is the other Canadian team. They have their Canadian teammates in first place right now. But these Canadians, they just took a 0.08 second lead in that section of the bobsled. 8/100ths ahead, but now they gave it back. They're 2/100ths behind their Canadian teammates. They're going to have to pick up a little bit of ground down here at the bottom. Oh, now they're 8/100ths of a second behind. But that's okay, because some of the most technical and high-speed portions, oh, now they're 0.16 seconds behind. Yeah, I have a lot of bobsled experience, is why. Well, Canada too came in 26/100ths of a second behind the Canadians who are already in the leader box. So these new Canadians, they get out of there. You don't get to grow in the leader box. The leader box is an important place where people who are in first place get to stand and be shown on camera. If you're not in first place, you don't get to go in there. So get out of here, Canada 2. Let's see who's up next. Oh, it's commercials. Okay, let's see. Wait, did I go too far? All right, this is China. Boo, China. Nobody roots for China. I hope you lose, China. Wait. You mean China went during the commercial? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're not showing a replay of it? Well, looks like they fucked up, so good job. Good job fucking up, China. You deserve to lose. All my bobsledding instincts make clear one thing, if nothing else. Wait, China's in first place now. What? How is China in first place now? Fuck off, China. All right, Canada, let's go. That must all happen during the commercial break, I guess. Anyway, go Canada. Jump in your bobsled. They're ahead. They're minus 0.15 seconds ahead. Did you see how people have put over $20 million on a bet that Jesus would come back before 2027? How in the hell are they gonna establish whether or not they won that bet? That's insane. So Canada tied dead heat right now with China. Oh, 0.05 behind. We're coming up towards the end now. You need to get your 500ths of a second back. Oh, now it's 900ths of a second. Don't let China win. Get out of here, China. Nobody wants China to win. Well, dead heat? It's a tie. Wow. Canada ended up having a dead heat exactly the same time as the Chinese. A tie for first place. So does Canada go over in the leader box along with China? Now there's going to be 4 people in the leader box? Wow, nobody saw this coming. What else do you plan on doing with money if you're right? And like, what qualifies as being right? Is it like, how does the casino or whatever know when it has to pay it out? Okay, Australia. Now look, I don't want China even part of first place, so I need you guys to go a little bit faster than China did, and the Canadian team as well. I'm not happy the Canadian team's getting knocked out of the box, but it's an inevitable consequence of getting China out of there. Let's go, Australia, and jump into your bobsled. Good jumping. All right, they're on their way, and in fact, they are ahead by 42/100ths of a second already? They just got started. How could they be that fast ahead already? Now it's still 42/100ths. So I guess he just got a lot faster at the beginning. And now it's 40? Is that what it says? 40? It's hovering right around the same spot, I think. Australia minus 41. Okay, good job, Australia. Keep it up. Don't fuck up at the bottom, and you guys will be in first place, just like you always dreamed of. Because Australia, naturally, is the land of bobsledding. Pretty sure Australia is where bobsledding was invented. 62/100ths of a second ahead. Wow, you guys buried both the Chinese and the Canadians with your Australian bobsledding skills. Bree Walker, you piloted a great time there. The Chinese team has been training since they were toddlers. Yeah, well, probably true that a lot of these people started doing this kind of stuff young. Seems like a weird thing to get into, right? Bobsledding. But if you can come up with some sort of sport on frozen water, people have come up with it and they will do it. All right, good job, Australia. You're in first place now. You should be proud of yourselves. Next up, we see the Austrians with Katie Beery is the pilot. It's funny how they only put one of the ladies' names. Like they don't tell you what the other lady's name is at all. Well, she doesn't really count. The Austrian team is ahead by 14/100ths of a second starting off. Now they're ahead by 13/100ths of a second, so they've given up 100th of a second back. What does bobsledding look like? It's I'll pause it to show you a still image of it. I know that the Olympics are super copyrighty, but it looks like this. All right, now Austria is still ahead. Now it's only 12 100ths of a second. They've given back 2 100ths of a second now. Wait, they've stretched it to 15 100ths of a second. Australia better watch out. They aren't going to be in the leader's box for long. Bang! Austria coming in first place, minus 0.23. Get out of here, Australia. Go put some shrimp on the Barbie. It's Austria's time to shine. Kind of like this leader box thing that they have. I like it. The ladies are all happy to be there, and then the next team comes and they have to say, okay, bye, I'm leaving. I'm not first place anymore. I like it. I heartily approve. 2-person bobsledding. I know they definitely have 4-person bobsledding as well. It seems like that's the more. Like that was the one I think featured in Cool Runnings, which was about Jamaican bobsledding team. Okay, now this is Team Switzerland. They may be neutral when it comes to war, but not when it comes to bobsledding. And accordingly, they're off to a blazing start, ahead 6 100ths of a second. What a great joke. Switzerland is ahead 12 100ths of a second. They may be neutral about war, but they're not neutral about bobsledding. 19 hundredths of a second ahead now. Switzerland saying, take that, Austria. Let's see how you like being in the leader box for just 1 second, maybe. Uh-oh, but they kind of look like they fucked up there. Let's see. How you doing, Switzerland? Oh, minus 0.10. You're 10 100ths of a second faster than those stinky Austrians. Get out of here, Austria. I thought you were cool when you were in the leader box. Now I think you're stinky. All right, Switzerland, you're the heroes of the moment. Now you go in the leader box, and I would laud and admire you. All right, there's another Switzerland team right now. So it's a little less dramatic than when they're trying to take on a different country at the leader spot. But this one is piloted by Melanie Hassler. Okay, Switzerland 2. You're getting skeptical these times. I'm assuming they have it like reverse order, like the worst qualifying goes first and all the way down, you know. So it's probably, you're going to see these bobsledders get a little bit better every time, probably. All right, Switzerland. That's just my, gut about how this is organized. I don't really know. It's weird how, like, sometimes I think, they really fucked up there, but then it doesn't show up in the score. This Switzerland, the Hassler Switzerland, is ahead 10 100ths of a second. I see here. We are watching the bobsledding chumps. Well, I mean, I think we're getting less chump-like as we go along. It's always possible just because you perform better in the heats that you'll not perform so well in this event here. But they're currently, Switzerland number 2 is currently 13 hundredths of a second ahead and coming to the end. Bang! 9 100ths of a second into first place. Get out of here, Switzerland 1, because we're bringing in Switzerland too. Melanie Hassler, it's your time to shine. Celebrate, hug your partner, go stand in the leader box because right now, you're the important people. Next up, a little country I like to call America. That's right. Now, unlike all the other bobsleds, they tell us the name of both of these ladies hilariously. Like, they literally only have the pilot's name for all of these bobsledders, but not for America. They tell us both the people's names. How strange. Like, I get it. I'm like the black person, but I still have a name. No, you don't matter. You just sit back there and shut up. I'm the pilot. All right, America, let's go. We can beat those Swiss. We're currently 1/100th of a second behind, but that's not too bad. We can make that up. I just want you to drive this bobsled like you've never driven a bobsled before. Uh-oh. 12/100th of a second behind Switzerland. Come on, ladies. Since when does America lose to Switzerland? Minus 0.11. We're 11/100ths of a second behind Switzerland right now. But now we're closing the gap. It's 9/100ths of a second. And thank you for tuning in to your bobsledding radio broadcast. Now it's 10/100ths of a second. So, we're hovering right around there. We're going to need to really pick up some time right here at the end. Okay, second place. You do not go in the leader's box, America. All these Americans celebrating, but are they really celebrating? Because that's second place. They're not even going in the leader's box. What is the back person even for? Making sure they don't go airborne? I was kind of assuming it's to keep the front person's back warm. Because, it is cold out there. I could replace you with a blanket, bitch. Just, oh, aren't they happy? Switzerland, so happy that America got second. I wish they had shown a little bit more of Switzerland in the leaders box and less of those loser Americans who got second place. All right, Kaisha Love, Azaria. I wouldn't be so obsessed with first place if it weren't for this leaders box. Hey, yo, it's Tommy Chong's autistic cousin. I'm unrelated to Tommy Chong, not autistic, and I guess that's about it. Okay, America bobsled number 2, they get a second shot at those evil Swiss. Now we're ahead. America's in first place. It looked like, I think it says 64/100ths. 67/100ths now. That's a good chunk of a lead. Just don't fuck up the end and you should have this first place, no problem. And then you get to be, that's right, in the leader's box. Okay, America, come on. We're at the end. Bang! Minus 0.62. We win. We're in first place. Okay, so 67/100ths. That's unbeatable. I'm trying to think of ways this sport could have a massive cheating scandal. 67/100ths is pretty unbeatable, yeah. That's like more than halfway towards a second. Wow, you ladies really drove your bobsled fast. Now you get to enjoy your time in the leader's box. Let's show them. Show them in the leader's box already. Tell them to get up there and get in there so you can show them. I don't want to see them standing around outside the leader's box. Put them in the leader's box. All right, Germany. Germany's turn to try to unseat the Americans from first place and the leader's box. Germany is currently uh, getting ready to start. They're pushing, and it's almost time to jump in. Now, jump in! And they do jump in. They are in first place already, 32 hundredths of a second ahead already. I know, Germany is up to its old business again, always causing problems for the entire world. Okay, well, they're currently in first place, though, and it is 29 one hundredths of a second. They're ahead of the United States. That's a pretty good margin. They're cruising along. Bang, bump, bang. They kind of banged into the sides a little bit, but I guess it didn't cost them much time because they're still 28 one hundredths ahead. And now it's 30 one hundredths ahead. So they're hovering right around there. We could expect to see them finish probably right around there because we're near the end. And in fact, they finished 35 one hundredths of the second ahead of the United States. When will Bangladesh start? I mean, when's the Bangladeshi bobsledding team come? I'm assuming they probably had the fastest qualifying time, so probably at the end. Well, Germany, you look happy. I can't really see your faces that much through your helmets, but what I could see a little bit there, you seemed happy. And you deserve to be happy. And the reason you deserve to be happy is because get your butt into the leader's box. That's where time number one deserves to go. In second place, see you later. All right, next up we have another American team. This is the one that Winston Small mentioned before, Kaylee Humphreys. Okay, Kaylee Humphreys, show us what you got. Now, interestingly, they don't seem to be talking about the second bobsledder in this team at all. They're just talking about Kaylee Humphreys. Oh, and these mentioned Jasmine Jones is the back lady. And also, that other thing is named Jasmine Jones. But let's not care about her at all. All right, let's go, America. Show Germany what we've got. It's 8 one hundredths of a second ahead. We're zooming down the bobsledding track. Here we go. Vroom, vroom. Nice smooth run. It seems like no problems. I'm not seeing them bump into the side of the wall or anything. I'm not sure if that's necessarily faster, but 14 hundredths of a second ahead. America is about to unseat the mighty Germans from their own game of bobsledding if we can just hold on to the 16 of a hundredths of a second lead. We're zooming into these corners, and here comes the finish line. Bang! It's 15 hundredths of a second faster than the Germans. Ladies, Kaylee Humphreys and Jasmine Jones, get you all four cheeks of both of your butts up into the leader's box where you belong and send those Germans back to Germany. Good job, America. All right, let's see what's next. She's only 18 months postpartum? Wow. You mean just 18 months ago, she had a baby, and now here she is, finding herself in what supplants that baby birth as the proudest moment in her life. She finds herself in, say it with me, everybody, the leader's box. The baby, the husband, they're so proud of this lady. And there's only one reason why they're so proud. because she's in the leader's box. Next up, Germany is going to take another shot at America, as is their wont. They jump into the bobsled, and it's Lisa Buckwitz and Neil shooting down the track in their bobsled. Germany is now ahead by 24 100ths of a second already. Uh-oh. Watch out, little Miss Humphreys, because you know how your husband and your baby are so proud of you because you're in the leader's box? Well, in a second, they're going to be horribly ashamed of you because you're going to not be in the leader's box any longer when Germany crosses the line ahead of you. Currently, they are 21 100ths, now 20, yeah, still 21 100ths ahead of you, America. Well, here they come. Here's the finish line. Bang! And in fact, they did finish 22 100ths of a second ahead. Can't wait to see Germany and Bangladesh face off in the epic Seldona 500. Is that like a bobsled race that's 500 miles long? I like that idea. The world's first 500-mile long bobsled race. That'd be a pretty impressive bobsled track. Maybe we could change the Great Wall of China into a bobsled track. It already has height, you know. I guess because the key thing about any bobsled track that's going to be 500 miles long is you have to have a very gradual downslope because, you know, if you try to have more than a gradual downslope, then you have to start so high up. So, like, if you try to think, okay, well, I want the gradualist slope possible. It's 500 miles long. This is still going to be super high up. So I don't know if it's really plausible to make a bobsled track that's 500 miles long with having it start at a reasonable height. I'd have to I'd have to do the math. Like I would have no idea how to do the math, but it sounds like some dictator's great idea, you know. Okay, well, I've got an idea. You mean after the Great Wall of China, Emperor? Yes. Now that you're done with the Great Wall, I want you to build me a 500-mile long bobsled track. Bobsledders the world around celebrate today upon the completion of the world's first 500-mile long bobsled track. You know, I hope this is the first of many such bobsled tracks in the world. This is a real triumph for bobsledding. Of course, you have to maintain a lot of ice probably to have a bobsled track. Yo, man, I'm watching you from prison. It's me, Diddy. Oh, it's you, Diddy, huh? Look, everybody. Diddy's watching me from prison. Well, you fucking scumbag. Maybe you should watch something else. He may have actually done it if the syphilis didn't get him. I mean, the Chinese emperor? Yeah. All right. As your beneficent dictator, This is what I want done next. Okay, what is it, boss? I want 1,000 donkeys. Me as a lawyer, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, isn't all sex kind of abusive in a way? No, not at all. It's ridiculous. There's a clear, bright line between abuse and not abuse. I'll tell you who loves you, baby, Tyrell. Tyler Savalas does. Thanks, Rachel. You're a beautiful baby girl. So the men in the hockey game tomorrow morning are going to get either gold or silver, but not both. The bronze medal game is Finland and Slovakia, but I think that I already, I do already know the outcome of that game. It was Finland, 2-0. Oh, there's right now they're saying is Finland 2-0 currently, but it's not actually current. So, all right, is that all the bobsledders there were? So, who won? That's it? Don't tell me you're putting on this fucking horrible exhibition gala. So who won? All right, here we go. It says quarterfinals. It's Germany, number 1. Gold for Germany, silver for Germany, bronze for U.S. Okay, so the U.S. team got bronze medal, and teams 1, 2, and 4 were all Germany. Who knew Germany loved bobsledding so much? You want to start a book burning club? Well, I don't think anybody's really that attached to books anymore, but sure. It's better to burn than, say, plastic. Well, so good job, ladies. Good job, Germany. You deserve to win that event because you were the fastest. And that's how it works in the Olympics. Something we all just got to deal with. All right. Is there anything else? It looks like a metal thing I'm not familiar with about. Yeah. How about freestyle skiing mixed team aerials finals? You want to go door to door selling no soliciting signs? I noticed you didn't have one of these. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm here to sell you this sign. Yeah, you don't want me here? You don't want to buy it? Well, that's a good reason for you to buy this sign. You can't do anything about current Eric, but you can prevent all future Erics with the simple purchase of this sign. If you buy this, I promise I won't be back because I'll have to respect your sign. Just like I and a million other people are going to exploit your absence of a sign. Hi, do you want to never see me again? $10 and another 10 and I'll hang it up for you. I don't know what that means, but oh, the sign, right? You're gonna hang up the sign. I mean, I don't know, that could cost more than $10, if you ask me, because it depends what kind of sign hanging it involves. Like if there's a pre-existing hook, I could just put it on there, that's fine. But if it's gonna involve like a drill, no, I'm not installing your sign. You're buying the sign. I don't have a sign installation service you can also buy it. You're going to have to figure that out yourself. No, I don't provide customer support for this sign. Well, what number should I call if I have a problem with the sign? You're not going to have any problem with the sign, okay? What if one day I wake up and instead of saying no solicitors, it says solicitors? I'm a believer. And wait, hold on. And you won't even have a supply of them. Just steal them from people who already have them. Right. I couldn't help but notice you don't have a no solicitor sign. Yes, I do. Wait. I don't? Well, you can now because I'm here to sell you one. It's not the same sign you used to have, by the way. I mean, this one's way better than your previous sign. It not only tells you no soliciting, but it also says on it, don't steal this sign. At that point, a person has to respect, obviously, what the sign says. So, otherwise, it's fair game. Please solicit me. Salesman, welcome. There's a channel QVC. Still exists, I guess, in some form. Where they just sell like crap after crap after crap. That I can't conceive of why anybody would want this stuff, but I guess there's a certain market for every kind of thing, I guess. But like this channel, it sells things ranging from train sets, toy kind of things to like computers, every conceivable imaginable product they'll sometimes sell on this channel. How is that a sensible way to buy anything? Like the best way for me to buy things is to watch this channel present me a sequence of things, random things that I conceivably or someone conceivably might want to buy. That's not a good way to buy things. I'm sorry. Ideally, if you're buying something, you know what you want and why you want it. And when you get it, you don't need to think about it anymore. The best way to buy things is to wait for a door-to-door salesman. Sorry we don't have any food again today. Well, there weren't any door-to-door food salesmen come by. I think actually we could get this thing where you get your groceries brought to you. I know that we can't get like Uber Eats and stuff here, but I think we can get that if we wanted to. Damn, that's crazy. Your bitch ass self sounds lame as fuck. Oh yeah. Well, thanks, Drew Rule. Drew Ruelas. Drew Ruelas. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Look, everyone, it's a song. What's What's the song? Song I sang? Yeah. It was a song. That's good identification skills. It's impressive you didn't say, for example, that was a lake. Because that would have been wrong. So, cheers. Ruelas. Is that Guatemalan? Is Ruelas a Guatemalan name? I don't know. I'm from Guatemala. Isn't that a song for you, Drew? Because you like the first one so much. Those aren't my cigarettes. These are my cigarettes. How many cigarettes do I have left? I have quite a few. That's close to the national anthem. Is it? Keep on sucking on it. Well, not sure what it would be referring to here. If you're talking about these cigarettes, okay, fair enough. That's bad for your lungs. Well, thanks, Drew. Wow. Maybe I didn't know that, and maybe I should stop. If it weren't for you, I'd really have a health problem. So thank you so much for all of your Guatemalan wisdom. Bringing the spirit and wisdom of the Guatemalan people here to our live stream. He's probably not from Guatemala. I'm assuming. I think like Rueda seems like kind of a general anywhere south of America kind of name. What? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Guatemalan. Guatemalans actually have higher rates of idiot savants than any other country. They can recreate every detail of a city through drawing, but they can't toast toast. Nobody can toast toast. You can only toast bread. Eric, are you planning on attempting the 2 non-alcoholic beer, 2 cigarettes, 2 Rubik's Cube world record? I mean, I can't do Rubik's Cubes at all. I could do those first 2 things, but Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube is such a TE thing. I doubt I could hate it anymore. I could hate it a little bit more if, in addition to being a Rubik's Cube, it were also a Nazi. But I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I believe Rubik's Cubes were made in America. But I still hate them. Hate them less than if they were, say, invented in China or something. I don't really know where Rubik's Cubes were made. I'm just assuming America because that's where things come from. Things like Chinese food, pizza, they come from America. I like your language. It really stuck in Brazil. Oh, Portuguese, yeah. Well, Brazilians are like, we got a choice, everybody. We want to talk Spanish, or do we want to be different and talk Portuguese? Everyone's like, we want to be different. And that's why Brazil speaks Portuguese. Much to the annoyance of everybody who speaks Spanish. Thanks a lot, Portugal, for you and your different language. Here's an idea, Portuguese. How about you speak Spanish? I got it. I got some advice for you, Portugal. Try speaking Spanish, huh? Just saying. Everybody gets in school the chance to take Spanish, like Spanish 1, Spanish 2. Nobody takes Portuguese. So just get out of here with your different language. France, Germany, why are you so special that people get to take French in high school? German. Who ever has occasion to speak any of those languages, either of those languages? There's zero reason to speak either French or German. Spanish makes lots of sense. Chinese would also make sense. But learning French and German is just like, look how bourgeois I am. I don't care how bourgeois you are. Just learn a language that's useful in some sense. German. Marker. Well, nobody speaks German, okay? So only people in Germany speak German. I'm just joking around, obviously. I don't care at all about about these sorts of things. I don't actually have a problem with countries having their own languages. I'm just playing. It is true that you're basically saying I'm super bourgeois if you take French or German in high school. Like, get out of here with your French. Yeah. Yeah. Now you go use your French to talk to the Mexicans that you're hiring to work. Miss Bourgeois. I took French in middle school. Quelle heure est-il? Voulez-vous la plage? Do you want the beach? L'autobus à la plage? S'il vous plaît. Merci. It is a pretty language, French. Compared to, say, Chinese, which is a very ugly sounding language, and Japanese is a gorgeous sounding language compared to Chinese, It's starkly, you can see how ugly a language can sound is Chinese, how beautiful a language can sound is Japanese. Wakata, wakarimashita. 失礼します。そうですか。Of course, exchanges in exchange for kind of beautiful sound and stuff. Japanese is a very small language. They don't have a lot of so a lot of the expressive differentiation that people have and understand in English expressed in different words, right? Like they're not just pretty, but beautiful, gorgeous, stunning, a bunch of other words that mean kind of the same thing but have different connotations, right? Japanese doesn't work like that. I think that they convey those kind of distinctions through tone more. But they have variations of a single word in many different things. What I mean is being translated into English has many different things depending on the context, right? The fact is, the best way to consume anime is almost certainly as an English speaker looking at English subtitles because Crunchyroll does a fantastic job of hiring whoever it does to do the English subtitles. It's they successfully convey a lot of like well the diction is great, like the word choice is fantastic consistently, the English stuff. Occasionally I'll note oh, they should have used a different word or something, but and if you're a native Japanese speaker who doesn't speak English, to some extent you won't understand, won't even be able to conceptualize these distinctions that English makes because you don't have the words for them. No, I don't know why the Japanese are exactly the way they are, which is a mix of various cool things, like weird things, unfortunate things, and other stuff. I kind of know, I have kind of some explanations of it. Like, they're very communitarian, um, but the U.S. kind of forced a Western framework onto them. They've, and their way of dealing with things that one might say are contradictions or something is to find some way to incorporate both those things. Even though that's generally a terrible idea. like, if two things are conflicting, one should win and the other should lose because, you know, of some sort of just metric. It should not be that let's incorporate these ideas so that we're more inclusive of everything. It's not a good thing to do. It's like a fundamental error of cognition, you know, like it's interfacing instead of determining and things that you shouldn't be interfacing. But you know what I mean, like things like sustaining a bunch of social hierarchy stuff and having this sort of egalitarian constitution at the same time and not finding it to be contradictory is just like I heard a joke in a Japanese thing that said, "This is what it's like to be in a strictly hierarchical society." I'm like, okay. But from what I understand, like in Tokyo, for example, the number one concern of everybody is to not impose on any other person at any moment, which is not really a good way to live, right? I get that there's a certain amount of that in the big city. Like let's each mind our own business near each other. But there's obviously implicit in that a profound lack of warmth. I mean, I think they have smaller spaces because they're smaller people. As far as the minimalism and stuff, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's just kind of unique to Japanese culture. That, I mean, the Japanese are very ethnocentric. So, unlike other Western style countries and some, quote unquote, free and civil societies, they like if you're Korean in ancestry and like second generation Korean in Japan, is born in Japan, lives there, you still have a Korean passport. Because you're not Japanese unless you're Japanese. Or you're half Japanese and really good at something. Yeah, they're definitely racist. But that's not to say that their media is advocating the wrong narratives. Their media consistently advocates uh, in favor of like racial inclusiveness and stuff. But in practice, they have very much a like there are places in Japan that have signs say Japanese people only allowed in here. No foreigners. I think that's ridiculous, obviously. Well, why are they that way? It's very complicated, And at the same time, there are positives. Like, I love the respect and sportsmanship they bring to athletics. It's often absent from American athletes. Use some water. New water, I mean. That water was old. We need some new water. Can we stop pushing against the flowers? You're gonna knock it over. Here, come here. Drink your water. Drink your water or get off the counter. This is not a place for cats. You cats have like the whole entire house. Can you not be over here? Okay, you're not listening to me. Time for you to get down. Capito is the only culprit really in this department. Trumbull never tries to go away any further than the water bowl. Capito, back up there again. Listen, lady, you can get down from there. Drink your water if you want to, and then you're going to get down. Oh. She doesn't listen to me about that at all. Is it racist if you say a slur while in the midst of self-defense or combat? Probably, like Diarrhea says, probably even more racist. Because you're in a moment where you're revealing your true self rather than, What's all this racist talk I'm seeing? Eric isn't racist. I'm not racist at all, no. I am talking about Japanese culture and the way that Japanese people are compared to, say, another country. But, they have it's an interesting country to talk about because they've got a lot of peculiarities. A lot of things about Japan that are ultra cool. and a lot of things about it that are just weird, and then plenty of things about it that are tragic as well. So, okay, well, if someone's attacking you, why not? Why are you, if you're involved in self-defensive combat, why are you saying anything at all? Shouldn't you be fighting? Okay, you need to get the fuck down. I'm serious now. Get down. That is not a place for you. Oh, God. What am I supposed to do with you, little missy? I don't want to go where I'm not supposed to go. Well, you're not supposed to go there for a reason. So, how about this? Maybe try not going there. 3 minutes and 3 minutes. 6 minutes. I think this one I just need to put in 6 minutes. I don't think I need to put 6.5. Oh. How did I miss that? Right there. Okay. I need to drink some fluids here. I'm tired. I need to eat. No. The world of time and sensory stuff, and so I just wanna play. I don't wanna have a running Eric, do you watch Eric often, or did you find him on the scroll? Talking to Bullwinkle Jamus? Well, yeah, I've seen him around plenty of times before. If you're saying, like, doesn't he know that Eric's not down with racist stuff and he's not a grievous? He probably does now. I'm trying to engage what he's saying without really, addressing the racist stuff. People are wrong in so many different ways. It would be silly to get appalled about every single example of them. I feel the same way as well, if it makes you didn't feel any better. What about the sensory stuff? I didn't say you were racist. I said some of the stuff you said may have been construed as such, and I just chose not to address those things. It's also the case that I'm not such a oh my God, when somebody to think of the children for people being wrong in various ways. I don't think that, like, for example, it's worse to be racist than it is to be super partisan or one side of the culture war. In either instance, it's exactly the same thing is happening. There's this creation of a non-existent boogeyman. Yeah, Japan is quite obviously racist. That's why they have things like only Japanese people are allowed in here. Forget your name. My name's Eric. Hi, Raphael. Hi, Silent B Dog. What is up? Well, I'm watching some Olympics. China's in first place currently. But we've got America's hope, Connor Curran. He's going to try his best to knock the Chinese people out of first place. So let's go, Connor Curran. You came into this gold medal round as the top seed. So USA gets to look at what everyone else is doing. Maybe perhaps adjust their strategy. What it says on TV. He's going to jump down the thing. Here he goes. Woo, into the air. He's spinning around. He landed it pretty clean. I think he won the gold medal probably. This seems like might be a highlight thing rather than the actual. Oh yeah, I don't think anybody was trying to say I was racist. I appreciate your vote of confidence though. Oh God. You cats. Can you not? I've got both cats right next to me. This cat is right here, and the other cat is down here between my feet. Can you guys give me some space, please? I love you, cats, but you know, you go be cats. Go do cat things for a while. How about that? You could be an Olympian if you tried. I think I could too. Probably in this very event where these people go down and scoop, go in the air, flip around a bunch of times. Let's see, is he in first place? Moving into the top spot, Team USA. Go America. Knock those horrible Chinese out of first place. Hi, beautiful.
Hi, handsome. Oh, yes, I'm here to save Daddy.
Thank you. Maybe you could take a pee in the bedroom or something.
Sure.
Feel like it. Oh, my food's ready. I will get out of your way and let you deal with the cat.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Uncle Pio went outside, but
Oh, yeah?
yeah, but now that I have food, I know trouble's gonna be right here.
Of course.
Yeah. That give you a little bit of the trouble. Just chill out. You're on a late one tonight. Yeah, is it late? Oh yeah, it's after midnight. I do have to go back to bed pretty soon. I mean, I have to go to bed pretty soon. Not pretty soon. I don't have to go to bed at all, but I do want to go to bed before too late. You have to get back to work making sure the core of this nuclear power station doesn't get too hot. All right, fair enough, Michael J. Moose. I wouldn't want to be the cause of a nuclear meltdown. You know, no good ever happened from trying to go to sleep before you're really ready to go to sleep. What country was that just jumped? They seem very happy. Oh, you're Switzerland? Yeah, it's Switzerland. I found a frog today that did a vaudeville act. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my good time gal. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That one? That's a pretty great song, isn't it? It really makes you feel like, hey, I'm going to try to get people to watch the thing. It acted like a regular old frog, so it's frustrating. That's understandable. I hate when you're ready to sleep, your brain goes, nope, sorry, try later. Or you had your chance to sleep earlier when I was tired. Now, too bad, you're not gonna sleep. It's just like poop. If you don't put it out, it goes back inside your butt. Oh, I can imagine how frustrating that must be with you and your frog. No, everybody, look. It does. Oh, he's not doing it now. Now he's just acting like a regular frog with the ribbit and stuff. I'm saying if you have to poop and you don't poop, then it goes back up inside your butt. I've just woken up and you're still alive. Which is quite uncommon. Well, you know, I try to be as rare as possible. The same thing's true with sleep as poop, though. It's like there's certain moments where you're like actually tired, but if you don't go and try to sleep right then when you later you go, okay, I'm ready to go to sleep, and you're not actually gonna go to sleep. Oh God, I thought we're all gonna die. I was too invested in your thought, and the core has now gone critical. Well, I don't really blame you so much as I blame the people who hired you to do that job. I certainly don't blame me. Well, here comes the evil China. They're going to try to supplant the Americans. This is the final jumper for the Chinese team. His teammate had trouble on the landing. This is the team thing, so I guess it's like everybody on the team has to go or something. Hmm. Oh, wow. Good cross. Yeah. We all do die eventually. It's the I wonder if it's I wonder if knowledge of mortality is something unique to humans. Like if animals in some way wrestle with the eventuality of their death. That was a big crash, and he's crying, but he's not crying because he's hurt. He's crying because he fucked up. And let his team down and stuff, you know. I'm sorry you feel so bad, Chinese guy. But I'm glad your country is losing. I yawned like I saw an eldritch horror off a fat D&T head. All right, he goes flipping around. Let's go, USA. Oh, pretty good. I wouldn't say it was a perfect landing, but pretty good. No, I'm watching men's aerials, team aerials, which is they go on skis, they go up this very steep jump, and then they flip around in the air a bunch of times. Get off the internet, you old geezer. Maybe you should get off the internet. Maybe you're not old enough to be on the internet. With my great wisdom and knowledge has come with extreme old age of mine. I have the wisdom and experience to be on the internet. I don't think you do. It's not safe for you. You could click on an ad and accidentally download some malware or something. What, malware? Okay, fine. It's not malware. Fair enough. Why? Because it's M-A-L, not M-A-L-L. Yeah, you better watch out. I'm 4 feet tall, 100 pounds, a pure badass. Hey, trouble, I'll give you some. God. Here, get down. Over here. He's 5'6" and knows karate. That's probably still not going to really scare anybody. Yay, says America. Let's go, America. Come on. We're going to win now, everybody says. He's saying, fuck yeah. Damn right. And I do fuck with some chicken nuggets. In this case, I fuck with some backyard barbecue. That's right. Sheep's pork patty. Mmm. Mmm. This is a real Healthful Heather's Healthful Nutrition meal. Mmm. Eric, you haven't touched your corn. What's wrong? What a great sentence. Is something the matter? You normally love corn. Give me some of them niblets. Grown right here in America, I'm assuming. Why eat very disrespectful? I'm not eating very disrespectful. I'm eating this pork patty. I mean, you want me to share some with you? Okay, here you go. I'll be all right. Are they ready meals? You just heat up in the microwave. Yeah. These are what you might call TV dinners. Oh my God. Can you just stop, please? With the runny nose, I really had enough of it. It's enough to make me want to take a couple of Benadryls, actually. Thanks, robot. There is no dessert. That's the problem. There is no dessert here. It's just meat, potatoes, and corn. Lasagna is good. Listen, the fact that I'm eating this is in no way, shape, or form an advocacy. I'm not saying you should eat this or this is good to eat or anything. It just happens to be what I'm eating. And it's a hell of a lot better than nothing. Well, I don't think you got anything to worry about, Colin Sellers. You're not going to end up like this guy. You have an entirely different life arc, so no reason to think you'd end up like me. Keep your hands where we can see them. Okay, officer. Is there philosophy without language? Is there understanding without language? Not really. I mean, it's there are plenty of things you can engage with, like say images and stuff, but meaning is kind of unique to language. Good question. So it's true that people can and do engage various concepts without language, but it's not really true that comprises understanding. It may comprise some kind of knowing, but bro's acting like eating a dinner is wrong. Modern day panhandler. I mean, I'm not asking anybody for money. I never do. So maybe you should go fuck yourself. I'm live streaming not because generating income for me. If I wanted to have the channel generate income, I could do other things that would be more effective than this. So yeah, I engage in live streaming because I enjoy it, and not because I expect people to give me money. I do occasionally get donations, but not because I ask for them. And I do appreciate them, but they don't comprise any substantial amount of money. Like, if I was trying to make money, I'd be doing something other than live streaming, that's for sure. Although, one cool guy who sometimes comes around, he came around yesterday, dropped $100 on me. That was pretty nice. It's like, all right, look at that. I guess I must be pretty important after all. Yeah, he's a cool guy. He comes around periodically, quite often. And when he does come around, he'll enter the chat by super chatting $100. I guess that's one way to make an entrance, that's for sure. Yeah. Naoko Fun Ayama is commentating here on this new event we're watching. We were watching jump in the air, flip around skis. Now we're watching cross country ski. Why do the vast majority of us know exactly what we need to do in the basic literal sense to an extreme, as in we could be productive every second? Logically, we find ourselves hopelessly distracted all the time. Well, because like it sounds to me like you have an equivalent relationship with executive function as I do. The more, well, I mean, it's like for some people it's easy to pull the trigger on doing stuff. Other people it's more difficult. For anybody, distractions and stuff. Waiting for the big snowstorm, Eric, up to 24 inches. Wow. What's a mix between different kinds of people paying attention to different things, and modern society is designed to be limitless dopamine hits in order to have your attention. Yeah, all of that stuff is also right, and and just life is hard. Life is more complicated and harder than it used to be, in the sense that um, we all have like standards that we feel like we can't, like, oh my god, I couldn't have to sleep outside and hunt animals and stuff. In previous incarnations of human civilization, things were a lot simpler. Also, kind of more brutal and shorter life and more death and more disease and stuff. But people were more connected directly to um, their their vocation, I guess you could say. I think there's also for me anyway, there's a relationship between like there's a certain amount of faith you have to have in the process, right? Like if I wanted to be productive with the channel, I'd have to do yeah and do it consistently over time, which involves having faith in the process. That like whatever it is I'm doing might take time to start really showing results, but it's uh, that's part of this process of interfacing with what you're doing and optimizing it to attain those results and stuff. I have trouble with stuff that requires me to have faith in those kind of processes, particularly for things that require me to be consistent and have good conscientiousness because I don't have any structured thing that like I'm only accountable to myself. There is no meaning to life, only meaning we adopt or give it ourselves. Well, that's certainly one possibility. That's makes a different kind of people think. Or yeah, I think the de facto deep question being what is the meaning of life is odd. Well, it's an odd phrasing of it, but I heard your views on things, Eric. I know we think we're gonna think different because of one, we're in two different states. I think you give a California view on things most of the time. I mean, I don't give a view on things that has anything to do with where I am at all. My view on things is the correct position on things because it is the correct position, not because of any other irrelevancies. Sometimes I'm not right, but in those instances, then I need to be corrected with new information or something. So, obviously, my perspective has absolutely nothing to do with where I live. It's insane to imagine it would. Like, I evaluate every argument on its merits. I do not have any sort of bias in favor of these kinds or those kinds of arguments. Absolutely fucking insane. Great take. Eric, I don't know how to break it to you, but the California is a thick coat on me. Yeah, doesn't work like that. Okay, I'll rephrase. I'm doing 77.77 miles a week and run ultra marathons up and down mountains, so it makes every other physical thing look like a joke, but I struggle with everyday small chores. Oh, well, maybe don't care about it. You already accomplished all that other shit, then who cares if you don't get the dishes done right now? Like, you expect yourself to be accomplished at absolutely everything all the time? 77.77 miles. That is very precise. Okay, and now stop. That's 0.77. Oh, yes, you're a good kitty, I know, yes, but I really don't really want to have you sitting right there, but that's fine. Or the fact these small chores have no profound quality, I struggle with that as well. I mean, it's like I get annoyed when I let the house get too messy and stuff, but I don't really seem to have too much of a problem with dealing with the regular chores like taking the trash out when it gets full and trying to clean up like cluttery stuff and I don't know. I do a fine enough job with chores. When I don't need to like bust my chops for come on Eric, get on this thing because whatever it is that I've not done would just annoy me so much that I want to do it. Like, I can only pile things on top of a full trash can for so long. I also see chores as one of the ways in which I avoid doing important things. Well, I could clean instead of doing the thing I'm supposed to do. Because I'm a scoundrel, that's why. A no good, unproductive scoundrel. Ski mountaineering mixed team relay. Well, la ti da. Ski mountaineering. What? Cross country skiing is on right now. I will start from the beginning. Okay. 50-kilometer cross country skiing. 50 kilometers. At 0.6 of a mile per kilometer, you're looking at how many miles? 50? We call that 30 miles. Maybe a little more than 30 miles. No, it should be 30 miles. You would think logically if I'm doing 11.11 a day plus work, then doing small chores would be absolutely nothing. My house would be immaculate. So why the gap between excellence? Because would you be happier if you did everything? If so, why would that make you happy? I mean, like, I have actual problems with doing stuff I should be doing. It sounds to me like you're just being unreasonably hard on yourself. Would you prefer to live in an immaculate house? If so, whatever living you do in there, it would immediately make it unimmaculate again. Well, you don't want to live in your house, you want to maintain it. Like, you can't spend your time sitting around like this, smoking weed and eating stuff and whatever, and also be cleaning all the time. You gotta choose to live in your house or maintain it. For me, it's all about finding the right balance, which is basically how gross is too gross. But right now, the carpets are getting a little too gross for my liking. It's gonna be round about time for me to vacuum. But the thing is, before I even vacuum in here, I need to sweep because I don't want to try to vacuum all that cat hair. And the broom will get all the cat hair and these clumps. And then I can vacuum. Is that something that I should like do tomorrow or something? Yeah. Would it make me happy to do that? Sort of, yeah. Like, I'd feel pleased that it was plain, or, but I also understand um, that it's one of those things. It's like, maybe clean now, but soon enough I just have to do it again. There's something called bedtime procrastinating where you stay up to make up for lost personal time through the day. It could be like that with you. I have a system called time etymology where I time every second of my day with 36 categories. This gotta be bullshit. Inside of a thought experiment or recording transcribe all activities and record. The answer is yes. Okay. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Here come the skiers. Bro picked the ESTJ Max. The answer is yes. Let's go, ladies. Ski your little hearts out. Oh, here come the next group of skiers. I guess they haven't all started yet. My brother is a surgeon from Yale. I'm a furniture mover, so I can't tell if I'm crazy or if I'm onto something genius. Well, if you think it's a genius idea to record every second of your day, you are definitely wrong. Like, all that data about your subjectivities is not going to help with anything. Well, I'd say being a surgeon is a sign of having completed medical school. You know, it's a sign that you've got a good job that, you know, you're not gonna run out of work or something. People aren't gonna stop needing surgery. Okay, well, all that information you're writing down and all this training you're doing, right? Like, the training, I'm sure, is great and helps you win races. I guess if you're saying you're writing every second down, like trying to, because it links to that, some sort of training data, okay, that's fine, I guess. I guess I didn't understand that it linked specifically to that. You know, it rained every day so far this year in England. It's late in February. Pretty good. Why do you always sit in the same spot? Because this is my chair where I sit. Sometimes I'm standing up, walking around places. Often I am, but at the moment I'm sitting in the chair. I could, if I wanted to, go crazy and sit in Rachel's chair. Or I could even go sit in one of those chairs over there, or either of those chairs, or that stool right there. But I choose old reliable, this chair. Body biostatistics. I guess you're keeping track of like your heart rate and stuff. I dare you to sit in Rachel's spot. You won't be happy long. Yeah, well, it's not my chair, you know. I'm used to sitting in this chair. Now, I'll say those chairs over there are inherently inferior to these chairs because those chairs rock. Okay, well, look, I never meant to say that what you are using as training information to be more successful in your athletic endeavors was wrong. I thought you were just saying, like, for example, that this is going to help you do those household chores or something. Can you even comprehend what it's like to live in a country that rains every day? Why, comprehend is a difficult question. Sankey, okay? Are you sure you aren't talking about yourself? What's really going on? Says Alex Holdfast. I don't know what's really going on. Regardless, it sounds to me like it's a bunch of TE stuff. You've got your TE stuff you do to attain articulable goals and stuff. It's not my thing. Maybe it works great for you. Who knows? So if I what do American dentists do to your teeth? Just standard whitening? They do to your teeth whatever you want to pay for them to do. It's not just training information, it's all encompassing life. It is everything in a literal sense. 36 activities total. Work, sleep, drive, cook, eat, bathroom, cats, activity, drive. Wow. That sounds like a lot of planning and stuff. What's the weather like in California? It's currently 42 degrees and clear outside. 1:16 in the morning and all is well. No reports of any Sasquatches, aliens, or what have you. Thanks, Joe Bob. Seems to me that you are a strong, positioned culture warrior. A big foot, all designed to become insanely efficient. To run 11-11 day. I found a way to imbue meaning in every second. I mean, that's not meaning, that's, I guess, efficacy, productivity, or something. But good for you, you know. Obviously, if it's working for you, you should be happy about it and stuff. I wonder if you can really fit all of life into those 36 categories. You all vote in the worst leadership to do nothing but help criminals. Well, look, I live in California. I'm a Californian in that sense, right? But I obviously am responsible only for my own positions and voting and stuff, not for your perception of the state or its long history of being like left and stuff, Democrat or whatever. The point is, the problem is you being a culture warrior, and there are plenty of critiques one can make of California that might be legitimate, but what you're doing is creating a boogeyman for you to hate and demonize because that's how you want to engage with these ideas, and it's not a good way to do it. No, I just explained to you what you are doing and what's wrong with it. So it's not a good idea to engage in this kind of um, create a boogeyman to hate and blame, as you obviously doing with California. It's ridiculous the way that people think California is so different from other states. I live here, it's just a regular place to live. I'm conservative and don't like Trump. You don't know my culture. I mean, I'm not telling you about your culture, right? I'm talking to you about the words you said and what it's indicative of uh, of this boogeymaning kind of thing, where instead of engaging with actual policy matters, like here's a specific policy matter that I have a position on, you instead want to play, I don't like this imaginary monolithic thing that it's just a child, frankly. So obviously, California has some instances of bad politics. No sane person would dispute that the Bay Area's insane communist garbage is of any value at all. No sane person would dispute that. I live in the center of California, in a county called Mariposa County. It's a very, very different place than the Bay Area. I am slow, huh? I didn't. The illegal aliens is what you spoke of first. I didn't read anything about that, though. That's not what I read. That's not what I'm responding to. Right? It's an identity thing. People love polarizing, judging. I think they feel as though they're doing something by being outraged and blaming something. But really, it's just like emotion porn or something, political emotion porn or something. And it's obviously corrosive to good, meaningful political discussion. Right, and it's interesting to use that term, diarrheal identity politics, because that's really kind of what this whole thing is. You know, typically people think of identity politics as being this thing that occurs in the left, where they want to make aspects of their identity significant to things that they shouldn't be significant to, right? But in reality, it's also identity politics to be a culture warrior on the other side of things and try to blame movements and stuff rather than engaging actual ideas. And to the extent that some of these movement things have actual ideas included in the discussion of them, those questions are often resolved very quickly, and then the person's left unsatisfied because there's nothing to be angry about, you know? Would you have been Will Smith or the other guy? I'd have loved to be a 1990s LA cop. I mean, okay. How you doing, sir? Says unknown XYZ. I'm doing just fine. How are you? I'm kind of tired, but I am going to go to bed relatively soon. But I'm also doing fine. You know, maybe I have a little anxiety linking to upcoming expenses and stuff. Like, Like I always worry about money and stuff. But nothing actually too urgent to be concerned about across the board in life. Everything seems good. I guess it's rest time, maybe. Maybe it is rest time, but not quite yet. Give someone a tap on their car window with a nightstick. Oh, God. Hi. What can I do for you, officer? No, no, wasn't smoking weed. You can smell it, huh? Are you sure that's not maybe tobacco? Yeah, I've heard of Zizek. He's an absolute joke of a thinker. He's ridiculous. People in debate. I'm a debate coach by trade. I'm not retired, sort of, but people in debate cut Zizek cards too. You can basically put any tag on them, and they're incredibly dense, and it's like a time suck. You figure out either why this is, it's hard to negate stuff that's just a bunch of nonsense that doesn't mean anything. Don't forget 100K lumen flashlight inches from the retina. You sassing me? No, I'm not sassing. I'm just saying that maybe what you smelled was a skunk over there or something. See, look, there's a dead skunk right there. Okay, maybe I did smell that skunk, but I'm still gonna beat you with my stick and arrest you. Thanks a lot, officer. Appreciate that. Boy, drug crimes like the Holocaust that everybody just kind of ignores. I tell you, these horrible authoritarians. What's your plan for the rest of your life? Well, I actually have fairly modest plans for the short term in the sense that I'm gonna get a job hopefully at this market. It's like 20 minutes away. They have a thing that says deli/stocker position. So I thought that would be a nice way to kind of ease back into the working world. You know, my wife and I moved up here after my parents died, and I've been kind of on sabbatical since, I guess you could say. And as for what the rest of my life is going to bring, well, yeah, no, I conceivably do it again, but uh, I don't think there's much of a market for it up here. Like, it's not really the kind of community where people send their kids to some sort of after school program, or also it conceivable I could work in the county schools, but typically school districts don't want to hire a debate coach. So if I were going to do that, I'd probably have to like teach English and also coach debate and stuff. Look tired. I am tired. I've been up for a while and should go to bed relatively soon. More people should have your demeanor. Well, thanks. Thanks, Paige. Nicolette. I tell you that you're a good man, so see you later. See you later, unknown XYZ. Yo, guys, my chest hurts. What do I do? First of all, check to see if there's anything stabbing into your chest, like a knife, a pen, or something like that. But most of all, I think you were wise in saying, I've got a medical problem. Let me go on a YouTube live stream and ask a random guy what to do. Thanks, Dyro. Yeah, it's a question I think about periodically. Like, what do I actually want for the rest of my life? Well, yeah, the whole question is fraught with all kinds of other complicated questions, like making sure that we're okay in our old age and stuff. It's exactly the sort of complicated question I like to defer to later. It's funny to see your channel and how it evolved. The first video I see of you was when you wore those fuck ass heart sunglasses and the wig, huh? I think America's flag looks better, Blue Baron. That's what I think. You know why? Because I'm from America. That's why I always root against the Chinese. I'm not joking. Of course I think America's flag is better. You're saying like, okay, but seriously, Eric, like be a flag critiquer. And what do you think of the respective flags? Well, I mean, say I wasn't from America. If I wasn't from America, I would probably say the British flag looks better. I gotta admit that. But I don't like to admit that. I want to stress that part. But I like America's flag fine. I'm not complaining about it or anything. I like California's flag. It's a good flag. I watched a really cool video. Maybe I'll share the link. Seems like a hassle to find it, but Price Guy Time Store Adventures, and he ranks all 50 state flags in order. Arizona is right near the top, Blue Baron. I don't remember what exact number it was, but it was very near the top. He ranks all 50. I think he does a good job of ranking them too. He goes through it quickly and You know, he provides a little bit of explanation sometimes, but it's a fantastic, fun, brisk watch. Stars is a Yanks thing. I think Texas's flag is cool. How many stars do you have? Right. The English have 0 stars. How many stars does America have? A lot. Last I counted, I think it might have been 50. How many times more than stars is that in Britain? Well, it's a trick question. Because Britain has 0, so it's infinite times more. The Imperial Japan flag is nice. Yeah, Japanese flag is cool. It shows great like graphic design qualities. While then, Blue Baron, you'd be the winner in in the star competition. But where would you put them on your flag? I don't think there's any spot for them. Touche. All right, I'm gonna start winding down here to go to bed. What does that process entail? Well, I'm gonna turn off the heater, close these windows, turn off some lights. Thanks, Diarrell. You have a great night too. Or should I say morning? Because it's almost 2 in the morning. We're going to close these up like nobody's business. Turn off this light. We'll lock this door first. Turn off the light. Turn off the heater. We've been using a lot of for fan lately. Well, you know, it's been cold, so. What are you gonna do? Be cold? Ideally not. Okay. I like how Rachel tells me stuff like, I will get to the dishwasher tomorrow. Like, somehow I'm sitting there thinking, when is Rachel gonna unload the dishwasher? It never crosses my mind. If I wanted the dishwasher unloaded, I would just unload it. All right, everybody. That's a wrap. Love you. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate everybody's company, contribution to things. Thanks a lot. See you later.